Most of you aren't subscribed. Make sure to subscribe, as it helps out the channel. Without further ado, kicking off the series, we see our MC, Makoto, narrating his normal life, waking up and having breakfast with the family, heading to school and attending archery practice after school, only to head home, have dinner, shower and read his father's newly released book. But when he closes his eyes, he is suddenly suspended in space, greeted by a glowing orb, which asks Makoto if he knows who they are. When Makoto shows off his confusion, the orb reveals that it is a god, and that Makoto will be reincarnated to another world immediately. When Makoto refuses, the orb reveals its true form, Tsukuyomi, a god tasked with choosing a hero, and sending the hero to save a world. As Makoto asks more and more questions, Tsukuyomi realizes that Makoto hasn't been told about his lineage. Tsukuyomi reveals that Makoto's parents are both from other worlds, which surprisingly makes sense, as Makoto has never met any relatives. Wondering why he of all people is chosen, he learns that his parents had promised a god to give over one of their children, and knowing that he doesn't want his two sisters to be put in a tough situation, Makoto agrees to be chosen. Promising to deliver a message to his family whilst he's gone, Tsukuyomi bestows divine power onto Makoto in preparation for his duties, but Makoto suddenly begins to disappear, as Tsukuyomi warns Makoto to be patient with the goddess he's being summoned by, as she can be quite tough to deal with. Thanking Tsukuyomi for the advice, Makoto appears before the goddess, blinded by her divine beauty. As the goddess tells Makoto about her world being invaded by demons and spirits, she insults Makoto for appearing so ugly. Not taking a liking to Makoto, the goddess demands that Makoto leave, but Makoto gets heated, prompting the goddess to show off her power. Knowing she'll be fine without Makoto's help, she sends Makoto to the edge of her world, where orcs and goblins reside, but out of pity, she grants Makoto the ability to speak, read and write any language in the world. Just like that, Makoto is flung through the sky of this new world, fearing that he'll die from such a height. Suddenly Tsukuyomi appears, intercepting Makoto from falling further, and apologizing for the goddess's words, as he didn't expect her to outright reject Makoto. As good news, Tsukuyomi reveals that the world he had grown up in was far harsher on his body, compared to this new world, so Makoto doesn't need to worry about being weak, but he must still be wary, as he can still die. With Tsukuyomi's spiritual body disappearing, Tsukuyomi wishes Makoto the best, only to disappear, wishing to meet again in the future. With Tsukuyomi no longer holding onto Makoto, Makoto falls from a height, but just as Tsukuyomi predicted, Makoto is quite durable. Since Makoto has nowhere to go, he begins wandering around for 3 days, unable to find any humans, animals or food. As night falls, Makoto begins to feel lonely, crying out for anyone, only to hear cries for help in the distance. Focusing in on the sound, Makoto darts in the direction of the sound, seeing a pig girl and a two-headed dog about to devour the girl. Dashing at the creature, Makoto gives the dog a light kick, but unknowingly his kick tears off one of the dog's heads, killing it due to blood loss. Stopping the girl from running away from fear, Makoto introduces himself, showing the girl that he's not scary. As they chat, Makoto learns that he is currently in the wastelands, where no humans reside, and that the girl's name is Emma, a Highland orc. Wondering if he can visit Emma's village, Emma reveals that she can't return home, as she's been nominated as a sacrifice. Apparently, her village has been plagued with fog, so her village has been offering sacrifices to Shen, as a means to stop the fog from interfering with their crops' need for sunlight. Thanking Makoto for saving her, Emma brings Makoto to a place where he can finally eat. Sharing the table with some boars, they both reveal how they heard humans are terrible people, but think Makoto is a demi-human, as he is so ugly. Seeing Emma levitating some bowls, Makoto wonders what she is doing, to which she replies she is using simple transportation magic. Curious if he can learn magic, he asks Emma to show him a spell, where she begins channeling a spell, conjuring a fire in her hand. Going after her, Makoto shockingly mimics the fire spell, only to be instructed by Emma to imagine the fire as a ball, which causes Makoto to shoot the fire into a nearby wall. Amazed at how fast Makoto learned the spell, Emma asks about Makoto's level, bringing out a scroll, as a crowd gathers, believing Makoto is at least level 100. Upon touching the scroll, Emma announces Makoto is level 1, offering to teach him more magic, to cheer him up. The next morning, Emma wakes up, spotting a letter that Makoto had left behind. With the spells and equipment he had acquired yesterday, Makoto has set out to deal with this Shen creature, demanding sacrifices. Knowing he should at least warm up, Makoto is able to cast a fire spell without incantation. On top of that, by reshaping the spell in his head, Makoto is able to create a bow and arrow, firing off a single arrow that hits a target, exploding upon impact. Having not anticipated the massive explosion, Makoto realizes that there were some people he had accidentally blown up. As they talk to Makoto, he realizes that they are clearly bad guys, who feel sorry for Makoto, as he's destroyed Shen's property. As the bad guys perish, a red smoke begins to encase Makoto, who believes that Shen is meant to be a massive clam, like in the stories he's read, but here Shen is a dragon. Immediately dashing at Makoto, Makoto is barely able to dodge the dragon's movements, as the red mist is obscuring his vision. Encasing himself with magic, he begins to read the dragon's movements, dodging Shen's advances. Knowing that he can win, Makoto activates a hidden skill, allowing him to see Shen clearly, whilst casting several fireballs near Shen, who thinks nothing of Makoto's magic. But when struck by a single fireball, Shen sustains huge damage, wondering how fire could harm its fire-resistant body. With no time to think, Makoto sneaks in close, pummeling the dragon several times. Makoto brings the dragon to the ground. Believing the fight is over, Makoto drops his guard, allowing Shen to catch Makoto with some illusion magic. Brought back to his old life, Makoto is alone with Hasegawa, who suddenly confesses to him. Knowing that this is so strange, Makoto attempts to reject her, but is forced to accept her proposal to stop her from crying. After the confession is done, Makoto reveals that he knows this is all an illusion, as he reveals his hidden skill. Makoto can create a zone around himself, which allows him to manipulate the space however he pleases. This means he can also enhance his body, whilst in the zone. Thanking Shen for making him stronger, Makoto breaks out of Shen's illusion spell, but realizes that Shen is no longer hostile. Apologizing for attacking Makoto, Shen asks that he form a contract with it, offering to be Makoto's companion, and in exchange Shen wants to see Makoto's memories from another world. Seeing as there is no downside, Makoto agrees, which triggers the pact ceremony. With both Shen and Makoto glowing, Shen realizes that Makoto is too powerful, forming an 80-20 pact in Makoto's favor. Out of nowhere, Shen suddenly transforms into a gorgeous woman. Now in front of the newly transformed Shen, Makoto is kinda sad, as he wanted to soar through the sky, with Shen's dragon form, as it makes travel way faster. Shen reveals that since the pact between them is 80-20, in Makoto's favor, the weaker one normally is forced to take the form of the more dominant one, hence why Shen is now a human. Either way, Shen is fine with being a human, as whilst she had trapped Makoto in her illusion, she had taken a liking to Makoto's memories involving samurais from the Edo period. Realizing that Shen has taken a liking to his historical dramas in his memory, Makoto asks that Shen at least change her outfit, but Shen has no problem with Makoto admiring her beauty. Changing topics, Shen gets serious, creating a gate and revealing that she is in charge of a demi-plane in space, housing different demi-humans. Skeptical at first, Makoto soon realizes that this mysterious plane is massive, wanting to know more about this place. Shen thinks for a bit, but realizes this place was supposed to be a space of complete darkness, but has somehow changed since last checking. Approaching a persimmon tree, Makoto and Shen munch on some delectable fruit, all whilst Makoto spots several plants that he recognizes. Activating his skill, Makoto expands his zone, scanning the area in the zone, only to realize that this place is huge. Wondering about the endpoints of this demi-plane, Makoto learns that things can only enter and exit this area through Shen's mist, so the gods may be unable to directly interfere with this demi-plane. Wondering if they could create a village in this town, Makoto asks Shen if she was terrorizing the Highland orcs, learning that she had nothing to do with it. Knowing that they should clear things up, they head out of Shen's mist, only to spot Emma frantically running towards them. Barely with any breath, she asks Makoto not to fight Shen, but Shen butts in, introducing herself. Teasing Makoto for attacking a woman, Shen surprises Emma, who wonders why the invincible dragon Shen is a human. Filling Emma in on their battle, Shen states that Makoto and her have formed a pact, where Makoto is the dominant partner. As some proof, Shen passes Emma some of her scales that fell off during her battle with Makoto, but when Emma still doesn't believe her, Shen releases her dragon aura, scaring Emma to sleep. As the three return to Emma's village, we see all the villagers dancing and celebrating the good news. As Emma serves Makoto some food, he asks for Shen's whereabouts, learning that she must have gotten too drunk and is fast asleep. Showing her gratitude, Emma officially thanks Makoto for clearing up the misunderstanding with the sacrifices, but also saving her life. Shy about compliments, Makoto states that it was actually Emma that taught him about magic, and that Emma shouldn't feel indebted to him. Zooming out, we see Shen and a orc villager watching Makoto and Emma chat, with Shen noting how strange Makoto is, revealing that he had saved this village, avenging all those that were sacrificed before Emma, without a reason. Wanting to thank Makoto himself, the villager is offered by Shen to come stay in her demi-plane. The next day, Makoto sees every single orc in the village packed up and ready to move to Shen's demi-plane. Demanding to know what Shen did overnight, Shen reveals that it was because of their contract that magically gave life to her demi-plane. Plus, quality of life should be far greater than here in the wastelands, as the water, air and environment is high quality. Worried about the possible creatures that may attack the orcs, Makoto turns to see a mini Shen, wondering if she is Shen's child. Insulted, Shen reveals that the little Shen is a fragment of her true body, which Makoto notes is crazy, as she should tell him what abilities she has. Checking a final time if all the villagers want to live in Shen's demi-plane, Makoto begins thinking of how to transport all of them, but within seconds, Shen absorbs all the villagers into her demi-plane, using her mist, shocking Makoto. With the orcs immediately getting to work, gathering materials to build their new town, we cut to Makoto juggling water, darkness, fire, earth and thunder spells in his palm. Knowing that water is his strongest affinity, Makoto notes how by focusing on one element, he can cast multiple water spells at once. At the same time, Shen begins fangirling over the dramas she's watched through Shen's memories, demanding to watch more, but Makoto rejects her, asking why he is the master of her demi-plane. Shen states that since he is her master, he is also the master of her belongings, including the demi-plane. Annoyed, Makoto forbids Shen accessing any more of her memories, which she reveals she has already recorded most of his memories, but wants to spend more time with her master. Wondering how much of his memories Shen has seen, Shen heads out, attempting to find out a better way to record Makoto's memories, as her current method requires Makoto to be stationary. Turning around, Makoto spots his memories that Shen had recorded floating around, spotting a memory of a picture he and his family would take every year. Remembering that his parents are actually from this world, Makoto reasons that it would be smart to check out what his parents did here, setting the goal of visiting a human village first. At the same time, a dwarf runs through a forest and is cut down by a huge creature, deemed the Black Disaster. Checking up on some orcs working cutting down trees for material, Makoto learns that they are having trouble cutting down tougher trees. Helping out, Makoto activates his ability, having called it Kai. Makoto projects a zone around a small sword he has, strengthening the blade's sharpness. With the enhanced blade, Makoto easily cuts through the tree, shocking the orcs. Seeing one of the orcs injured, Makoto activates his Kai ability, healing the orc, noting how Makoto healed his wound without mana. This would explain how Shen could incense him during their battle. Trying out the ability on himself, Makoto realizes that he is unable to heal himself, but is interrupted by Shen. Carrying an injured dwarf, Makoto wonders what happened, but suddenly a massive spider breaks into Shen's demi-plane. Asking if Shen can help out, Shen states that she'll leave the creature to him, finding out that Shen had encountered the spider before, but had left it be. Knowing that the spider is a bug type, Makoto wonders if it is weak to fire, dodging the spider's charge, only to cut off one of its legs. Creating a fire source in the air, Makoto encases his sword in flames, but realizes the spider has disappeared, appearing above him, spitting out its webs. Cutting through the webs, Makoto manages to sever some of its legs, but is shocked to see the creature's insane regeneration. Changing strategies, Makoto conjures his flame bow, shooting an arrow, only to follow up, using the fire source in there, and impaling the spider with a fire spear from above. Seeing the spider not perishing, Makoto watches as the spider begins absorbing his fire magic, healing itself. Off to the side, Shen learns that the dwarf she saved is an elder dwarf, who was barely able to leave a scratch on the creature. Creating a volley spear, Makoto is surprised to see that the spider simply tanked all the damage, only to regenerate the wounds. Suddenly the spider changes speed, catching Makoto off guard, breaking past his Kai zone, and impaling him onto a tree. Approaching swiftly, the spider begins devouring Makoto, but Makoto gets serious, releasing a huge explosion, blowing the spider back. Charging up several fire spells, Makoto barrages the spider with flames, simultaneously shooting and recasting the same spell. Following up, Makoto conjures a water bow, shooting a huge blast of water, sending the spider flying back into the mountains. Seeing Makoto collapse from exhaustion, Shen gets a bad feeling, as the spider has regenerated, grabbing a hold of Makoto before Shen can intervene. Surprisingly, the spider is in love with Makoto, embracing him, but Shen manages to pull him out of the spider's grasp. As the spider suddenly speaks, Shen asks if the spider remembers her, but the spider states that all it cares about is Makoto, getting jealous when she learns that Shen is Makoto's slave. Hearing that, the spider decides to form a pact with Makoto, only for Makoto to wake up in the presence of a gorgeous girl. Asking about how he's still alive, Makoto learns that Shin, her smaller self, and Emma all work together to heal his beat-up body, especially Emma, who is amazing at healing magic. Turning to the girl in front of him, Makoto demands to know who this mysterious girl is, only for her to reveal that she is the spider he fought. Shocked, Makoto wonders how she was able to form a pact with him, when he didn't agree to one, but the girl states that she offered her body and soul, forcing a pact, weirding Makoto out. Joining the conversation, the dwarf and Shen are happy to see that Makoto is alright, but he's clearly annoyed that things happened whilst he was asleep, but reasons that it would be better to have the spider be in its human form. Speaking up, the dwarf asks if he can chat with Makoto privately, to which Shen adds that this dwarf is a special subrace of dwarfs known as elders, able to craft sacred or noble artifacts. Introducing himself as Baron the Elder Dwarf, he thanks Makoto for getting rid of the black spider, as his village will live in peace. But Makoto knows that Shen had made up the lie regarding the spider becoming a girl, saying Makoto was able to break the curse, as a way for the dwarf to accept what is happening. As a request, Baron asks if he may move to this area where Makoto lives, surprised that Makoto has no problem with that. But Shen butts in, demanding that Baron and his village must plan out the town, provide armaments and pay tax for using the land. With Baron accepting the conditions, he notes that it may take a while to convince the heads of his village, but Shen gives Baron some of her scales, which Baron knows can be used to bribe villagers to relocate. Wanting to find out what his parents had accomplished in this world, Makoto has been traveling every day by foot, as a means to find civilization. Finally spotting a human village off in the distance, Makoto is called by Shen, who has something important to talk about. With both Shen and the spider girl there, they both demand to be named by Makoto, as their old names are boring. Thinking of boring names, the girls get annoyed, refusing to accept such ugly names, even fighting for who will get named by Makoto first. With Shen pushing the spider girl over, Shen asks Makoto to give her a name, growing anxious that Makoto can't think of one. Pondering for a bit, Makoto settles on Tomo, inspired by the most feared female samurai in history. Suddenly Tomo begins to glow, stating that when a servant is named by their master, they'll receive a strength boost, but Tomo also mentions how different names will give different boosts. Nonetheless, Tomo likes the name Makoto has given her, prompting the spider girl to ask for a name as well. Asking the spider girl if she prefers to be named something, she states that she'll humbly accept any name from Makoto, her self-proclaimed husband. Thinking for a bit, Makoto decides to give her the name Mio, representing her new life as a human, along with his preferred element, water. Seeing Makoto put so much thought into naming her, Mio can't help but fall deeper in love with Makoto, but he states that it isn't that deep. A little time later, Tomo and Mio had set up a ceremony, welcoming all the new species sharing that land, whilst also introducing their new names. Letting the crowd decide, everyone agrees to call Makoto, young master, with Makoto forced to accept that title. Taking a chance to greet the new species personally, Makoto chats with the leader of the elders in the dwarf village, In disbelief that Makoto, a human, is able to command Mio and Tomoe, such powerful creatures, Eld wonders if Makoto is being instructed by a god, which makes Makoto think of the goddess that turned him away, growing more and more angry with every thought of the goddess. Seeing Makoto dislike the goddess, Eld gets happy, revealing that he and his village personally disagree with the gods themselves. Next, Tomo introduces her followers, the 1001st lizards, creatures with affinity of water and air, and all don beautiful blue-green scales. But Makoto asks that Tomo should have told him she has followers, which she adds that there will be too many to go through. Up next, Mio introduces her followers, the Alk, creatures that can regenerate just like Mio. Seeing her followers so quiet, Mio threatens to eat them if they don't serve Makoto properly, prompting them to introduce themselves. Wrapping up the ceremony, Makoto asks that Mio and Tomo fill in Eld on the rules for living here, asking that the girls are free to choose where they'll be living, and that they should keep the bickering to a minimum. Rushing off, Makoto's curiosity of the human village overcomes him, spotting a blonde girl in the distance. As he approaches, the girl suddenly points in his direction, running off whilst crying out that there is a monster. Turning around, Makoto notes how it is just him, brushing it off as a coincidence. As he approaches the village gates, he spots a huge crowd of humans, demanding that Makoto, a monster, not come near their village. As the villagers scare Makoto away, he realizes that the goddess had given him the ability to interact with all creatures, but humans. Depressed, Emma, Shen and Mio have a chat with Makoto, revealing that the language of the humans are called Common, being the most common language known, and that all three of them can speak it. Cheering Makoto up, the girls state that Makoto's appearance is the issue, which Makoto doesn't appreciate, as he knows he's not the best looking. Clearing things up, the girl states that it's not his looks, but his mana that is the issue, as it's pouring out of him, making him appear as if he were a creature with the strength of 5 demon lords combined. Trying to suppress his mana, Makoto only manages to remove a little bit, switching up plans, as he'll first have to learn the common language, but also get a mask, as the humans already know what he looks like. With 1 week passing, Makoto is finally able to read and write the common language. The week after, Makoto is gifted a ring by the dwarves, meant to drain a creature's mana until death, but upon putting it on, the ring breaks, being too weak for Makoto. A month passes and Ms. is helping Makoto with pronunciation, but Makoto notes how magically writing what he needs may be more useful. Interrupted, the dwarves show Makoto their new ring, Dropnir, able to not only absorb, but compress his mana, glowing red when it's reached its limit and should be removed. Ready to head to the village, they use the excuse of transferring goods as merchants to get into the village, but at the same time, a mysterious girl looks over them. Passing through the market area, they eventually wound up visiting the Zetsuya Adventures Guild, but get suspicious looks from the receptionist. Luckily, Mio and Tomo convince the receptionist otherwise, allowing Makoto to write out his speech without suspicion. The receptionist states that upon registering, every adventure starts at rank E, but there are special quests with high danger, but the rewards will be huge, allowing for possible rank ups. Assuming Makoto is part of the Merchants Guild, Makoto is forced to lie to the receptionist, checking out the various quests. Learning that the highest ranking adventure in town is Mills Ace, rank SS and level 444. Turning around, Makoto sees Mio and Tomo measuring their levels, with both of them maxing out level 400 scrolls. Trying out a level 1600 scroll, we learn that Tomo is level 1320, whilst Mio is level 1500. Refusing to accept Mio as a higher level, Tomo demands to be remeasured, but the receptionist states that Mio and her are both the strongest ever known adventurers. Receiving her adventurer's card, Tomo learns that after her and Mio is the adventurer Sophie Bulga the Dragon Slayer, having a level of 920, and achieving the feat of slaying a Lancer dragon, someone that Tomo apparently knew. Off to the side, Makoto measures his level, sad to see that he's still level 1, placed in rank E. With evening arriving, the three visit an inn, asking for 2 rooms, only to be shocked at the expensive price, being 6 gold per night. Flashing her high rank, Tomo smashes a hole in the ground, threatening the inn's receptionist, which makes him lower the price to only 2 gold. Able to rest for a bit, without his disguise, Makoto notes how the prices in the village are way too expensive, and that the villagers are acting suspicious. Setting out to grab some food, Makoto has Tomo guard their carriage of goods, as he along with the girls know that they are being targeted, as their merchant title is drawing in attention. That night, Tomo is alerted by some attackers, all whilst Mio and Makoto's date is interrupted by a little girl. Wondering what a little girl is doing out at night all alone, Makoto realizes that something is off, asking that Mio talk to the girl. Unexpectedly, Mio puts on a terrifying glare, threatening the girl to leave them alone. Calling Mio back, Makoto scolds Mio for scaring the little girl, but Mio states that she simply wants to be alone with Makoto. Seeing Mio and Makoto arguing, the little girl can't help but giggle, making Makoto more comfortable with asking the girl her reason for being here. With the girl clinging to Makoto, Makoto reasons it would be best to head back to their inn for now. Whilst this is happening, a mysterious man watches from afar, disappearing into an alleyway. Returning to the room, the little girl begins talking about how she and her older sister were traveling together. When they entered the village, her older sister had started looking for work, but had suddenly disappeared. Makoto learns that the older sister has been gone for 1 month now, and since the little girl doesn't have any money, she has been kicked out of the place she has been staying in. As the little girl begins to break down, both Makoto and Mio suspect that her older sister is in some sort of trouble. Cutting to the carriage the gang had brought, we see several ninjas approaching the carriage, only to hear Tomo's voice from behind them. Demanding to know who they're, Tomo is forced to dodge the ninjas' advances, kicking one lightly, but even with her holding back, her strength is insane. Evading two of the Tomo begins to feel bad as she is moving too fast and way too strong for her opponents. With all but one defeated, she spots the last one attempting to flee, easily catching up and knocking them out, as she plans to interrogate them later. Returning to Makoto to tell him about what had happened, Tomo is scolded for not holding back more against mere humans, and that she's lucky that they have Mio to clean things up. Unwrapping the sole survivor, Tomo learns that there were female amongst the attackers, which makes Makoto scold her more for not considering these things. But realizing that the little girl is here, Makoto refrains from punishing Tomo. Finally revealing her name as Rinin, Tomo learns of Rinin's tragic past, but Rinin is more amazed that Makoto is not a mute, but he still can't speak to other humans. Since it's getting late, Makoto asks that Rinin eat food they had brought for Tomo, and take Tomo's bed for the night, as punishment for Tomo. Happy to be given such luxuries, Rinin accidentally calls Makoto Big Brother, only to apologize, but Makoto says Rinin can call him whatever she feels comfortable with. Before she leaves, Rinin gives Makoto a sketch of her sister, which Makoto, upon seeing, recognizes something. As Rinin leaves the room, she for some reason looks guilty. As Mio returns from eating up the corpses in the crime scene, she enters the room, only to see Makoto with a serious look, checking the memories of their captive. Upon seeing Mio, Makoto changes his tone, thanking Mio for taking care of the corpses. Having looked through the captive's memories, Makoto finds out the attackers were all at the guild when they had first visited, suspecting that they must be linked to Rinin and her missing sister. Having a rough idea of where the perpetrators are, Makoto asks that Mio and Tomo head out immediately, giving them the serious look from before. Knowing that their master is serious, the girls listen to Makoto's instructions, heading out immediately. Thanking the girls for not questioning his motive, Makoto thinks about how the sketch of Rinin's older sister deeply resembles Hasegawa from his previous life, and he may not be able to hold back if he found out something bad happened to her look-alike. As Mio and Tomo walk through the streets, they chat about how Makoto is oddly serious about finding Rinin's sister, making Mio wonder if Rinin's sister is an acquaintance of Makoto. But Tomo shoots this thought down, revealing that she would know, as she's seen all of Makoto's memories, making Mio so jealous. Seeing as the sun is about to rise, they reason that they should complete the mission and hurry back. Taking Rinin out to help with some exchanges, Makoto tells Rinin that they'll help find her sister, but is surprised that Rinin can drive a wagon. Suddenly Rinin thinks of her sister, revealing to us that her sister had decided to become an adventurer in this town, but since everything was so expensive, she had to work to repay things. Unfortunately, her older sister had been badly injured, unable to pay off her debt before collapsing suddenly. Rinin was instructed by her big sis to get out of this town, and leave no matter what, but sadly was caught by an adventurer when she tried to leave. As we zoom into an underground cellar, we see Rinin's older sister, lying on the floor, with no energy. She reveals how her family has been adventurers for generations, but in the past, one of her ancestors had lost a valuable short sword, the family's treasure, during a battle with a monster. In order to return her family's honor, Rinnan's older sis had planned to earn back the honor, but is currently mentally and physically incapable of such a thing. As Rinnan's sis hears some talking, she looks up to see Mio and Tomo, who reason that she must have been used in some human magic experiments. With Mio healing Rinnan's sis, they leave the room, having to melt away the wall to bypass the locked door. As the three walk down the hallway of their location, they are stopped by Mills Ace, the strongest adventurer. Back with Makoto, he and Rinnan have just finished up their errands, but Rinnan looks more and more freaked out, even screaming out of nowhere. Having returned to the inn, Rinnan suddenly runs off, but Makoto allows her to leave, knowing that others are ordering her around. Activating his Kai ability, Makoto tracks Rinnan's whereabouts, seeing Rinnan talking to a man. When Rinnan tells the man about Makoto's carriage being attacked last night, the man reveals that it was his doing, asking if Rinnan has any more information. Rinnan states that the fruits that Makoto brought from his village sold for a lot of money, prompting the man to order Rinnan to steal the money, as a means to pay off her and her sister's debt. As Rinnan leaves to steal Makoto's money, Makoto thinks about how corrupt this village is. Cutting to the girls, we learn that Rinnan's sister's name is Toa, and Mills was the one that had her locked up. On top of that, Mills is the mastermind behind this corrupt town, having the man that just spoke with Rinnan and his lackeys do the dirty work, whilst he swoops in and plays the fake hero. One of Mills' men suddenly realizes that Mio and Tomo are the new adventurers over level 1000, but Mills accused them of faking their levels. Additionally, Mills talks about a mysterious creature with outrageous mana visiting their town not recently, threatening to have Mio and Tomo face that creature. But Mio and Tomo know that the creature they are talking about is Makoto. With a smug look, Mills offers Mio and Tomo a job in his corrupt faction, but the girls decline. Wondering why the girls would turn down such a thing, Mills insults Makoto, but this triggers the girls, as they both throw a single punch in Mills' direction, but Mills reveals an almighty shield, the clay Aegis, nullifying the girls' punches. Cutting to Rinnan, we see her guilty of lying to Makoto, wondering if she should even steal from Makoto. Back with girls, we see them now fired up. Tomo takes the first strike, easily blasting through the clay Aegis, blowing Mills' men away, along with landing a direct hit on Mills. As Mio walks after Tomo's decimation, she stops in front of Mills, slapping him silly, before carrying on. Tomo is then seen walking up on the man that has been manipulating Rinnan, trapping him in her illusion, only for the two to blow open the building, sending Mills flying away for good. As Tomo and Mio fight over who had slaughtered more people, we see Rinnan finally reunited with Toa, who Makoto notes is an exact copy of Hasegawa, except for the hair color. As Rinnan and Toa take a nap, Makoto ties up Mio and Tomo, flinging them out of the town with his bow, as punishment for destroying the village and losing control. With the village all destroyed, the gang along with Rinnan, Toa and some other captives by Mills, all decide to head to the village, Sieg. Arriving at the closest adventurers guild, one of the men that tagged along tells the receptionist about how their previous village was decimated by mysterious monsters. Whilst this happens, Makoto thinks about how Tomo had used some of her mind manipulation magic on everyone except Rinnan, and Toa's memory in the previous village had been altered to believe monsters destroyed their village. With the receptionist wondering if the monsters still exist, she's introduced to Mio and Tomo, who she doesn't believe is actually over level 1000. Makoto states that they've already registered with the previous guild, but the receptionist says their data must have been lost when the village was decimated, and they'll have to re-register. Hearing this, Makoto speaks with Tomo privately, who is worried Makoto is still angry about her fighting with Mio. Instead, Makoto tells her about knight errantry, a samurai who trained and honed their skills until a deadly degree. Hearing this, Tomo wonders if she was like that samurai, she'll not only surpass Mio, but also gain the praise of Makoto. Making up her mind, Tomo asks that she begin training on her own, which Makoto allows, having expected her to take the bait. As Tomo runs off to train, Mio thinks about how she will be able to spend time with Makoto, but we zoom out to see that the others are along for the ride. As the gang continue their travels, to Sieg, by carriage through a forest, Rinnan notices Mio mad at first, but is able to cheer Mio up, by complimenting her and Makoto's relationship. Suddenly, Makoto erects his Kai barrier, spotting several bugs up ahead, asking Mio to deal with them. Mio immediately accepts, facing the creatures. With a single swing of her fan, she kills all the bugs, impressing everyone. Asking that they continue down the forest, Toa interrupts, asking to be able to collect the bug's corpse, as they are quite rare material. Knowing that this will only be a waste of time, Makoto is suddenly distracted by Toa's body, giving in to her request, but this makes Rinin and Mio glare at Makoto. Collecting the bug's eyes, the gang continue on their path, setting up camp and resting when it's dark, riding when the sun's out, and battling through and collecting the material from monsters in the forest. With so much raw material collected, Makoto is reminded that he had created a trading company for goods, calling it the Kuzunoa Trading Company. Suddenly the gang encounters creatures with ruby eyes, quite a rare species. Asking that Mio deal with them, Mio gets annoyed that the others are asking her to kill the creatures, but not damage their eyes, head or wings. Knowing that he should deal with this himself, he learns that the abdomen is the most vulnerable spot, but the girls are scared he's too weak, as he's technically level 1 in their minds. Readying his bow, Makoto focuses, easily shooting down each and every creature, impressing the girls, with the elven girl in particular, believing that Makoto's bow is high-tech. Makoto is unable to explain that his bow and arrows are ordinary, as the others are too busy harvesting the valuable materials from the creatures. Finally arriving at Sieg, Makoto is re-registered, sad to see that his level is still 1, even after slaying those creatures in the forest. With Makoto asking that Mio wait for Tomo to have them both re-register at the same time, Makoto visits the quest board, spotting only rank A and B quests, looking at a special quest by the Rembrandt Trading Company in particular. Since it's special, Makoto can accept it regardless of rank, realizing that this quest is asking for ruby eyes. Suddenly Toa interrupts Makoto, telling him about her rank up during their adventure, pleasing Makoto, as he asks that they split the goods they acquired. Asking for one of each of the goods, and most of the ruby eyes, Makoto apologizes for hogging the valuables, but the others are simply happy Mio and Makoto helped them get here. Seeing everyone's sad faces, Makoto states that they should at least throw a party to celebrate their parting ways, which pleases everyone. With Toa offering to set things up for the party, Makoto exchanges contacts with Toa using their guild cards, which Makoto notes how high-tech this is, as all adventurers no matter the rank have access to a town map and monster encyclopedia, but it comes at the cost of a yearly fee to the guild. That night, Mio and Makoto meet up with the others for their party, at a tavern. Seeing that they offer meat, Makoto can't help but dig into a huge chunk of meat. Watching him, Louisa the Blessed Gunner, an elven girl that's rank A- and level 108, talks about how she can barely sense Makoto's presence or desire, amazed that she has never seen anyone use a bow like Makoto. Next Mio glares at Hazel, who is an alchemy master who's rank B+ and level 114, learning that Makoto plans to use the ruby eyes he acquired from their trip for a special quest he found earlier. Next is Renina, who's a dwarven priest knight, rank B+ and level 122. Quite drunk, Renina challenges Makoto to an arm wrestling contest, but is surprised when she's defeated by Makoto. Finally, Toa is revealed to be a dark thief, with rank A and a level of 125. As the party comes to an end, Toa asks more about Makoto's special quest, but upon hearing it's from the Rembrandt Trading Company, she warns Makoto about some rumors she's heard regarding them. As the two make their way back to the room they will be sharing, Makoto asks that Mio go on ahead, as he plans to grab the goods for the special quest, being warned by Toa that people that accept Rembrandt Trading Company's quest usually have bad things happen to them. Since Tomo is nowhere to be found, Mio gets antsy wondering if he and Makoto will get to share a bed, but when Makoto arrives, he simply sleeps in his own bed, making Mio regret not destroying one of their 2 beds. The next day, Mio and Makoto head back to the demi-plane, which Makoto is proud to announce that he's able to create the mist needed to enter and leave whenever he wants. Greeted by Tomo's fragment and Emma scolds Makoto for not acting more kingly, as he may be an adventurer in the real world, but in the demi-plane he is the ruler. Filling in the two on what has transpired since they were gone, Makoto learns that the Alks are settling in the mountains with the help of the orcs and mist lizards. The dwarves are helping with construction and repairs, along with designing new equipment, and as for farmland, the mist lizards are in charge of clearing farmland and guarding the village. As a final surprise, Makoto spots a huge area of land, being built specifically for him, designed based on his memories, which Makoto remembers Tomo had recorded a bunch of his memories, and this is what it's being used for. Speaking of Tomo, Makoto is sad to hear that neither Emma nor Tomo's fragments have been able to get in touch with Tomo. Suddenly Eld appears, showing off his new boots invention, allowing him to walk and keep up with the younger dwarves, but more importantly asked to show Makoto something. Unveiling his new leather, scaled and full-plated armors, Eld asks that Makoto equip one of them, but are all disheartened when Makoto refuses to wear any of them, as they are too heavy-duty and flashy. Instead, Makoto notices a thinner protective gear on the racks, which Eld states that Rugi was the one that crafted this coat. Makoto recognizes that name as the same person that crafted his Dropnir rings. Rugi reveals that the gear absorbs mana, just like his Dropnir rings do. When the gear is blue, it prioritizes physical and magical defense. But Makoto has the option to convert the gear to red, favoring mobility over defense. Trying out the gear, Makoto is sad to see the gear is already exhausted with his mana, but Rugi states that he'll make the gear more compatible with Makoto's vast mana pool. Meeting with Mio, Makoto is introduced to some of Mio's ALK followers, who are practicing appearing as humans. Seeing them gather such materials from the demi-plane, Makoto notes that the goods grown in the demi-plane are more powerful than normal. With nothing else left, Makoto heads to the Rembrandt Trading Company to complete his quest, but upon arriving, realizes that the quest isn't as easy as it seems. Sitting down with the representative of the Rembrandt Trading Company, Patrick, Makoto apologizes for not being able to talk, and instead will be communicating via his writing magic. Perfectly fine with this, Patrick's butler enters, as Patrick asks about how long Makoto's been an adventurer, as Patrick is aware of most adventures in this town, but doesn't recognize Makoto's name. Telling Patrick about how he has moved into town recently, Makoto reveals that he's rank E and level 1, aiming to join the Merchant Guild and establish his own trading company. Hearing this, Patrick gets mad, standing up and scolding Makoto for doing things wrong, only to ask Makoto to leave. Having heard Makoto's level and rank, Patrick assumes Makoto is using this meeting to establish a connection with his trading company, but Makoto unveils the ruby eyes, shocking Patrick. Instantly apologizing, Patrick notes the rare and well-kept ruby eyes, which prompts Makoto to ask why Patrick needs them. As an apology for his rudeness, Patrick reveals that he needs the ruby eyes to produce a special kind of medicine, ambrosia, that can cure most curses. Apparently Patrick's wife and daughter had been afflicted by a cursed disease, a type of curse caused by a witch doctor's ritual. Patrick was able to capture the witch doctor, but they were only able to find out that it was a B-rank curse, before the witch doctor had died. Wanting to help, Makoto asked that he be present when the medicine is made, as he personally knows an alchemy meister that'll speed up the creation process, and since it takes 2 eyes to cure one person, Makoto gifts all of his eyes, bringing Patrick and his butler, Morris, along with everyone to tears. Seeing every butler and maid act like family around Patrick, Makoto realizes he should give them some space, as Patrick gives him a receipt along with the time in which the medicine will be made. Heading to join the Merchant Guild, Makoto learns from the receptionist that there is a test to joining that can be taken anytime, involving a written test based of a guild manual, and upon completing the written part, Makoto will be required to take the physical test, asked to supply random goods such as empty bottles or even wolf fangs. If he passes both, he'll have to deposit a huge sum of money as proof of economic strength, but if he fails, he'll have to wait half a year before taking it again. Asking to buy the manual, the receptionist recommends just borrowing someone else's as it is quite expensive, but Makoto reasons a personal copy would be best. Having a look at the manual, Makoto gets surprised, making the receptionist feel bad, as she knows the test is hard. Surprisingly, Makoto asks to sit the test immediately, shocking the receptionist. Brought to a room, Makoto notes how he has memorized most things already. As this happens, the examiner enters, taking Makoto's manual, whilst handing him his test and starting a timer. Looking through the test, Makoto immediately gets to work, speeding through the test, as the questions are on par with kindergarten questions in his previous world. Surprising the examiner, Makoto wonders how educated this world truly is, but has no time to ponder as he's asked to pick a rank for his physical test. Unfortunately, picking rank A, Makoto is asked to retrieve 4 highly rare items, or items on par with their values. Unfortunately, Makoto must be at least level 50 to take on rank A quest, meaning Toa, the elf, the dwarf and the chemist he came to town with are actually quite strong, as they are all level 100 and above. Pulling out some items that he was given before he and the gang departed, the examiner is shocked to learn that Makoto has such connections, immediately welcoming him into the Merchants Guild. Congratulating Makoto, the receptionist asks Makoto to return tomorrow to pick up his guild's card, sending him on his way. In the meantime, we cut to Tomo, who is seen training hard to become a knight-errantry, slaying countless creatures, even bringing a crab back to the demiplane. With all the town's folks helping to boil the crab, Tomo slices up the crab, only to devour the plump meat with the villagers. Suddenly, Tomo gets word that Mio is looking through Makoto's memories, scared that Mio will see the historical dramas she hasn't seen yet, and eat them. Tomo rushes back to Makoto's house. Upon entering, is welcomed by Emma, who had fed Tomo false information about Mio, knowing that Tomo will show up. Instead, Mio is translating Makoto's memories, which was Tomo's job before she disappeared, and as a threat Emma states that she won't tell Makoto that Tomo had returned to the demi-plane, as long as she does her job. As Emma leaves, Tomo commends Emma's craftiness, as she thinks of ways to procrastinate. As Tomo and Mio catch up, Mio asks that Tomo stop distracting her, and that Tomo should report to Makoto on her return. Cutting to Makoto, we see him entering a bar, unsure what to order as a drink, and blindly ordering one. As he waits, he hears other adventurers talk about how a powerful Gain crab had scared away red bee swarms from a nearby forest. Unsure what creatures they are talking about, Makoto is finally served a yellow drink, wondering if it could be lemon, but all whilst this is happening, 2 people watch him. Taking a sip, Makoto is sad to learn the drink is banana-flavored, and not even that strong in flavor, which makes him miss the demi-plane's fruit. Following Tomo's fragment, she is seen sneaking some fruit, only for Makoto to appear through some mist, teasing her for stealing. As they both munch on some fruit, Makoto learns that the weather in the demi-plane has been all over the place, reducing the amount of fruit produced. Wondering what the cause could be, Makoto asks about the illusionary city he's asked his followers to work on, but Tomo's fragment admits that she doesn't know what Makoto is asking for, regarding the illusionary city. Happy to explain, Makoto states that selling fruit and equipment to the outside world may not work well, as people may not value the items, or there could be conflict as people may suspect something, with Makoto always having such powerful items. Instead, Makoto wants to have adventurers wander through a mist and into the demi-plane, gifting these adventurers with some free items, only to send them away. This way these adventurers will spread the news of this mystery town, and the rare items, allowing Makoto to more easily sell and integrate items in the demi-plane into the real world. Suddenly, Makoto is called telepathically by Tomo, who asks Makoto to come to her location, as Mio is going rogue. As Makoto rushes back to his house, he's unsurprised to see Mio demanding Tomo continue recording Tomo's memories. When Tomo refuses, Mio threatens to eat Makoto's memories with historical dramas. Asking to be caught up, Makoto learns that Mio was working on translating his memories, but had seen something in the memories, but couldn't see all of it, demanding Tomo to produce the remaining memory. Stepping in, Makoto tries to break them up, but they simply continue bickering, annoying Makoto. Raising his voice, Makoto calms both of them down. Makoto scolds Tomo for not reporting to him, learning that she had secretly returned and ate crab. Asking Mio about the mess, Mio states that she simply wants to continue viewing certain parts of Makoto's memories, showing him the memories. Shocked, Makoto states that these memories are of anime and cartoon shows he was forced to watch, but approves Mio's request, as he plans to have a long chat with Tomo. Returning to town, Makoto states that he plans to sleep here, as he has to wake up early tomorrow. Seeing Mio and Tomo occupy one bed each, Makoto states that the master should at least have a bed, but Tomo and Mio have other plans, wanting to share a bed with Makoto. Seeing this, Makoto reasons it would be best to just sleep on the chair, as Mio and Tomo have already fallen asleep. As the next day comes, Makoto meets up with Hazel, who's just happy to get a chance to witness the creation of such valuable goods. In the meantime, the two mysterious people watching Makoto in the bar, following Hazel and Makoto, stating that they'll stop Patrick from having his way. Cutting to a mysterious location, we see Morris and Patrick, torturing the witch doctor that had cursed Patrick's family. Telling Hazel about how he'll be helping out his special quest involving the Rembrandt Trading Company, Makoto apologizes, realizing that Hazel is afraid he may mess things up and make an enemy of a very influential company. Just then, Patrick and Morris enter, telling the two that all preparations are done. Taken to a lab by Morris, Hazel quickly checks the materials, as he quickly double-checks with Morris, who too knows how to make ambrosia. Apparently special medicinal liquids need to be extracted from the ruby eyes, but apart from that it's a pretty simple process, which Makoto is shocked, expecting it to take several days. Etching a ritual circle into the floor, Hazel begins chanting a spell to enhance his alchemy specialty, but Makoto notes how inefficient this ritual is, as it's taking too long. Using his Kai ability, Makoto secretly speeds up the ritual, allowing them to begin extracting the medicine from the ruby eyes. As they wait, Morris reveals that they would normally extract a similar liquid from the ambrosia flower itself, but it's quite rare, more rarer than ruby eyes, which gives Makoto the idea of hunting these flowers down and selling them for his own trading company. With one dose done, Morris rushes to give it to Patrick, allowing Hazel and Makoto to work on 2 more doses. Seeing Hazel nonchalantly hold the valuable vials, Morris re-enters, scaring Hazel and making him fling the vials. Immediately activating his Kai ability, Makoto saves one, propelling himself to the second one, barely able to save it. Morris apologizes for scaring them, but asks that they come speak with Patrick immediately. Meeting Patrick, they are shocked to see Patrick heavily wounded, revealed to be attacked by his wife, when he tried to administer the medicine. Patrick states that this is the first time she's acted like this, which makes Hazel think that the cursed disease must be causing his wife to purposely fight against taking the antidote. Wondering if it's even possible, Hazel states that if it's a level 8 curse and above, it's perfectly reasonable, which only makes Patrick despair further. Patrick reveals his wife has started hating the sun and begun rampaging more often, losing hair, turning frail, and eyes have become red, scaring him as she doesn't even resemble a human. Wanting to help out, Makoto asks to be taken to her, as he will restrain her and administer the medicine. Not wanting Makoto to get hurt, Patrick says that neither Morris nor the guards could restrain her, but Makoto exudes his confident aura, making Patrick, Hazel and Morris believe in him. Entering one of Patrick's rooms, Makoto takes a sample of blood found on the floor, using it to possibly lure out Patrick's wife. Asking everyone to stay back until he's restrained her, Makoto slowly approaches Patrick's wife's room, but is surprised when she smashes through the door, pouncing and swinging at Makoto, only to retreat and stand guard. Reminded of his sisters, Makoto remembers how his sister used to perform judo moves on him, copying such moves, to lock Patrick's wife in an armbar, immobilizing her. Calling for Patrick to administer the medicine, Patrick allows his wife to bite him, giving him the opening to feed her the medicine, instantly restoring his wife, Lisa, back to her human form. Up next, Makoto heads into Patrick's first daughter's room, realizing that it's dark, immediately activating his Kai ability, so as to not underestimate the cursed daughter. Locating her, Patrick is able to heal her daughter, leaving only the second daughter. Finally entering the second daughter's rooms, Makoto is surprised to hear the girl talk, but takes the opportunity to hold her down, officially healing Patrick's entire family. Thanking Hazel for the help, Makoto takes off first, as Hazel stays to continue to produce some spare medicine. Outside, Makoto spots Mio and Tomo, who he knows both just want to re-register at the guild. Before Mio can ask Makoto a question, one of the people that have been following Makoto encases the three in fire, but Makoto is able to escape the fire trap. With the two stalkers impressed with Makoto's movements, they are shocked to see Mio and Tomo unscathed, as they both wanted to gauge the strength of the fire spell, stating how it's laughable when compared to Makoto's. Out of nowhere, other strangers appear, numbering more than 20. With a smug grin, the leader of the pack offers to pay the girls to join their side, which Mio agrees to, as Makoto had telepathically asked her to sit out, afraid Mio and Tomo will fight over who defeated more, and destroy the town again. Now surrounded, Tomo gets fired up, but is instructed by Makoto to not kill anyone. With the strangers charging them, Tomo and Makoto take it slow, simply dodging and evading their advances, but after a while Tomo goes wild, using the back of her sword, as to not mortally wound anyone. With only the two stalkers left, they realize that they are in trouble, asking Mio for assistance, but Mio glares at them, as she doesn't want to speak to weak people like them. Suddenly one of two begin chanting a teleportation spell, prompting Makoto to rush in, canceling the spell, but also accidentally knocking the person out. With no way out, the final man, Lime Latte, reveals himself as the strongest adventurer in this town, readying his sword, which Tomo notes is a fine sword. With Lime approaching, Tomo easily disarms and destroys Lime's blade, tripping him, only to take her sword out to finish him off. Before she can knock him out, she glances at his memories, seeing children innocently playing in an orphanage, making Tomo stand down for now. Crouching down, Makoto begins asking questions, asking why Lime had placed a killing curse on Patrick's family, but Lime states that he thought the curse was meant to only put them to sleep. Flashing back, Lime reveals that he was talking to a fellow adventurer several months back, learning that the Rembrandt Trading Company has caused many to lose their jobs or take risky ones that may cost them their lives. Mentioning how some adventures from an orphanage Lime is aware of, Lime's friend offers a suggestion, which Lime was unaware of, that led to the witch doctor's curse, but he was led to believe the curse was a sleeping curse. Asking Tomo to check his memories, Makoto confirms he's not lying, letting him go, but first Mio takes all of his gold, as payment for sitting out. Several days later, Lime is seen apologizing to Patrick, who out of respect for Makoto allows Lime to go without a heavy punishment. As a way to atone, Lime states that he'll stop being an adventurer. Later that day, Lime is seen sitting under a tree, greeting Tomo, surprised to hear that Tomo knows all about him. With nothing to hide, Lime reveals how he had always been supported by his orphanage, and as a result when he heard that adventurers from his orphanage were dying, he was mindlessly tricked into doing something horrible. Asking Tomo about Makoto, Tomo states that Makoto is quite mysterious, but changing topics, Tomo offers Lime a position to work for her, and in exchange she will protect the orphanage that he loves most. Knowing Tomo is more than capable, he accepts, prompting Tomo to gift him a new sword, a katana, along with a huge lump of gold coins. Following Patrick and Morris, we see Tomo listen into their conversation, as they discuss how they'll have to intervene if Makoto's trading company ever overtakes theirs, leading Tomo to wonder if Rembrandt's trading company is hiding something. With Makoto and the girls all returning to the demi-plane, they all sit down and enjoy a meal together, but Emma suddenly brings up some bad news. Asking Emma about the issue, our trio learn that the lizardmen and the orcs tasked with protecting the demi-plane have grown depressed, knowing that they'll never be able to defeat their masters. Mio wonders if they should let someone else train them, but Tomo asks Mio to use her head, as the followers may think their master may have abandoned them. Hearing Tomo insult her, Mio suggests she and Tomo exercise a bit, but Makoto orders them to not fight. Wondering how strong these lizardmen are, Makoto asks to visit them himself, asking Tomo to rally them, but she can't be bothered. On top of that, it seems Mio's ALK followers are all individually strong, not experiencing any dissatisfaction, and have even begun producing medicine and experimenting with alchemy. Erecting his Kai ability, Makoto listens to some orcs having lunch, overhearing them talk about how Mio and Tomo are undefeatable, only allowing the strongest to even land hits. But Makoto is worse, as no one can even come close to touching him when he's using his bow, but if you're somehow able to get close, he'll simply create a massive explosion, sending everyone back. As the orcs chat, they wonder if the lizardmen feel the same, as different races never get to see each other train. Feeling bad about going hard on the orcs, Makoto wonders what he should do, but is distracted by Mio, who has taken a liking to tomatoes. Pleased to hear that, Makoto suggested boiling them, or even dehydrating and soaking them in oil. As Tomo meets up with them, she reports that her lizardmen are experiencing similar things, unable to overcome their weakness. Hearing this, Makoto realizes that the orcs and lizardmen are not talking to each other, which Emma states that species keep their tactics confidential. Pondering for a bit, Makoto thinks about what would change if the orcs would use the lizards' fighting style or vice versa. But Emma doesn't understand, prompting Tomo to step in and ask Emma if she thinks that the orcs or lizardmen would grow stronger if they remain how they are. Just then, Tomo gets an idea, which Makoto makes her promise will not cause any casualties. Gathering all the orcs and lizard men, Tomo sets up a duel between the greatest warriors from each species, in a one-on-one duel. Calling out a representative from each side, Tomo's fragment announces Agaras, the representative for the Highland orcs, and from the Mist Lizards Liddy. With both courageous warriors taking the fight seriously, the duel begins, prompting Liddy to blast Agaras with a wind roar, only to pounce on Agaras. Remaining calm, Agaras conjures a shield, halting Liddy's advances. Now on the offense, Agaras smashes his axe into the ground, blowing Liddy back, but Liddy takes the chance to carve up Agaras with his wind roar, moving in for the finishing blow. But Agaras had wanted this, grabbing a hold of Liddy's tail, only to slam Liddy into the ground, ending the battle in Agaras' favor. Seeing it as now as the perfect opportunity, Tomo states that although both warriors put on a good show, they are completely hopeless when compared to Mio, Tomo or Makoto. Picking the crowd's brain, Tomo states that they may be weak compared to our trio, but this doesn't give them the excuse to continue to stay how they are. Therefore Tomo announces that every 7 days, every orc, lizard, dwarf and alk will be asked to participate in individual matches, with a rank assigned to each person. Hearing this, the crowd fears that they'll be revealing their tactics to other species, but Tomo scolds them, as hiding their secrets are the least of their worries, as by ridding themselves of their ego, and learning from others, is truly the only way to even come close to our trio's knowledge and power. With Makoto chiming in, he too states that growing, learning and competing with each other, will allow them all to become true warriors, naming the system the Demiplane Rankings. Returning to town, Tomo and Mio once again compete to see who has the higher level, but unfortunately Mio remains the stronger one, with a level of 1500 and Tomo with a level of 1340. Seeing Makoto with the girls, the receptionist tells Makoto about how Lime, the rank 1 adventurer in town, had retired, and asks Makoto to find a suitable replacement. Thinking for a bit, Makoto says he knows a couple rank 100 adventurers, which Makoto then asks Tomo to train Toa's party, knowing Tomo is more than capable. As Makoto leaves, Tomo thinks about how Makoto's attitude when talking about Toa is serious, therefore Tomo deduces that Toa resembles someone in Makoto's past life. Knowing this, she reasons it would be best for her to train Toa and her party, and make them leave Makoto's life as fast as possible. Immediately brutally training Toa and the others, Tomo puts them through hell, tasking them with fighting huge beast creatures, but immediately Tomo is forced to step in trapping the creatures, as Toa's party are about to lose. Asking them individually, Tomo demands to know why Louisa, the elven archer and Toa the assassin decided to attack head-on, scolding them for being too reckless simply because they're high level. Next, Tomo questions Hazel on not using his earth and water magic, which surprises everyone, as he's only been able to use healing magic. Seeing as there is no other way, Tomo teaches them a strategy, asking Hazel to lay out a trap for the creatures, and Louisa to reposition herself, to shoot from afar. Releasing the trapped creatures, the party are shocked to see some of the creatures stuck, allowing Louisa to easily snipe them. But Tomo asks the party to be on guard, as there are more coming. Tomo instructs Renina the dwarf to tank the incoming swarm, allowing Toa to stealthily sneak in from behind and slay them. With this Tomo states that Hazel only needs to heal when needed, and cast water and earth spells to help with offense. With the party training until sunset, Tomo congratulates everyone, but sets their next goal of conquering a creature's den, filled with 100 of the same creatures they've fought today. Hearing this, the party states that they're still too weak, but Tomo states that she knows they are able to achieve such a feat, ordering them to rest for today, but tomorrow she expects them to report back to her, succeeding in conquering the creature's den. The next day, Tomo waits at the guild for Toa's party, learning that the den she had assigned is actually quite impossible for Toa's party. The location is known as Death Wish Road, as the location is near the Tinnarak forest, where many adventurers have gone missing. Just then, Toa and her members return, completely beat up and having used up all their resources, but they complete Tomo's quest, making a name for themselves in town. Cutting to Makoto, we see him ask Mio if she could hunt down the ambrosia flowers, asking Mio to search the Tinnarak forest. Heading to meet with Patrick, Makoto asks if he could borrow some of Patrick's housing space for his own company, which Patrick happily obliges, asking Morris to make space for Makoto. But Patrick fires back a question, having deduced that Makoto is attempting to hide his business from the kingdom. Apparently, Makoto had learned from the receptionist that hiding one's business is quite normal, but it's difficult to get connections. Since Patrick owes him a favor, he knows that Patrick would be more than happy to help out, as Patrick personally knows a location completely outside the reach of the kingdom, asking for some time to arrange such a location. Following Mio, we see her and one of her followers finally reaching the Tinarak forest, but as we zoom inside of the forest, we see several adventurers, exploring the forest, unknowingly having two mysterious people stalking over them. As we follow Aris, the mysterious girl stalking the adventurers that entered the forest, she begins looking down on the already defeated adventurers, learning that Aqua, the girl with her, had only immobilized them, disgusted that humans would enter their sacred forest. Following Makoto, we see the three girls attempting to help reduce his mana pool, but no spell is capable of reducing it whatsoever. Just then, Tomo's fragment reports that preparations are ready, seeing that the villagers of the demi-plane have set up a party, celebrating the formation of Makoto's new trading company. Giving a speech, Makoto gets shy, but Tomo's fragment brings Makoto a beverage cheering him up. As a thanks, Makoto pats the fragment on the head, but realizes that since she is part of Tomo, both the fragment and Tomo feel Makoto's head pat. Seeing this, Mio gets jealous, offering Makoto some food, realizing that she can take the chance to feed him, but Makoto unknowingly just uses his hands. Seeing herself and Mio hogging all of Makoto's attention, Tomo drags Mio away, leaving Makoto to spend time with the villagers that have gathered here today. Stepping up, Alkina the Alk introduces herself, showing off how she can maintain her human form for long periods of time, impressing Makoto. Since Alkina had accompanied Mio to the Tinarak forest, Alkina gives Makoto a full report of the different species of flowers and their respective coordinates in the forest, confirming that there are ambrosia flowers in the forest. The only issue is that there seems to be creatures living in the forest, so Mio nor Alkina chose to not take things without permission. Asking if Alkina and her friends are finding the demi-plane fine, Alkina happily states that her friends, Haruna is enjoying training with other warriors, Minato is participating in blacksmithing and alchemy with the dwarves, Hokuto is helping the orcs with construction, and finally Alkina is lucky to follow Mio around all day. Up next, Makoto talks to Liddy, who reports that he's been studying the other species' tactics, leading him to finally beat Agaras, his orc rival. Happy to hear that, Makoto learns Liddy is also training with Tomo, scared that she is monstrous compared to him. Sitting down with Baron, Baron asks about life in town outside of the demi-plane, finding it funny that Mio and Tomo try to fit in, but stand out due to their outrageous power. Wondering if Baron is getting tired of the demi-plane, Baron corrects Makoto, stating that most of the demi-plane has actually not been explored, therefore there is no reason to leave until then, plus he gets to serve Makoto to his full abilities whilst here. But Baron does mention how he is curious what humans would consider valuable equipment, which gets Makoto to suggest that Baron be the one to man the shop he's renting in town, knowing that Baron can speak to other humans, and learn what is popular. With such a valuable opportunity, Baron is happy to accept the offer. Finally, Makoto chats with the orc that he had healed, who was injured from logging. The orc reports that he'll be the guide, allowing adventurers into their illusionary city, which makes Makoto wish him good luck. Cutting to Mio and Tomo, they sit alone, eating on some skewers. Mio is quite sad, as she isn't able to spend more time with Makoto, but Tomo changes the subject, asking for her findings in the Tinarak forest. Right before Mio reveals her guesses on the people guarding the forest, Tomo cuts her off, asking that she only report facts to Makoto, suddenly realizing that neither of them can feel Makoto's presence. Within a second, his presence comes back, prompting them to rush in his direction. As we cut over to Makoto, we see him simply training with his bow, shocked to see Tomo and Mio watching him from afar. Seeing Mio rush over to hug him, Makoto asks if they are being attacked, but Tomo gets serious, stating that Makoto is using a very dangerous technique when drawing his bow. Asked to explain his thought process, Makoto states that he needs to focus deeply before drawing and firing his bow. Hearing this, Tomo is shocked, as she knows when Makoto focuses, he is intentionally erasing his presence in order to blend in with the background. Next he imagines himself as the target, which isn't normal, as Mio points out the only time someone can remove one's presence is when they die. This means that Makoto is appearing as if he's committing suicide every time he draws his bow, but on top of that, Tomo notes that his mana has increased. Tomo deduces that every time Makoto severs and reconnects his conscience, he is essentially dying and rebirthing himself, essentially doubling his mana every time. This would explain the increasing range of the demi-plane, but this means the goddess of this world will have him exterminated, as he's approaching the level of a god. For now, Makoto will conceal his mana when in the outside world, whilst Tomo has the dwarves work on stronger mana-absorbing gear. As Makoto calms Mio down, Tomo thinks about how interesting it is that her master is on par with a god. The next day, Makoto walks through town, thinking about how he's now unable to shoot a bow normally, without overthinking. As he wanders around at night, a bag suddenly flung in his direction, moving out of its trajectory, only to spot a demi-human, who he notes looks just like him. Out of nowhere, a blonde woman attempts to seduce Makoto, who realizes he's in the red light district, but before anything happens, Mio and Tomo drag him away. Brought back to their room, Tomo and Mio are pissed, with Mio blocking off all of Makoto's escapes. Both girls begin accusing Makoto of preferring prostitutes over them. Hearing Makoto stuttering, they both force themselves onto Makoto, but Makoto conjures a wall of ice between them, suddenly disappearing. As we cut over to Emma, she runs over to a tree, shocked to see Makoto hung upside down, with his clothes torn apart. Deducing that Mio and Tomo may be the cause of this, Emma changes the topic, telling Makoto that Rugi has finished crafting mana-absorbing gear for him. The next day, Rugi shows off his new mana-absorbing coat, linking several rings to it, to greatly increase the gear's durability. Suddenly Mio appears, asking to speak with Makoto, which he shyly accepts. Chatting privately, Mio apologizes for last night, agreeing to never force herself onto Makoto, unless permitted. Changing topics, Makoto announces that he'll be visiting the Tinnarak forest, to negotiate the ambrosia flower for his trading company, but Mio states that it'll be a waste of time, and instead she'll just forcibly take it. But when Makoto offers to have only Mio and him visit the forest, she forgets about terrorizing the forest, as she can be alone with Makoto. Now passing through the forest, Makoto and Mio make their way to the ambrosia flowers, with Mio spotting some adventurers following them, casting her web, so they don't interrupt her date with Makoto. As they approach a large field filled with ambrosia, they reason they should ask for permission before plucking them, holding hands as they make their way through the field. Suddenly Makoto and Mio are stopped by Aqua and Aris, pissing Mio off, as these people are interrupting her special time with Makoto. To make things worse, the three adventurers following Makoto and Mio appear as well, which Makoto recognizes one of the adventurers to be the girl from yesterday. Suddenly, Aris and Aqua accuse Makoto, Mio and the adventurers of stealing their land's goods, prompting Aris to suddenly conjure an ice spell, scaring everyone away. As Makoto runs away, we see the blonde girl from yesterday running alongside him, ordering him to protect them. With Aqua personally firing some flame arrows at them, Makoto is able to sense the attack in time, erecting his Kai barrier, and protecting everyone from further harm. Carrying Mio, Makoto runs alongside the adventurers, who demand that Makoto save them. Annoyed, Makoto suddenly hears Tomo's voice, chatting via telepathy. Asking if Tomo knows who the attackers are, Makoto asks if Tomo can help out, but Tomo refuses, jealous that Makoto is on a date with Mio, going as far as to hold her hand. Explaining his situation, Makoto says he'll allow Tomo to pursue katana making and rice farming as hobbies if she helps out, which she immediately agrees. Immediately coming up with an idea, Tomo asks Makoto to create a smokescreen, where Tomo can then create and drag the adventurers into the demi-plane via mist, where they'll visit the illusionary city, both protecting them and getting rid of them. Additionally, Tomo suggests Makoto feed her some of her favorite food, as she's currently in a sour mood. Channeling a fireball, Makoto shoots the ground beneath the adventurers, creating a smokescreen to allow them to be taken away by Tomo. Whilst Aqua and Aris are distracted by the friendly fire, Makoto cuts his own hand, feeding his blood to Mio, which Aqua and Aris find creepy, but this is enough to make Mio happy, complimenting the delicious meal she was fed. having just witnessed something strange. Eris begins casting a powerful ice spell, wanting to end this quickly, but as she slowly channels magic into her wand, Mio intervenes, slowly absorbing the magic, impressing Makoto. Following up, Makoto casts a bright beam of light, using it to distract Aqua and Eris, giving Makoto the opportunity to destroy Aqua and Eris's wand and bow, but to be safe, Mio ties them up. Whilst this is happening, the adventurers are welcomed by Tomo's fragment, having successfully made it to the illusionary city. With Aqua and Eris now bound, Makoto can clear things up, stating that he has no intentions of stealing from this forest, and instead is willing to exchange items of equal value. Hearing this, Eris and Aqua introduce themselves, offering to lead them to their village, where the elder of the village will talk to Makoto. Moving deeper into the forest, Makoto and Mio are taken to the forest ogre village, but Makoto can't help but sense a barrier looming over this village, one that Makoto recognizes. As they walk through the village, Eris states that the barrier helps protect their home, along with the precious ambrosia flowers, but they soon reach the elder's house. Greeted by Nilgistory, the representative of the leaders, Makoto learns that these people in the forest don't consider themselves elves, but claim to be forest ogres, drawing strength from normal means, whereas elves draw strength from spirits. Just then, Nilgistory's son enters Adano, who glares at Makoto only to scold the elders for refusing to accept that they are elves, even though they are descendants of elves. The elders reason that forest ogres create the woods, compared to the elves who depend on them, but Adano states that is irrelevant, mentioning how a dragon barrier is weakening. Turning to Makoto, Adano listens to how Makoto is only a merchant, here to trade goods, but Adano knows that if Makoto is capable of taking down Aqua and Eris, Makoto is more than a merchant. As Adano leaves, Nilgistory apologizes for his son's behavior, asking that Mio and Makoto stay, asking the two more questions. Taken to their room, our duo learn that there will be a feast held for them, as an apology for keeping them here, but first Aqua and Eris want to introduce their master to our duo. Suddenly, a nearby wall is kicked in, allowing Mondo, Aqua and Eris's master, to appear. Spotting Makoto, Mondo reaches out to shake Makoto's hand, rubbing Makoto's hand, able to sense something leaking from them. Out of nowhere, Mio kicks Mondo out of the room, stating that she wasn't able to hold Makoto's hand for nearly as long. As Aqua and Eris check up on Mondo, Mondo notes how Mio is very strong, but more importantly, Makoto is concealing a powerful skill. Later that evening, Makoto chats to Mio privately, asking Mio to personally investigate Adano and Mondo, as Makoto has a bad feeling about the two. Happy that she gets to pretend to be a spy, Mio sinks into the floor, but as she sits in a void of darkness, she thinks about how Makoto is becoming more and more impatient every day. As Mondo walks through the forest, Mio is seen watching him from the trees, noting how Mondo has fully recovered from before, but most importantly, Mio suspects Mondo is possessed by something, holding herself back from devouring him. At the same time, Mio catches something in her webs she has strung up, listening into a conversation with Adano and a mysterious person, who is revealed to be a demon. As Mio reports back to Makoto, Makoto asks that Mio and Tomo switch places, as he needs to confirm something. That night, as the feast begins, Makoto looks past the crowd admiring the performers, noticing Mondo and Adano, chatting privately. As Mondo gets more and more aggressive, suddenly a mysterious undead appears from Mondo's body. Turning to Adano, the undead absorbs Adano's life force, killing him, whilst also tossing Mondo's unconscious body aside. Seeing this, Makoto slowly approaches the undead, deducing that since the undead most likely has an immortal body, it must be a lich, which the undead confirms. Sadly, since Makoto knows its secret, the lich begins channeling a potent spell, stating that if Makoto evades his spell, the whole forest will be destroyed. Hearing this, Makoto takes the spell head on, revealing that any spell that affects his status is immediately neutralized, as he mimics Mio's spell from earlier, consuming the lich's magic before it can cast its spell. On top of that, Makoto strips the magic surrounding the lich, leaving only its skeletal body, too weak to even stand. As a crowd forms, Tomo finally arrives, helping Makoto send the lich to the demi-plane, so Makoto can talk to it later. At the same time, the elders of the forest thank Makoto, revealing that they had planned to assassinate Makoto during the feast, but before they can continue, Tomo butts in, greeting Nilgi story. Tomo reveals that she was the great dragon that erected the barrier around this village, asking everyone to respect Makoto, as he is now her master. Returning to the demi-plane, Makoto begins interrogating the Lich, learning that it wanted to study how the forest ogre operated, but Makoto is more interested in its reason for wanting to be immortal. The Lich reveals that it's striving to become Grant. As they chat, the Lich grows more powerless in the face of Makoto, recognizing his vast mana pool, along with his infinite potential, as the Lich hears that Makoto wants to learn magic from him, confusing the Lich as compared to Makoto he's nothing. Stepping in, Tomo states that she knows the Lich's definition of a Grant as a being that can move to other worlds, without being stopped by the goddess of this world. But Tomo reveals that she only knows of a few Grants that have moved to another world, and decided to stay, as these other worlds were far too dangerous. Hearing this, Makoto realizes that his parents were Grants, having moved to Earth, from this world. On top of that, Tomo tells everyone that there is less than a 10% chance of successfully moving to another world. Hearing this, the Lich begins to despair, as there is almost no chance that he can become a Grant and visit another world. Seeing this, Tomo suggests that the Lich becomes Makoto's servant, which Makoto agrees, offering to form a pact. Cutting to the adventurers, we see the three staying at a room assigned for them, humiliated as they don't want to accept equipment from monsters, but instead want to steal the valuable equipment. Back with Makoto, he is seen successfully forming a pact with the Lich. Everyone is amazed to see that the pact has returned the Lich back to its human form, a handsome red-haired man. With the Lich marking the third servant for Makoto, the girls begin trying to boss the Lich around, but suddenly Tomo is struck by a powerful force, falling to the ground, as she apologizes for making a mistake, bleeding from the head. Ordering Mio to stop and patch up Tomo's bleeding head, Makoto states that he'll be heading to the source of the explosion, asking Lich to accompany him. As the two rush through a forest, towards the village, Lich collapses, apologizing for being dead weight, as he's not used to this body. But instead of using his mana to keep up with Makoto, Lich offers to heal the village from afar, surprising Makoto, as healing magic is the opposite of what he thought Liches were capable of. As Lich begins healing the village, Makoto sprints towards the entrance of the village, spotting Emma and Hokuto, noting that Hokuto is not regenerating, not breathing and cold. Seeing this, Makoto gets a flashback of when he was younger. He had lost a pet, having taken a while to accept that the pet was dead. Back in the present, Lich telepathically communicates with Makoto, informing Makoto that he's been able to heal the ones lightly scraped and battered, but the ones in front of Makoto are badly injured. Hearing this, Makoto reasons that Hokuto must still be alive. Makoto immediately erects a Kai barrier around the injured, pissed that he can't use healing magic. But searching through his memories, Makoto immediately erects another Kai barrier, simply enhancing Lich's healing, as it passes through the barrier. Happy to see that Hokuto is now breathing again, Makoto leaves the rest to Lich, wondering why his mana is suddenly filling the air. Emma barely makes it to Makoto, handing Makoto an item of the orc assigned to guide the adventures in the illusionary city, but Emma points towards the explosion point, stating that Tomo's fragment and the orc are trying to stop adventurers who caused this. Rushing to the site, Makoto notices several mist gates, wondering if the explosion forced the mist gates to appear, dragging the adventures, Tomo's fragment and the orc all into different gates. Sensing something off, Makoto reaches to enter one of the mist gates, but he suddenly obtains the blonde adventurer's memories. Apparently, the blonde had intentionally tried to seduce Makoto that one night, but failed. We then see the blonde and her party, stealing the valuable goods in the village, but Emma had caught them, innocently asking them to stop, but was kicked aside. Next, Hokuto and the orc attempted to warn the adventurers that the items were too dangerous and need to be disposed of, but they wouldn't listen, leading the blonde to toss a bag containing one of Makoto's mana-filled rings, but unknowingly, this caused the ring to explode. Tomo's fragment attempted to subdue the explosion, but the power broke past her barrier, as we cut to the blonde, lying on the floor of an alleyway, barely able to remember what happened. Having successfully stolen some valuable items, the blonde attempts to get home, but suddenly a mist appears, covering her surroundings. Out of the mist, Makoto appears, glaring daggers at her, shocking her, as she has never seen him without a mask. Since Makoto can't speak common yet, the blonde can't help but slowly back away, as Makoto begins walking towards her, stating that the blonde was only able to survive because of Tomo's fragment protecting her, but even still, it's quite unfair for trash like her to live. Demanding that Makoto leave her alone, the blonde announces herself as a level 96 adventurer, but Makoto ignores her, pulling out his dagger, prompting the blonde to rush him. As her blade helplessly clashes against Makoto's Kai barrier, Makoto disarms her, cutting off her 2 hands, and kicking her to the ground. Slowly walking up to her, she begins begging for her life, but Makoto reveals that because of the explosion, Tomo's fragment, and the orc is now dead, ending her life. As he turns to leave, Makoto begins crying, realizing that death isn't normal, only to collapse to the ground, breaking down. The next day, the villagers hold a funeral for Tomo's fragment and the orc, which brings to light that Makoto truly underestimated the cruelty of this world. As Mio, Tomo, Makoto and Lich gather in a room, they all decide to give Lich the name Shiki, representing knowledge, or common sense. Happy to see Shiki pleased with his name, Makoto turns to ask Tomo how he was able to see the memories of the blonde adventurer, as that is a skill specific to Tomo. Makoto wonders if upon forming a pact with Tomo, Mio and Shiki, that he'll start growing dragon, spider and undead body parts, but this makes Tomo crack up. It's revealed that since Makoto had formed pacts, through contracts of control, no part of the servant will enter the master's body. But Tomo does state that Makoto was most likely able to use her ability, since he trusts her, as it's quite known that a master is able to use a servant's skills, only if they have a strong connection. Hearing this, Mio gets jealous, listing off times when she's been close with Makoto, but Tomo matches her energy, listing her moments with Makoto. Heading elsewhere, Makoto chats to some villagers, asking Emma to construct a barrier around the illusionary city, as a means to keep adventurers in, but also prevent weak and young villagers from getting in danger. Next Makoto asks about Hokuto, happy to hear that his recovery is going well, but Makoto asks for some of the Alks to change into their adventurer form, and live among the adventurers brought to the illusionary city, as a way to keep watch and gather information. Makoto then visits the dwarves, asking them to integrate a disposal system, where dangerous items are immediately disposed of, and valuable items are kept out of adventurers' reach. As the dwarves immediately get to work, Makoto visits the friend of the orc that passed, stating that he's personally apologized to the deceased orc's parents, but hearing this, the orc's friend states that Makoto is not to blame, as things like this do happen, and when they do, it's important to accept and make sure it never happens again. As Makoto and Shiki wrap up their rounds for the night, Shiki notices Makoto acting strange, but Makoto says he's simply been thinking about the future of the demi-plane. The next day, Makoto meets up with Patrick, learning the location in which Patrick has set up for Makoto. Seeing as things are ready, Makoto states that he will be heading out soon, planning to leave some of his associates to man the store in town. But first, he feels bad for lying to Patrick. Taking off his mask, Makoto reveals his face, but this doesn't shock Patrick or Morris, as Patrick was fine loving his family when they became monsters. Sitting down with Mio and Tomo, the girls are jealous that Makoto is only bringing Shiki on his travels, but Makoto reasons that since Shiki was a former human, it would help greatly, as Makoto wants to learn more about this world's humans, gods, magic, demons and especially Grants, hoping to learn more about his parents, since Makoto plans to attend a school in this world. As a parting gift, Makoto gives Tomo and Mio fragments of his memories, each containing hobbies that Mio and Tomo may be interested in, whilst Makoto is gone. Reluctant to accept them, the girls state that they'll work on gathering more species in the demi-plane, and help grow the store here in town, whilst Makoto is gone. As Makoto and Shiki bid farewell to everyone in town, they make their way to a magic circle, meant to help with travel, but upon stepping on the circle, the goddess of this world intervenes, transporting Makoto to an unknown location, leaving Shiki, Mio and Tomo, searching for Makoto's location. Cutting to Patrick and Morris, they narrate how there is news of nearby cities, gathering their heroes, to finally start a war with the demons. Looking around, Makoto senses bloodlust, barely able to dodge, but in exchange, Makoto loses some of his fingers. As Makoto looks towards his enemies, two mysterious people, a girl wielding a powerful sword, Sophia, and a young boy, Mitsurugi, both giving off powerful auras. Attempting to grasp the situation, Makoto hears Sophia and Mitsurugi accuse Makoto of being the goddess's representative for the humans, wondering why the goddess has sent a demi-human. Trying to communicate with Mio, Tomo or Shiki, Sophia notices Makoto distracted, rushing in to strike, but Makoto luckily blocks her slashes with his barrier. Even with his Kai barrier, Sophia is still able to knock him back, but Makoto reasons he should stop his bleeding first, using his bowstring to tie off the wound. With Sophia impressed with Makoto's skills, Makoto takes the chance to use his writing magic to ask why they are attacking him, a fellow human, but the two reveal that they have sided with the demons, making them enemies by default. Hearing this, Makoto projects his Kai barrier past the mountains blocking his view, realizing that there are both human and demon armies gathered. Not wanting to be caught up in a war between the humans and demons, Makoto wonders if he should escape into the demi-plane, but that would be too dangerous for the weak villagers. Needing more time to think of a plan, Makoto converts his blue code to a red one, prompting Mitsurugi to warn Sophia of Makoto's mana-covered body. Casting simultaneous fire spells in rapid succession, Makoto bombards Sophia and Mitsurugi, forcing them to create barriers of their own. As they are distracted, Makoto attempts to flee, but several swords appear, blocking and cutting off his escape. Seeing Makoto fleeing, Sophia with the help of Mitsurugi, chases after him, disappearing temporarily, only to appear behind Makoto. Luckily, the coat he's wearing is able to block a fatal strike, prompting Sophia and Mitsurugi to wonder if Makoto is being unfairly blessed by the goddess. Putting on a ring, Sophia claims the ring will absorb all of the goddess's divine protection on Makoto, but this only pisses Makoto off. Makoto states that he is not working with the goddess, which surprised the two, as they both witnessed Makoto enter through the goddess's golden light. Knowing this, Sophia and Mitsurugi reason that they should still kill Makoto just in case, but ask for his name, before they continue their attack. Introducing themselves first, is Sophia, the strongest adventurer in this world, and Mitsurugi, known as the Lancer Dragon, which Makoto remembers as an acquaintance of Tomo. Seeing as they are short on time, Mitsurugi and Sophia prepare to attack, but Makoto is now ready to counter. Taking off one of his rings, Makoto makes use of all the mana stored in it, creating a barrier for himself, but annihilates the surrounding area around him. Immediately after, Makoto erects his Kai barrier, scanning the area, to see that Sophia and Mitsurugi are still alive. Taking out a special arrow, crafted by the dwarves, Makoto creates a bow, infusing the arrow with fire, only to fire directly at Sophia and Mitsurugi. As the two rush to protect themselves, Makoto reveals the arrow's special skill, splitting off, but even still, the fragments burst past Sophia and Mitsurugi's barriers. Barely surviving, Mitsurugi spots Makoto now preparing a water arrow, ordering Sophia to lend him strength, projecting a water barrier, as Mitsurugi has a high water affinity. As the water arrow strikes his water barrier, the arrow begins creeping through, surprising Mitsurugi, as this means Makoto's water affinity is greater than his. As the arrow finally collides with the two, Makoto turns to leave, but suddenly Sophia appears, surprising Makoto, as he's unable to block the strike. Instead, Makoto, still holding his arrow, uses it to block the strike, but instead his arrow destroys Sophia's sword. Assuming Sophia would now give up, she instead rushes in, hugging him tightly, distracting Makoto long enough to allow Mitsurugi to create several hundred swords in the air, all whilst Sophia teleports Makoto and herself above the clouds. Letting go, Sophia teleports her way past the endless spikes, leaving Makoto to free fall from the skies. Focusing, Makoto begins firing spells at the blades in front of him, carving a path. Using up his remaining rings, Makoto channels a final water spell, blasting it at Mitsurugi and Sophia, completely parting the clouds, and creating a massive crater filled with water. In the middle of the crater, Mitsurugi and Sophia are barely alive, with Mitsurugi losing a leg, and Sophia losing all her armor. They can no longer sense Makoto's presence, assuming him to be dead. Waking up, Makoto is seen back in the demi-plane, completely recovered, thanks to the girls. As Patrick gets word of the war between humans and demons ending, we see Makoto and the others, all learning that the goddess had planned to have Makoto die facing the demons. Seeing the girls pissed at the goddess, Makoto reasons that he should get far stronger, therefore heading to this world's school, and learning more about the fundamentals will help him grow stronger. This time, the girls want to follow him, not wanting something similar to happen, but Makoto states that he wants to keep the girls' existence a secret, as the goddess may already know about Shiki. Changing topics, Tomo says she wants to introduce Makoto to someone, asking for her new fragment to come out. This time, Tomo states that she had used one of Makoto's rings to create this fragment, making sure this one will never perish like the last. Since all fragments have different personalities, Makoto chooses to name this fragment, Kamoi. Seeing Makoto grow so attached to Kamoi, Mio can't help but hate Kamoi. As the season ends, we see Tomo successfully recruiting the forest orcs, happy to see that Aris, Aqua and Mondo are here as well. Several days later, Makoto is successful with opening his store, showing off the dwarves' masterful craftsmanship, and the demi-plane's valuable items and fruits, which draws in attention from everyone, including Toa and her party, along with Lime. That evening, Makoto sits alone, reflecting on the battle with Sophia and Mitsurugi, noting how there were actually heroes fighting for the humans, but he brushes that all aside, as he's called to attend a party, celebrating the opening of his store in town. Picking up from the previous season, Masumi Makoto narrates how he along with Shiki will be heading to Rotskirt Academy, hoping to set up a store as a traveling merchant, along with continuing his search into his parents who had also lived in this world. Having decided to avoid using another teleportation gate, to avoid being located by this world's goddess, Makoto and Shiki mention how tiring it is, having to walk to the town of Rotskirt. Seeing as they have almost arrived at Rotskirt, Shiki reasons that they should rest up a bit and grab some food, offering to book Makoto and himself rooms, but when Makoto states he doesn't mind how cheap the room is, Shiki freaks out, stating that Mio and Tomo would never allow Makoto to stay in a cheap room. Cutting to Tomo and Mio, who have decided to stay in the demi-plane and take care of it whilst Makoto is gone. Tomo speaks up about Mio's cooking. Although Tomo praises Mio for trying to learn new skills to impress Makoto, Tomo can't help but point out that the meal she had just cooked was so dangerous that it knocked out Emma, Baron and Kamoi. Baron points out that there are crystals in the curry, prompting Mio to admit that she had placed a rare green mineral in the curry, having mistaken it to be the green vegetables that would be normally found in the curry. Tasting the curry for herself, Mio states that it doesn't actually taste that bad, but Tomo points out Mio can consume and devour any material whereas others can't. Mad that Tomo is calling her out, Mio states that she can at least toast some bread, but when Tomo challenges that statement, Mio is seen encasing a piece of bread with her purple flames, ashamed to admit that she doesn't have any knowledge of conventional cooking. Back with Makoto, we see him trying out a new type of blue meat, savoring the unique taste, but due to his ugly looks, the chef believes that Makoto is disgusted by the food. Apologizing for the confusion, Makoto is forced to communicate with the chef via magic writing, reminded that he can't speak with other humans, having been cursed by the goddess of the world. Chatting with the chef, Makoto is able to deduce that blue meat is slime, but Makoto spots others in the tavern eyeing and listening in on his conversation. Having finished the meal, Makoto surprises the chef, having paid for the meal with a gold coin, only to head towards the town's guild. Along the way, the townsfolk notice Makoto's ugly face, confusing Makoto for a demi-human, with some believing that he had been cursed, but having drawn so much attention, Makoto wonders if he should have kept the mask on. Attempting to sign up for the town's guild, the receptionist notes how Makoto is only rank E and level 1, but nonetheless, Makoto is accepted as an adventurer. Heading over to the quest board, Makoto spots a rank B blue slime hunting quest, reminded of the chef, but since he is rank E, Makoto can't accept a rank B quest. Suddenly, Makoto overhears a lady stating that a group of bandits by the name of Moon over the ruined castle is attacking her village. The lady adds that she is ready to reward any adventurer that is willing to save her village, but the receptionist points out that the Moon cult is quite a large group of bandits, and that it would take at least a month for the guild to gather up enough adventurers to combat the group of bandits. Hearing this, the lady begins to despair, crying out that the world's goddess is so cruel, believing that the goddess has cursed her, which Makoto notes how he too has been cursed by this world's goddess. Before Makoto leaves, he spots several scummy adventurers attempting to negotiate with the lady, but the lady stands her ground, storming out of the guild, passing by Makoto with tears in her eyes. Heading through the town's alley, Makoto admits that he shouldn't have paid with a gold coin earlier, erecting his Kai domain, only to sense several men tailing him from both the tavern and the guild. At the same time, Makoto also spots several men attempting to take advantage of the lady from the guild, spotting her calling out to Ito, someone that has been knocked out by the scummy men. As the men try to make advances on the lady, they are suddenly barraged by several bodies, spotting Makoto appear from the shadows. As Makoto easily cleans up the remaining men, he turns to offer some help to the injured Ito, but the lady is skeptical of the offer, believing that Makoto is a demi-human due to his hideous looks. Activating his healing Kai to heal Ito, Makoto thanks Tsukuyomi for granting him amazing powers, but puts the lady at ease, introducing himself. Apologizing for the rude remarks, the lady introduces herself as Lana from the Toppa village as well as Ito the werewolf. Surprised that an innocent beast boy like Ito could be a terrifying werewolf like the stories he's read, Makoto snaps out of his daydream, offering to help Lana carry Ito. As Makoto helps carry Ito, Makoto learns from Lana that her village of Toppa had been raided recently, and their strongest warrior in their village had been tortured and killed. Lana also states that she had been told to simply comply with the bandits' demands in order to save her village, but Lana reveals that other villages that had followed the demands of the bandits have been ultimately wiped away by the bandits. As Lana falls to the ground in tears, she's happy to see that Ito has woken up, asking if the guild is willing to help them. Seeing Lana break the bad news to Ito, Makoto thinks back on the cruelty of this world, sighing as he has no other choice but to intervene. Offering to escort Ito and Lana back to their village, Lana points Makoto towards the mountains, afraid that it'll take a while for them to reach the place, but Makoto simply picks the two up, leaping in the general direction of the village. Having arrived instantly at their village, Lana asks for Makoto to wait outside, heading in first to update the villagers on Makoto's arrival. Curious as to why Ito didn't follow Lana, Makoto learns that Ito isn't welcomed by Lana's village, and that Eto's true home is off in the woods. In that moment, Makoto activates his Kai domain, smelling blood in the village and deducing that the bandits have chosen to kill off more villagers. Changing topics, Makoto reveals that he knows Ito had pretended to be asleep when he was carrying him, as Ito felt bad from not being able to protect Lana. Advising that Ito must grow stronger to protect Lana, Makoto suddenly senses something in the forest, heading into the general direction of the forest, but Ito tries to stop him. Ito wonders why Makoto is going so far to help them, but Makoto simply states that the moon over the ruined castle is the title of a song he loved in his previous world, so he doesn't like it to represent some evil bandits. Cutting to Mio, we see that her second attempt at cooking has resulted in accidental poisoning of Lime, Agaras, Liddy, Akina, Aqua, Eri and Mondo, all learning that Mio had placed poisonous leaves, industrial oil and random fruits into her dishes. Tomo states that Mio should also factor in what each species prefers as meals, and not rely only on the rarity of a certain food item, but this only confuses Mio. As an alternative, Tomo suggests that Mio travel the world to expand her knowledge on the culinary arts, able to convince Mio to accept that idea, if it means Makoto will be impressed. Back with Makoto, we see him spot several bandits camping in the woods, listening in on them. Putting his mask back on, Makoto immediately erects his Kai barrier, removing all sounds within his barrier, only to fire arrows at the bandits. Makoto reveals that the arrows aren't meant to kill but instead they're laced with sleep spells, only to slowly approach the men. When one of the men tosses his blade at Makoto, Makoto's dwarf armor simply deflects the blade, but seeing as he doesn't want to waste too much time, Makoto conjures two balls of flames, shaping them into a bow and arrow, only to release the arrow in the direction of the remaining bandits. With a huge explosion, Makoto walks towards the injured bandits, threatening the bandits, only to disappear. Having heard the huge explosion, Lana, Ito and other villagers arrive on the scene, spotting the tied-up bandits, only to thank Makoto for helping them out. Having returned to town, Makoto meets back up with Shiki. Makoto learns that Shiki has booked them a room for 3 gold coins a night. Wondering if it's too expensive, Makoto learns that the heroes of this world are treated quite well by the Limia Kingdom and the Gratonia Empire. Just then, Makoto remembers that when he was fighting Sophia and Mitsurugi, apparently he sensed 2 heroes nearby, wondering when their paths would cross. Cutting to before Makoto was transported into another world, we follow Makoto at his high school, Nakaritsuhara High School. One day as he's walking through the school, he's stopped by Otonashi Hibiki, a member of the student council. Exchanging some brief words with Makoto, Otonashi watches as Makoto walks away, thinking about how Makoto is average compared to herself. Apparently, Otonashi since birth had been able to accomplish many things, even with the smallest of efforts. It's because of this that she believed that her life would be pretty easy and boring, up until she too was brought before the goddess. Demanding to know why she is in this mysterious realm, Otonashi learns from the goddess that Otonashi and one other person have been selected to defend the goddess's world from evil beings. Upon hearing this, Otonashi gets suspicious of the goddess's claims, turning to leave, but the goddess reveals that she knows Otonashi is bored of her old life, offering to give her an enjoyable life in this new world. With Otonashi convinced, the goddess bestows powerful magical and physical abilities, along with a unique skill to draw people into her. Finally, the goddess gives Otonashi a silver sash, sending her off before she can ask further questions. At the same time, in the Lemia Kingdom, the king had been informed of a hero that would descend and protect them, leading to Otonashi's entrance into the new world. With several days passing, Otonashi has slowly gotten used to her new life, realizing that this new world's land is very similar to Japan's. Apparently, demons that lived in this world had been pushed off into a section of the world, but the fear of the demons invading grows stronger day by day. Additionally, as of right now, there are only two great kingdoms, the Lemia Kingdom and the Gratonia Empire, that are capable of holding back the demons. Otonashi had overheard that the other hero the goddess was supposed to summon, wounded up in the Gratonia Empire, whereas Otonashi remained in the Lemia Kingdom. As Otonashi ponders about life, she calls for her sacred wolf summon, Horn, to appear, revealing that the sash she was given stored the wolf. Thinking about tomorrow, Otonashi is notified that she will be forming a party with other adventurers, happy to see that the king had already assigned her Woody the court mage and Verda a promising knight. The next morning, Otonashi searches for additional party members, noticing Navel the silver-haired ogre, chatting with Woody the court mage. Before Navel leaves, Otonashi asks Navel to join her party, promising Navel she'll get the chance to slaughter as many demons as she likes. With the sun almost setting, Otonashi and her party are assigned with escorting a priestess, but their knight Verda realizes that something is off. Heading to where the priestess was supposed to travel, Otonashi and her party spot the priestess fending off kobolds, a type of beast that grows stronger by devouring mana. More importantly, the gang are surprised that the priestess's barrier spell is quite strong, but seeing as there is little time, the members begin to act. With each taking a beast for themselves, but when Otonashi goes to slay her opponent, she holds herself back, not wanting to slay another living creature. Due to her mistake, Otonashi's kobold howls, prompting a swarm of kobolds to appear, all piling onto the adventurers. Standing there in shock, Otonashi is pissed at herself for causing such a mess. Not wanting her friends to die, Otonashi begins rampaging, mindlessly slaughtering the horde of kobolds. As the battle ceases, Navel praises Otonashi's spirit, since it's Otonashi's first time fighting. Just then, the priestess introduces herself as Chia, for the neighboring kingdom of Laurel. Seeing Otonashi and her members fight so bravely, Chia asks if she could join Otonashi's party, but when Otonashi and her members refuse, Chia cuts off her hair, threatening to disappear and blame them for her disappearance. Seeing Chia act so rashly, Otonashi disarms Chia, offering to cut off her own hair and Navel's hair to tease Chia. With all jokes aside, Otonashi praises Chia's barrier magic, offering Chia a position in her party. With that, Otonashi and her members have been defeating countless demons and monsters, until one day they encounter the massive black spider of disaster. With the spider initiating the battle, Navel attempts to sever one of the spider's legs, but no luck getting through. Only with the help of Woody does Navel manage to sever one of the spider's limbs, but before the gang can celebrate, the spider regenerates, spitting its web at Otonashi. Unable to react in time, Otonashi watches as Navel pushes her out of the way, wrapped up by the spider's web, only to be punctured. Riding Horn, Otonashi frees Navel, ordering her members to protect and heal Navel, but instead is forced to helplessly watch the spider pick off her members one by one. With Otonashi managing to get in a clean slash in, Otonashi unfortunately falls to the ground, wondering if her life ends here, only to fall unconscious. Luckily, Otonashi wakes up, spotting Horn and the other party members have made it out alive, but her defeat against the Black Spider has given Otonashi a clear goal moving forward. Cutting to several days after Otonashi had gone missing from school, we follow Iwahashi Tomoki, being bullied as other students found out Tomoki was a model. Powerless to act, Tomoki ultimately relied on several girls in the school to stand up for him, only to run away in embarrassment. Back at home, Tomoki immerses himself in video games, but gets pissed when he loses, dreaming of a life where he's overpowered and given strong abilities. Out of nowhere, Tomoki is also brought before the goddess, asked to save her world as a hero, and in exchange the goddess grants Tomoki various magical and physical abilities, a magic eye skill to attract people and silver shoes that allows flight. Tempted by the amazing offer, Tomoki wonders if he can gain any other skills, prompting the goddess to grant Tomoki immortality, but his immortality is only active during a full moon. Before Tomoki is sent away, Tomoki asks if he can modify his appearance, which the goddess grants. Having been summoned into the new world, Tomoki greets Lily Flaunt, the second princess of the kingdom of Gritonia. Just then, Genevieve, Lily's royal guard, appears, introducing herself as well, but Tomoki is surprised to see a female knight, accidentally insulting Genevieve. When Tomoki attempts to apologize, Tomoki accidentally activates his charming eyes, forcing Genevieve to fall in love with him. Seeing Genevieve act so weird, Lily takes Tomoki to assess his skills, only to show Tomoki his new room. Having assessed Tomoki's skills, Lily learns that Tomoki wields a magical eye of sorts, ordering her scientists to come up with a way to prevent themselves from being affected by Tomoki's magical eye. That night, Lily introduces Tomoki to Yukinatsu, the kingdom's alchemist. Intrigued by the appearance of the hero, Yukinatsu begins bombarding Tomoki with questions, but when Tomoki learns that Yukinatsu can summon golems, Tomoki accidentally charms Yukinatsu with his magical eye, forcing Lily to step in and separate the two. The next day, Tomoki is walking through the castle, when he stumbles upon Mora, the dragon summoner. Sitting down to have a chat, Tomoki learns that Mora had been brought to the kingdom when her village was attacked by demons. But when Tomoki attempts to comfort Mora, he accidentally charms her with his eye, but this frustrates him. That night, Tomoki privately asks to form a party with the 3 girls he's charmed, but this allows Lily to deduce that Tomoki is still unable to control his magical eye. Taking this opportunity, Lily seduces Tomoki, but as the two finish up their business in bed, it's revealed that Lily intends to use Tomoki to slaughter the demons, all for her mother who worshipped the goddess. As Makoto continues to travel to Rot's Guard Academy, we see that Tomoki, still positioned in the Gritonia Empire, is shown to have grown used to life in the new world. Reporting to Lily on his most recent demon hunt, Lily praises Tomoki's martial arts skills, happy to report that they'll be able to reclaim stolen land from the demons in no time. But Tomoki is clearly more interested in meeting the other hero from the Lemia kingdom that he'll be teaming up with to fight against the demons. Cutting to Otonashi and her party, we see them scope out the area of the land they'll be reclaiming, known as Fort Stella. Having set up camp nearby, Naval is happy that they've already secured their attack route for Fort Stella, but also reminds everyone that Gritonia's hero will be introducing themselves to everyone. Apparently, it's quite common for humans in this world to receive blessing from this world's goddess, before engaging in a fight with demons or demi-humans, but Otonashi is clearly acting strange, having heard that the other hero of this world came from the same world as her and is similar in age. With Otonashi heading to meet the hero from Gritonia, Otonashi introduces herself to Lily, leading to both Tomoki and Otonashi's members sitting down for a meeting. Lily takes command of the meeting, stating that they've currently received supplies from the King of Ion, but as for Laurel Union there seems to be less than expected support, due to nations' friction over Chia leaving her country. Nonetheless, Lily points out that their current combined forces is at least 5 times the demons they'll be facing, and once they are blessed by the goddess, they should have no issues winning. Before the meeting wraps up, Otonashi asks the reason for their battle commencing during night, but Tomoki interrupts, stating that his army has simply grown used to fighting at night. Not wanting to pry too much, Otonashi backs off, allowing Tomoki to ask if Otonashi has any requests of herself, but Otonashi and her members are quite flexible. With the meeting over, Tomoki starts the banquet, munching on the scrumptious food. Wanting to get to know each other, Otonashi asks Tomoki if they've met before, but Tomoki quickly shoots down that assumption. Knowing that she's definitely seen Tomoki before, she remembers a model that shared that exact same name as Tomoki, but when Otonashi brings up Tomoki's previous life as a model, Tomoki gets pissed. Asserting his superiority, Tomoki demands to know Otonashi's level, learning that Otonashi is only level 430 compared to Tomoki's level of 605. Not wanting to agitate Tomoki further, Otonashi agrees to speak casually to Tomoki, hoping that they'll get along with each other. That night, Navel goes for a midnight walk, only to spot Otonashi sitting alone. Hearing that Otonashi can't sleep, Navel sits beside Otonashi, asking Otonashi's reason for coming to this world. As Otonashi briefs Navel on her prestigious and comfortable previous life, Navel and Otonashi crack jokes at one another, ultimately leading to Otonashi thanking Navel for always having her back. Later that night, all the troops gather, prompting Tomoki to begin rallying and praying for the goddess's protection, but at the same time, the demons also begin making their move. With both heroes' army beginning to advance towards the demons, Otonashi finds it weird that there has been no difficulty just yet, even though Fort Stella had been known to take countless powerful lives. Just in case, Otonashi asks Woody and Chia to erect defensive barriers, along with casting movement spells. As the hero's army approaches the entrance to Fort Stella, a powerful demon steps out, curious to see how strong the two heroes challenging them are. Instantly activating a massive magic circle, the floor beneath the hero's army immediately crumbles, plummeting everyone into a massive hole. Luckily, Woody had reacted fast enough, levitating Otonashi and her members. As Tomoki's winged boots kick in, he floats above the giant crater, spotting a female demon casting an ice spell. Igniting his spear, Tomoki destroys the incoming ice projectiles, only to notice that his party had barely been able to survive, due to Yukinatsu's replica of Tomoki's winged boots. With Yukinatsu complaining about the weight of the other girls, Mora calls for her pet dragon to rescue them. With Tomoki and his members riding Mora's dragon, Tomoki initiates the fight, shooting a spear spell across the fort, impressing the female demon. Able to make it onto the fort, Tomoki orders Mora and Yukiatsu to assist from the rear, but suddenly spots a powerful four-armed demon giant before him. Instantly igniting his spear, Tomoki rushes the demon, but the demon giant simply parries Tomoki's strike, scolding Tomoki for not introducing himself. Ignoring the demon's words, Tomoki once again tries another strike, managing to cleave off one of the demon's hands, but the demon giant suddenly turns to block Otonashi's strike. Apologizing for Tomoki's rudeness, Otonashi officially introduces herself as the hero from Lemia, prompting the demon giant to introduce himself as the third general of the Demon King's forces, Io the Demi-Gigant. Regenerating his destroyed arm, Io unveils his right, chanting a spell that dissolves his ring, and in exchange Io removes the blessings of the goddess from his enemies within a predefined area. Hearing this, Tomoki realizes that his immortality at night is a blessing from the goddess, beginning to fear the idea of death. Instantly ordering his party to leave, Tomoki boards Mora's dragon, but before he leaves, Otonashi states that someone that flees from a battle is no hero. With Otonashi's party arriving to back up Otonashi, Io praises Otonashi's courage, announcing that he'll fight them seriously. At the same time, the goddess is sad that her heroes are losing, but she suddenly spots Makoto. As Otonashi and Io's fight continues until daybreak, Io commends Otonashi's resilience, but as Otonashi attempts to go for a killing blow, she is forced to relinquish her blade, falling to the ground, only to helplessly watch her party be beaten down. At that exact moment, the goddess had decided to summon Makoto to the battlefield nearby to fight Sophia and Mitsurugi, via a bright beam of light, but this light gave Otonashi and her members courage to continue fighting. As Mora and Woody heal up the rest of Otonashi's party, Navel secretly communicates with Woody, realizing that it's time she used her final trump card. With a dreadful look on his eyes, Woody enchants Navel's blade, only to hand and equip Navel with a rose sign. As Navel enters the fight, she instantly draws the attention of Io, having dealt several deep cuts in an instance to the demon. Seeing a rose mark on Navel's neck, Varda also realizes what Navel had done, but seeing as Io is trying to regenerate, Navel continues the onslaught, managing to slice off one of his arms. Amazed that he had never heard of the spell allowing Navel to grow so strong, Io attempts to catch Navel off guard with a kick, but Varda intercepts the kick with his shield, allowing Otonashi and Navel to attack. As Io prioritizes Otonashi, Navel manages to sneak an attack to Io's neck, but right as they believe Io is defeated, Io unveils his true form, instantly healing wounds and boosting his stats. Seeing as it's time, Navel orders Woody to encase Otonashi and her members in a windshield, giving Otonashi a final glance before Woody sends the party far away from Navel. As Otonashi struggles to learn what is happening, Verda tells Otonashi that the rose sign Navel has equipped grants the user immense strength, but at the cost of their life. With only Navel in the way of Io, Navel points out how she was blessed to have met Otonashi, charging at the Io, who gladly meets Navel's strike. Sadly, Navel chooses to implant her sword into Io's hand, casting a self-destruction spell that takes Navel and Io's life. At the same time, we see Tomoki feeling guilty for leaving Otonashi and her party, but Lily convinces Tomoki that he did the right thing. As the female demon checks up on the remains of Io, it's revealed that Io had managed to survive, learning that Sophia and Mitsurugi had been defeated by a mysterious monster. As Mio and Tomo are seen healing Makoto after his battle with Sophia and Mitsurugi, we cut back to the present, where Makoto and Shiki have finally made it to their destination. Following Mio and Tomo in the present, they are both seen walking through a forest, both wanting to meet up with Makoto. Holding themselves back, Mio mentions how she plans to head to the town of Korin to acquire some kelp for a Japanese dish Makoto likes. But Mio also reminds Tomo that she needs to head to investigate the location of where Sophia, Mitsurugi and Makoto fought. Tomo states that she plans to investigate the reason for the appearance of a massive lake where Makoto fought, noting how Mio and herself will be alone for a while, but is happy to hear that Shiki and Makoto have made it to the town of Rotskerd. Back with Makoto and Shiki, they begin exploring the town, wondering what sort of competition they'll face when setting up the store. Upon turning a corner, they see a crowd of men gathered around a girl, which Shiki finds peculiar, but Makoto knows that this isn't the first time he's seen humans bullying other humans. Realizing that the girl is acting strangely cold, Makoto approaches the crowd, but at the same time the girl attempts to leave, only to be shoved for being so rude. Attempting to stop them, Makoto asks for Shiki to speak for him, drawing the attention of the men gathered. Threatening Makoto and Shiki, Makoto notes how the men's uniform belongs to the Rotskerd Academy, but when he turns to Shiki, Makoto gets scared when Shiki asks if he can murder the men. Ordering Shiki to calm down, Shiki instead politely asks the men to leave the girl alone, stating that he doesn't want to slaughter them. Shocked at Shiki's threat, the boys take out their wands, casting wind magic and levitating, but Makoto accidentally provokes them when he asks if levitating is all the boys can do. Bored of the situation, Shiki takes out his wand, tapping it onto the ground, only to instantly conjure 4 rock pillars that target the men. Knowing that they shouldn't cause a scene, Makoto dispels Shiki's earth pillars, impressing Shiki as Makoto has already mastered the fundamentals of counter magic. Turning to communicate with the girl, Makoto gets annoyed that she believes Makoto wants something from her, but Makoto states that she is free to go, learning that she works at the Gotetsu restaurant nearby, where they serve great hot pots. Intrigued by the offer, Makoto realizes the 4 men are floating slowly to their deaths, ordering Shiki to help them out. With a single cast, Shiki casts a wind spell to help assist their fall, but out of spite purposely drops them. As the men look around for the girl, they utter the girl's name, Luria, only to run off, cursing at Makoto and Shiki. Knowing that Makoto just made enemies, Shiki states that Makoto should stop intervening in others' affairs, but seeing Makoto's serious glare, Shiki apologizes for questioning Makoto's intentions. Since Makoto plans to take the student entrance exam in 3 days, Shiki and Makoto head to find an inn, as once Makoto is a student, he'll be officially a resident of the town, where he can finally open up a store. Confused at what Makoto is saying, Shiki corrects Makoto, as the papers that Makoto was given are for the teacher employment examination, shocking Makoto as this was not what he had planned. Cutting to Patrick and Morris, we see Morris admit that he may have made a mistake when signing Makoto up for a position in the Rotskerd Academy. On the day of the teacher examinations, Makoto is clearly nervous, having no idea what to expect. Upon reaching the receptionist, Makoto asks if there are any office positions that may be available, but this only annoys the receptionist, scolding Makoto for being inconsiderate. As the receptionist looks up, he's terrified to see Shiki glaring at him, only for Shiki to use some dark magic, draining the life force from the receptionist. As Makoto attempts to stop Shiki from acting up, a female worker steps in, apologizing for her colleague's rudeness. Seeing Shiki and the female worker interact, Makoto fears that Shiki will start fighting with her, but suddenly she asks for Makoto's papers. Amazed that Makoto had been referred by the Rembrandt Trading Company, she states that since Makoto is applying to be a general tactics teacher, Makoto will be able to choose the difficulty of the examination along with the ratio of practical and written examinations. Overwhelmed by the woman's words, Makoto watches as Shiki steps in, personally choosing the hardest examination, which only involves physical aspects. Now in a room with other examinees, Makoto and other examinees are told that the exam will take place over 3 days, and they've all been assigned a feather from when they wish to return and a bell for when they choose to drop out. The examiner states that examinees are forbidden to fight with each other, and within the 3-day time limit, examinees are to gather a red, blue and yellow orb, in order to complete the exam. The examiner states they'll provide the examinees with weapons, but food will have to be procured by the examinees, but beware, there are monsters in the training area. Just like that, Makoto is sent to a random location, immediately erecting his Kai zone to inspect the surrounding area. Happy to see that there is plenty of food and water nearby, Makoto manages to also locate the other players, but notes how they are pretty far away. Just then Makoto spots a red orb floating nearby, taking out the instructions on how to capture the orb. Apparently, each orb upon being damaged by specific attacks will stop moving, allowing them to be captured, but if the orbs are attacked by incorrect methods, they'll explode and disappear. Since red orbs require physical attacks, Makoto lightly punches the red orb, but it explodes on impact. Spotting a yellow orb, Makoto fires the required magic attack at it, but it too explodes on impact. Finally, seeing a blue orb nearby, Makoto fires an arrow at it, as the blue orb needs to be hit by projectile attacks, but is confused when the blue orb is destroyed as well. Rereading the instructions, Makoto wonders if he's too strong, choosing to deactivate his strengthening Kai. But even without the Kai boost, Makoto destroys countless colored orbs. With it being already night, Makoto is sad that he'll have to spend the night, choosing to erect a powerful barrier that'll harm anything that comes nearby. Upon waking up, Makoto is shocked to see various monster corpses nearby, grateful for not being disturbed, but washes up as he needs to complete the exam soon. Choosing to check up on the other examinees, Makoto is shocked, not being able to sense the elf's presence any longer. Spotting a blue orb, Makoto reasons he'll graze the orb with the feather from his arrow, but upon hitting the orb, the blue orb teleports away. Annoyed at first, Makoto manages to successfully acquire the blue orb, but suddenly Makoto senses the human examiner's presence disappear as well. Managing to track down a yellow orb, Makoto focuses, slowly decreasing the strength of his fire spell, successfully managing to acquire a yellow orb. That night, as Makoto enjoys his first meal since being here, he senses another person appear in the training zone, but brushes it off, heading to sleep as he erects his protective barrier. Waking up on the final day, Makoto spots a masked figure dead along with the monsters, but suddenly the dead figure wakes up, tossing several knives at Makoto. Annoyed that the figure was playing dead, Makoto senses the masked figure hiding behind him, but reasons he should pretend to not sense him. Caught off guard, the masked figure manages to mount Makoto, going in for a killing blow, but Makoto nonchalantly catches and breaks the figure's blade. Having been cut and poisoned by the blade, Makoto learns that the masked figure had been hired to assassinate all the examinees, explaining why the others slowly disappeared. Seeing Makoto fine, the masked figure is shocked to see that Makoto had dispelled his dagger poison, frozen in place as Makoto had paralyzed him. Running out of time, Makoto decides to kick the masked figure far away, rushing to hunt down the red orb. After several attempts, Makoto finally acquires all 3 orbs, using his feather to leave the exam room. Shocked to see that other examinees are waiting for him, Makoto reports that he has acquired all 3 orbs, shocking the examiner as the examinees were meant to collect 3 of the same color, not different. Just like that, Makoto had been hired as a temporary instructor, but that night, we cut to the examiner speaking to a mysterious woman, revealing that they knew that someone had hired an assassin to increase the difficulty of this year's teacher exams, but Makoto was still able to pass, intriguing the woman. Being officially appointed a lecturer at Rotskirt Academy, Makoto is happy to finally get the permit to set up his own store, but Makoto also states that he still doesn't believe that he will be enrolling as a teacher and not a student. Not wanting to think about it, Makoto and Shiki head to the Five Irons restaurant, greeting Luria, who is grateful that Makoto and Shiki have been dining at her store ever since they came to town. With Shiki and Makoto both wanting separate hotpots to themselves, Luria notes how normally people would normally share a single hotpot, but at the same time, we see one of the students, Illumined, from earlier mad that Makoto and Shiki are speaking with Luria. With Makoto and Shiki thinking about how they've visited the restaurant for 5 days in a row, we see Illumined interacting with another mysterious student, both discussing something. As Makoto watches Shiki devour his hotpot, Makoto holds back his disgust, as Shiki is purely eating meat, vegetables and super sweet cream. As Luria serves Makoto his own hotpot, Luria asks about when Makoto will start teaching his first class, happy to hear that Makoto will head over to the academy right after the meal. Luria remarks that she knows someone at the academy, but before she can tell Makoto more about her friend, Luria is pulled away, as other customers need service. Sitting down to be briefed on his role by a lady, Makoto learns that he is forbidden from involving himself with any monetary transactions with students, but he's allowed to promote his business. The lady states that there are around 100 other lecturers in the academy and that lecturers are paid based on the number of students they teach, with each student adding 10 silver coins. Since Makoto is a part-time lecturer, Makoto is happy to start any time, aiming for a 10-student class, whereas the maximum per class is 30 students. Surprised, the lady states that normally lecturers would want to fill out their classes as soon as possible, but Makoto states that he wants to start small and work on his teaching skills before expanding. Just then, Blight, another fellow lecturer, joins them, praising Makoto for being so level-headed with his approach to teaching. Upon hearing that Makoto will be teaching magic, Blight reveals that he personally teaches combat techniques, offering to send over 10 students that may be interested in Makoto's teachings. Blight states that the students this year are amazing as they can use telepathy and levitation magic, but hearing this, Makoto fears that he'll run into the same students from earlier, thrown off when he hears Blight is curious as to how strong Makoto truly is. Heading to the library, Makoto is amazed by the sheer size of the library, running into the librarian who asks if she can help Makoto out. Since Shiki is trying to acquire a facility permit, Makoto asks if there are any books on magic spells, but when the librarian reveals that she knows Makoto's name, Makoto instantly erects a barrier, leaping back and demanding to know how the librarian knows his name. Dancing around the question, the librarian states that she had learned from an examiner that Makoto was special, but seeing Makoto is still not satisfied, the librarian reveals that Luria is her sister. The librarian states that Luria had told her everything about Makoto and Shiki's weird habits when eating hotpot, but hearing this Makoto relaxes, realizing that the librarian does look like Luria. Catching Makoto judging her breast size, the librarian introduces herself as Eva, but Makoto wonders what Eva is hiding, as Eva reminds Makoto of Mio. Cutting to the port town of Korin, we see Mio chatting with Beretta, asking Beretta to teach her the basics of using a knife. With Mio promising to not to think of a knife as a weapon, Mio is amazed at Beretta's knife work, learning that the technique stems from Laurel. With 1 week passing by, we cut to several students making their way towards Makoto's class, discussing rumors they heard about Makoto. The students utter that they've heard Makoto can only communicate via magical text and has an assistant, but some of the students could care less as long as Makoto is strong. The students also mention how they heard Makoto might be a demi-human due to his looks, but as we pan out, we see Makoto listening in on the students gossiping, sad to see that there are already rumors spreading about him. Knowing that he should be stern with his students, Makoto waits for the students sent by Blight to arrive on the training field where Makoto's class will be held. With Shiki introducing himself first, Shiki instantly charms the girls, but as Makoto talks a little about his backstory as a merchant and owning a store in town, the students can't help but focus on Makoto's hideous face. Starting the class, Makoto states he'll be helping them with magic, singling out each student and asking them whether they can hone their various elemental affinities to the same level. Makoto continues to berate the students, stating that they mustn't focus on mastering a single element as once an enemy figures out their affinity, they'll be useless in battle. Upon hearing that Makoto wants them to master at least 3 elements, they begin questioning Makoto's teachings, demanding to know if Makoto himself is capable of such things. With Shiki smirking, Makoto states that he and Shiki will be conducting a mock battle, prompting Shiki to reveal his powerful staff. Immediately, the students sense immense power from Shiki's staff, but they wonder how Makoto will survive, sensing no magic at all from Makoto. As the duel begins, Shiki ignites his staff, rushing Makoto, but Shiki's staff is stopped by a powerful barrier. As Shiki attempts to barrage Makoto's barrier with strikes, Makoto commends Shiki's growth, but Shiki reveals that he had been training under Mio and Tomo. Seeing Shiki getting too close, Makoto begins channeling a fireball, sending it directly at Shiki, but is impressed when Shiki barely blocks the spell. Needing time to recover, Shiki conjures up several rock pillars, but Makoto easily breaks through the rocks, shocking the students with his immense power. Attempting to toss an earth spell at Shiki, Makoto is impressed that Shiki easily dispelled his earth magic, immediately following it up with a simultaneous cast of a fire and water arrow. Knowing that they can't fight forever, Shiki begins channeling a powerful light magic spell, whereas Makoto chooses to cast a dark magic spell. With both spells colliding, the students spot that Makoto had closed in on Shiki, ultimately taking the win. Seeing the students too stunned to speak, Makoto states that the first lesson is over, asking the students that want to learn to come for his next class, but for those too scared to leave. As Makoto leaves, Shiki stays to heal any injured. As the students begin to reevaluate their helplessness when compared to Shiki, we see the boys are ecstatic to be able to learn from such powerful people, but when the girls grow hesitant, Shiki steps in, nonchalantly charming and healing any wounds they had. Cutting to Tomo, we see Tomo investigating the sudden appearance of the Star Lake, amused that it was Makoto's powerful water arrow that ultimately morphed the entire terrain of the battlefield. With Makoto's next class commencing, he's impressed that 5 students stuck around. They go as follows. Mithra Casper's parents are both Celtics, prefers wind magic and has pretty good grades. Dana has a wife, even though he's still so young and prefers water magic. Abelia Hopley prefers fire magic and has relations with another student that shares the name Hopley and has connections to the kingdom of Lemia. Azumo Kusakabe specializes in wind magic, and finally Jin Rohan strives to be a swordsman with excellent combat skills. Before the class starts, the students wonder why Makoto doesn't speak, even though they saw him chanting a spell during his fight against Shiki. Makoto reveals that due to a curse, he can't speak to other humans, but can still speak. Starting the class, Makoto asks what they know about mana depletion, prompting the students to state that at 50%, there will be mental and physical fatigue. At 20% the body will be unable to move, and when it reaches 0, a person may vomit, pass out and in some cases die. Seeing as the students are aware of such facts, Makoto states that they will be testing the limits of their bodies today, ordering all the students to exhaust their mana on him. With Kusakabe and Dana being the first to give up, we see that Abelia tries to force herself past her limits, but Shiki intervenes right as Abelia begins to throw up. With only Jin and Mithra left, Mithra chooses to give Jin the rest of his mana, allowing Jin to muster up the strength to charge at Makoto, but has no luck, easily knocked out. Seeing as no one managed to land a single strike, Makoto asks them to reflect and report back to him on what they learned on limit testing today. Cutting elsewhere, we see Ilungand Hopley be revealed as knowing Abelia Hopley, easily defeating his sparring partner, but is distracted as the mysterious student had handed him a mysterious potion that'll boost his physical and magical powers. But that evening, as Ilungand walks through the school, Ilungand realizes that Makoto and Shiki are lecturers at his school. That night, Makoto and Shiki review the students' combat performance, noting how Kusakabe can use complex spells, Dana is smart and makes good judgments fast, Abelia can mix magical and physical attacks, Mithra tends to sacrifice himself for his comrades, and Jin was the last to run out of stamina and mana. Based on the feedback, Makoto believes that Jin is a competent leader, but at the same time, we follow Blight speaking to a member of the Assassin's Guild, demanding that they get rid of Makoto already. With 2 weeks passing by, Makoto reveals his new Kuzunoa store in Rotskird, but sadly he has to fire Aris and Aqua as they need more people back at the original store in Sieg. As both Aqua and Aris beg Makoto to let them stay, Makoto eventually gives in, telling the girls about the new various items they have in store. Makoto states that he intends to promote his new store by marketing it as a pharmaceutical and general store that opens till late, planning on operating till midnight. Makoto tells the girls that they'll be taking turns manning the stores, and that he'll provide the girls meals, piquing their interest. On top of that, Makoto says there will be no manager bossing them around, as they are still quite a new store, selling the girls on working at his new shop. As Makoto heads back to the academy, he notes how his new store and classes are going well, but unfortunately he's gained lots of attention from female students, all begging to marry Makoto, having heard of his overwhelming strength in combat along with opening a new business. Thinking about marriage, Makoto brings out a photo of his parents, only to realize Eva is behind Makoto, asking Makoto who the people in the picture are. Not wanting to tell Eva everything, Makoto simply tells Eva that two people are quite important to him and they are married, both caring dearly for each other. Hearing Makoto confused about the concept of marriage, Eva mentions that most students are children of nobles and merchants, therefore marriage is used to gain status or wealth. Hearing this, Makoto gets uncomfortable, as the students are used as tools for their parents' benefit, but Eva finds Makoto's reaction cute, as it's a common thing around the world, but this makes Makoto realize how lucky he is that Tomo and Mio want to marry Makoto out of love. Cutting to Lime, we see him reporting these findings on what transpired around the area where Makoto fought Sophia and Mitsurugi. Lime reveals that the dragon Laika the waterfall was fighting before people raided Fort Stella, suspecting Sophia to be the one to slay the waterfall dragon. Lime also asks if Tomo had figured out what the rings that strip users of the goddess protection came from, but Tomo sadly says she hasn't, but has figured out who created the massive lake. Before Lime and Tomo can utter that it was Makoto's doing, they both suddenly sense people outside, calling out to see who it was. The voice outside reveals that they had sensed that Lime was carrying a powerful sword, but as they both ready to engage whoever's outside, we see Lily, Mora and Tomoki greet them. Diffusing the situation, Tomo and Lime introduce themselves, uttering that they work for the Kuzunoa Trading Company, explaining Lime's rare sword. Tomoki notes how Tomo's speaking is familiar, asking how old Tomo is, but Tomo fires back, noting how rude Tomoki is, asking for Tomoki to introduce himself first. Apologizing for Tomoki's rudeness, Lily introduces Tomoki, Mora and herself, implying that Tomoki is the hero for the Gratona Kingdom and herself is the second princess. Lily reveals that they are here to investigate the sudden appearance of the lake near where they fought, but seeing Tomo's katana, Tomoki asks to hold it, snatching it out of Tomo's hands, only to attempt to unsheath it. When Tomoki fails, Tomo reveals that only she can use the blade, instantly snatching the blade back, only to unveil the sword's beauty, having named it Shirafuji. Seeing the blade's power, Lily offers to purchase Tomo's blade, but Tomo only smirks, revealing that she knows Lily is trying to replicate the blade's power for her own kingdom. Annoyed, Tomoki uses his charming eye on Lime, prompting Lime to offer his katana to Tomoki, but Tomo instantly shoots that thought down. Turning to Tomo, Tomoki uses his eye on Tomo, but Tomoki's eye has no effect on Tomo, and instead Tomo feels disgusted that Tomoki is staring at her. Having deduced that Tomo is a dragon, Mora states that she knows Tomo's true identity, making Lily think Tomo is Laika the waterfall dragon, but Tomo had read Lily's mind, telling Lily that she isn't Laika. Activating her powers, Mora commands Tomo to serve her, but Tomo smirks, revealing that she knows Mora is a dragon summoner. Roaring, Tomo forces Mora onto her knees, whilst also dispelling Tomoki's mind control on Lime. Pissed off, Tomoki pierces Lime with his spear, slamming Lime into a nearby wall, but Tomo notes how pathetically childish Tomoki is acting. As Tomoki goes to strike Tomo, Tomo unveils her red mist, enshrouding her position, warning Lily specifically to not act rash, or else the hero will disappear. Lily realizes that Tomo is a dragon capable of mind reading and illusion magic, but Tomoki can only think about taming Tomo for himself. Having escaped, Lime apologizes to Tomo, having easily been controlled by their enemies, but Tomo cheers Lime up, offering to train and make him stronger. Cutting to Mio, we see her on the beach of Korin, nibbling on some seaweed. Suddenly, Otonashi's pet wolf, Horn, attacks Mio, pissing Mio off as Mio slashes at Horn, only for Otonashi to tackle Horn, both evading Mio's slash. Before Mio can slaughter both of them, Otonashi rushes to apologize, checking to see if Mio is hurt. Surprised that Otonashi is worried for her, Otonashi calls back Horn, revealing that Horn is her spirit wolf, but she doesn't know anything else, reminding Mio of Makoto. As an apology for Horn attacking Mio, Otonashi helps explain the difference between kelp and seaweed, which Mio really appreciates as she can now cook a delicious soup for Makoto. As Mio spends 2 days with Otonashi and her party, Mio picks up various cooking techniques from Otonashi, but Woody knows that Otonashi has purposely hid the fact that she's the hero, having failed to protect Navel. Suddenly, Mio stops asking if Otonashi and her members are strong, informing them that there is a powerful monster ahead of them. As a massive mantis appears, Otonashi and Verda move to the front, whilst Chia prepares a barrier spell and Woody readies healing spells. As Verda blocks the mantis's claw, Mio is impressed but notes that their equipment is quite weak. As Otonashi attempts to move in close, Verda rushes to assist Otonashi, but is forced to block one of the mantis's strikes, shattering his blade, only to be knocked to the ground. Seeing Verda badly injured, Otonashi gets flashbacks of Navel's death, begging Mio to help them out. Scolding them for overestimating themselves, Mio steps up, instantly decapitating the mantis, shocking everyone. Happy to see that Verda is not mortally wounded, Mio is suddenly attacked by the barely living mantis, pissed that the creature had damaged her kimono. Unleashing her purple flames, Mio incinerates the mantis, conjuring her dark smoke to put everyone to sleep. Just then, Horn appears, growling at Mio, but Mio reassures Horn that she is no longer the terrifying spider, convincing Horn to keep her identity a secret. As Otonashi wakes up from her nightmare, she sees that Mio has brought them to Sieg, asking them to meet up at the Kuzunoa shop in town. Happy to see everyone is alright, Otonashi and her members thank Mio, but Mio asks Otonashi to repay her by teaching her to cook. Sadly, Otonashi and her members are here to train in the wasteland, but Mio notes how they are too weak to fight in the wastelands. Coming up with an idea, Baron suggests that he create special gear for Otonashi and her parties, and pay him back after, but Otonashi must teach Mio how to cook. Fearing that Otonashi and her members are still too weak, Baron suggests that Toa and her party join Otonashi's, guaranteeing nothing goes wrong. With Otonashi beginning to teach Mio on how to cook, we cut back to Makoto, who learns from Shiki that Tomo wants to meet up in person, happy to hear that Shiki will take care of things whilst he's gone. As Makoto enters through the mist to the demi-plane, Makoto suddenly senses something is off. Walking around, Makoto wonders why the demi-plane is so hot all of a sudden, which Shiki notes is weird as well, especially in the middle of the night. As Makoto and Shiki head to Makoto's newly constructed home, Makoto is greeted by many of the citizens of the demi-plane, flattered as Mio and Emma reveal that everyone has been waiting for his return, especially Tomo's fragment. With Tomo egging Makoto on to give a speech, Makoto shyly utters that he's grateful to be surrounded by so many hard workers, prompting everyone to raise a glass as they start the welcome party. Indulging in the delectable food, Makoto apologizes to Emma and Tomo, having spent way too long away from them, promising to visit more often. Just then, Mio brings over a soup for Makoto to try, impressing him as the soup reminds him of something he tasted in Sieg. Noticing Mio's flustered look, Makoto learns that Mio was the one who cooked the soup, even more amazed to learn all the food he's been eating was specially made by Mio. Complimenting Mio's amazing cooking skills, Mio can't hold back the joy, announcing that she plans to cook more delicious meals for Makoto, heading off as Emma reveals that a lady in Sieg is teaching Mio how to cook. Happy to see Mio has found something interesting to pursue, Makoto turns to Tomo, hearing that they'll report their findings to Makoto on what they discovered after the party. In a private setting, Tomo casually mentions how she ran into one of the goddess's heroes, intriguing Makoto as he asks what the hero was like. Tomo states that the hero's name was Iwahashi Tomoki with a similar age to Makoto, but he is a scumbag, overestimating his abilities and selfishly pursuing his own needs. On top of that, Tomo reveals that she had read Princess Lily's mind, sensing Lily had intended to create some sort of firearm. Shiki chimes in, mentioning how the heroes from Makoto's world must have mentioned handheld firearms, which Makoto knows isn't as strong as magic, but can easily be used for assassinations. Tomo mentions how the hero Tomoki along with his party were quite annoying, even considering wiping them out, but Makoto asks Tomo to simply remain to observe them, Next, Tomo reports that she hasn't found anything about the goddess nor Sophia the Dragon Slayer, but Tomo does jokingly allude to a demon that fired a single water arrow onto a battlefield, turning the flat land into a giant lake. Makoto now begins to report what he found whilst traveling and teaching students, but Tomo reveals that Shiki had already been updating them throughout, but Tomo does ask about other girls clinging to Makoto. Dancing around the topic, Makoto wonders why it's so hot in the demi-plane, prompting the three to head out to the forest. Shiki and Tomo mention several citizens of the demi-plane have gotten sick recently, hinting that it may all be because of Makoto. Tomo states that the mist gates Makoto has been randomly creating dictates the weather of the demi-plane, especially Makoto's most recent mist gate location. Makoto states that his most recent gate was near the academy, which was a bearable temperature, but Shiki states that there must be other factors at work. Tomo says she'll look into what could be causing the unbearable temperature change, warning Makoto to be more careful where he's traveling. Cutting to Mio, we see her sad to hear that Otonashi will be returning to the kingdom of Lemia, as Otonashi needs to fulfill her duties back home. Otonashi reiterates how grateful she was to have trained in the wasteland, and even be gifted such a marvelous sword by Baron. Getting an idea, Otonashi asks Mio to join her, but Mio coldly shoots down that thought, stating that she only serves her master, which Otonashi respects. Before parting ways, Otonashi asks Mio to visit Lemia someday, and in return she'll teach Mio some Lemia recipes which Mio agrees to. The next day, Emma shows Makoto the abundance of lotus flowers and white clover flowers they've been growing, reasoning that it'll enhance the demi-plane and allow children to play in it. Emma also reports that their harvesting cycles had sped up thanks to Shiki's earth magic, now able to harvest every 2 weeks, meaning that they'll never run out of resources. Hearing all the good news, Makoto states that they should continue to expand their population of species, which Emma happily reports that they have candidates that Makoto can interview. But first, Makoto heads to visit Eld, spotting a massive monster drop, learning that Mio had acquired the item from slaying a monster that ruined her kimono. Eld reveals that the monster was enhanced, having consumed a wind spirit, strange as even weakened spirits don't fall prey to any types of monsters. Makoto wonders who could have done something so cruel, but Shiki slowly raises his hand, revealing that he was the one creating these monsters. Apparently whilst he was still possessing the forest ogre, he had captured several mid-tier spirits and fed them to monsters to see how stronger the monsters would become. Begging for forgiveness, Shiki also reveals that he had experimented with several insects and crustaceans, explaining the giant crab Tomo had slain and eaten a while ago. Seeing as this is a problem, Makoto orders the terrified Shiki to report his wrongdoings to Tomo and Mio, only for Makoto to head to interview some new species candidates. Makoto notes that Tomo had elected an unusual species, Mio elected a species based on instincts, and Shiki chose a species based on their abilities. Emma states that there will be a representative from each species waiting for Makoto's arrival, making Makoto feel bad for having them wait, but Emma reiterates that they want to live in Makoto's territory, reminding Makoto that he is the master. First up is Shiki's Winkin species, who introduce themselves as Cocoon the leader and Shona the advisor, but Emma gets annoyed that they are flying above Makoto. Apologizing, Cocoon and Shona return to the ground, as Makoto reads through the Winkin's history, amazed that they lived in more remote places than Tomo's mountain. Cocoon mentions how there are plenty of resources where they lived, and that they are quite good fighters, pleasing Makoto as Makoto promises to treat the Winkin equally and give them suitable jobs. Next is Tomo's species the Gorgons, but Makoto is weirded out, seeing the representatives blindfolded, learning that Gorgons have a petrifying eye. As Emma orders the girls to remove their blindfolds, Makoto is amazed to see their petrifying eyes turn the table instantly into stone, reading that the Gorgons only consist of females, able to reproduce by absorbing energy from other male species. Makoto says he's willing to allow the Gorgons to live with them, but they must find their own male species to repopulate, which the girls are completely fine with. As Makoto reads over the duties to become a citizen of the demi-plane, Makoto can't help but feel the girl petrifying eyes getting stronger and stronger, ultimately reassuring the girls that their eyes won't be an issue. As an example, Makoto dispels the petrification on the table, applying a petrification resistance to ensure the table is never affected, amazing the girls as they beg to serve Makoto, but Makoto snaps out of their trance spotting Emma glaring at him. Finally is Mio's elected species, the Al-Elamera, species that are a mix of fairies and spirits, able to command lower-ranking spirits. The fairies arrogantly state that they can collect nectar and communicate, but before Makoto can accept them, Emma intervenes, scolding the cocky fairies for acting so high and mighty in front of Makoto. As the fairies mock Emma, Emma begins berating them, ultimately rejecting the Al-Elamera as candidates. That night, Makoto is happy to see the weather has cooled down, all whilst Shiki says he'll be working on glasses for the Gorgon's petrifying eyes, prompting Tomo to begin thinking of a training regime for the Winkins. With Tomo wondering why Mio would select such a useless species to join their demi-plane, we cut to several days later where the Winkins and Gorgons are now officially members of the demi-plane. At the same time, we cut to Makoto's male students gossiping about the return of some troublemaker students that are supposed to be returning today. The boys mention how the troublemakers still get good grades and are normally annoying to deal with for teachers, wondering if Makoto will ever run into the Rembrandt sisters, knowing that they only go after pretty faces. The next day, Makoto and Tomo are surprised to see that the demi-plane is now raining, confirming Tomo's suspicions, as Makoto's most recent mistgate is affecting the weather in the demi-plane. Mio reveals that the sudden weather change is affecting the demi-plane's fruits, prompting Shiki to report that the demi-plane citizens aren't reporting any issues just yet, but there is a chance for sudden storm or drought. Wondering if there are any similarities between the demi-plane's weather and his old world, Makoto asks Tomo to investigate correlations between the demi-plane and the 4 seasons on Earth. Before Makoto returns to Rotsgard, Makoto promises to visit more frequently, sad to see Mio and other townsfolk sad to see their master leave. Visiting the Kuzunoa store in Rotsgard, Makoto is happy to see the profits from the store, noting how they have enough money to hire more employees, but in the meantime Makoto rewards Aqua and Aris with some bananas, pleasing them. As Makoto returns to school, he's pleased to hear that Shiki has already finished up preparations for his next lecture, but Makoto is suddenly called by Blight. Blight asks if Makoto can give him 10 of his famous healing potions, reasoning that he stock up in preparation for when some of his students get injured. Blight commends Makoto's potent healing potion, being very effective and cheap, promising to visit Makoto's store sometime. With Makoto noting how he's becoming more accustomed to the academy, he's shocked to see the abundance of love letters he's receiving, ordering Shiki to help sort out the serious and non-serious letters. With a quick glance, Makoto spots a serious-looking letter, reading that it's a student's lecture application. Seeing that there are 3 applications in total, one from Karen Force, and the other 2 are from names he recognizes. With Makoto's next class starting, he asks the 3 new students to introduce themselves, prompting Shifu Rembrandt to go first. Apologizing for being absent during the first half of the year, revealing that she specializes in attack magic with elemental affinities for earth and fire, with the ability to conjure earth protection via the spirits. Next up is Yuno Rembrandt, the younger sister of Shifu, also specializing in physical combat, wielding a bow and spear coupled with enhancement magic. Hearing all of this, Makoto is happy to see that the plague doctor's curse has worn off on them, but finally Karen Force introduces herself. Karen mentions how she transferred from Husk Royal Academy, having an affinity for water magic, but just then Makoto and Shiki sense something suspicious about Karen. Before the class starts, Makoto warns Shifu and Yuno that he will treat the girls just like any other student, even though Patrick Rembrandt and Makoto are good friends. At the same time, the boys in the class begin to despair, refusing to believe that Shifu and Yuno are the same girls they knew before, weirding Makoto and Shiki out, having also heard of Shifu and Yuno's poor reputation at school. Apparently, Shifu and Yuno were arrogant kids constantly boasting their wealth along with being rude to all teachers and students, but Makoto wonders what has changed. Kicking off the class, Makoto announces they will be having special training today, asking the new students to stay put as Makoto takes the others elsewhere. Not alone with the original 5, Makoto reveals that he wants the 5 to face off against one of his summons, demoralizing them as they don't want to look pathetic in front of the newer students. Conjuring out a portal, Makoto calls forth a lizardman, revealing that he's friends with the lizardman, but before the lizardman engages in battle, Makoto orders the lizardman to hold back a bit to give the 5 students a chance. As Shiki watches over the lizardman and the students' duel, Makoto heads back to the 3 new students, declaring that Makoto himself will be facing the 3 together. Makoto adds that he'll also be poking holes at the attacks the girls will be giving, asking that they correct and learn from this battle, prompting everyone to get serious. Simultaneously, Yuno takes out her bow readying an arrow, and both Shifu and Karen begin conjuring magic spells. Firing the arrow at Makoto, Yuno is surprised that the arrow simply bounced off Makoto, prompting Makoto to scold Yuno for such a weak and predictable attack. As Yuno tries again, she has no luck breaking through, forcing Makoto to instruct Yuno to imbue her attacks with mana and enhance her body to fire the arrow stronger and faster. Just then, Shifu finishes her chant, launching a beam of fire that creates a smokescreen, only to be followed up by Karen's ice spell, encasing Makoto in an ice block. Makoto is impressed that Shifu has used her fire spell to block his vision, allowing Karen to strike Makoto with her ice spell, but unfortunately Makoto nonchalantly breaks free from the ice spell. Makoto advises that Shifu learn to cast stronger spells and that Karen focus on prolonging her ice magic effects, but just then Yuno attempts to land an arrow, but Makoto simply burns the arrow, scolding Yuno for such a pathetic attempt, especially putting everything she can into a single shot. Makoto orders Yuno to try incorporating her spear into her attacks, warning the girls that they must learn defeat before they can improve, but at the same time we see the lizard man execute a powerful wind slash. As everyone is blown back, Azumo counters by creating wind barriers around the other students, prompting Abeli to dash forward, igniting an arrow, firing it towards the lizard man. As the lizard man jumps back, Jin approaches from behind, but having anticipated the attack, the lizard man disarms Jin, ultimately defeating the 5 students. Asking the 5 to report what they've learned today, Makoto asks to have a private chat with Karen, all while the remaining students complain that Makoto is purposely trying to kill them. Speaking up, Shiki states that Makoto is setting tasks with the goal of having each student improve, jealous that Makoto is paying more attention to them than he is to Shiki. With Shifu and Yuno agreeing to continue to take Makoto's classes, Abelia offers to have everyone work together on the reports they have to write for Makoto, but the male students wonder why Shifu and Yuno are so friendly. Elsewhere, Makoto demands to know why Karen has been holding back, prompting Karen to reiterate that she was a military student back home. Makoto reveals that he had already looked her up, wondering if she is an imposter, but Karen tries to divert the topic by seducing Makoto. Getting serious, Makoto reveals that he knows Karen is a demon, having deduced so by Karen's skin and eyes. Unable to deny Makoto's claims, Karen tries to charm Makoto with her eye, but to no effect, giving up but warning Makoto to never call her a hornless demon. Karen states that she is using Karen's body, but it wasn't her that killed Karen but her allies, making Makoto feel sad for Karen. Karen is surprised that Makoto is not worried about speaking to a demon, but Makoto reveals that he doesn't discriminate as long as Karen stays in check. Makoto reveals that he can speak demon, asking Karen what her demon name is, prompting Karen to reveal that it's Rona, preparing to slay Makoto for knowing her secret. Just then Shiki appears, revealing that Rona is one of the Demon King's 4 generals, having personally run into Rona himself whilst he was still a lich. Makoto warns Rona to not act up, as Makoto has not only an army's advantage but also information on Rona, but seeing things escalate, Rona asks if they can change locations. Heading to the hotpot store, Rona asks about Makoto's trading company, shocked to hear that Makoto doesn't work for the Kingdom of Ion, but Makoto reveals that he knows some humans have sided with the demons, so Makoto being neutral is simply in between. Getting serious, Makoto demands to know why Rona has infiltrated the academy, but Rona dodges the question, prompting Shiki to reveal that Rona has the ability to charm and seduce her enemies. Shiki warns Rona to not touch Makoto, fearing that Rona hasn't picked up on how powerful Makoto truly is, but answering Makoto's questions, Rona states that she wants to stop the humanoid experiments that have been secretly occurring in town. Later that day, Makoto greets Lime, who has been sent by Tomo to help Makoto look into the disappearance for several demi-humans recently, believing that the Assassin's Guild is involved somehow. With Makoto bribing Aris and Aqua to help Lime out with some bananas, Makoto privately chats with Shiki, reassuring Shiki that he doesn't 100% trust everything Rona is saying. Makoto learns that Shiki and Rona used to exchange information, but Rona would betray Shiki countless times, being completely loyal to the Demon King and having a knack for lying. Shiki reasons that Rona is a weaker version of Mio, promising to keep an eye on her for Makoto. But changing topics, Shiki and Makoto head over to visit Shifu and Yuno. Amazed that the girls are so elegant looking, Makoto is happy to see the girls thank Makoto for releasing them from their curse. But Makoto asks that the girls not feel indebted to him for releasing them from their curses. As Makoto and Shiki head home, they are happy to see that the girls are changing for the better, but that night Lime tracks down the kidnapping rumors to an abandoned building on Academy grounds, unsheathing his blade as he suddenly senses someone appear behind him. The next day, Makoto learns from Aqua and Aris that they've lost contact with Lime, last hearing that Lime would investigate an abandoned area of the Academy. Aris and Aqua note how Lime has been instructed to not fight, which Makoto also adds that Lime is quite strong and smart, so Lime would have ran if he had the chance. Hearing everyone's concerns, Shiki speculates that Rona is hiding something, only feeding them information to make them do what she needs them to do. Frustrated at the situation, Makoto reasons they should head to where Lime was last heard from, but at the same time, we cut to Lime locked up behind bars, pissed that his gifted sword was taken from him. Turning around, Lime asks if the lady in the same cell is alright, revealed to be Eva, who Lime apologizes for dragging into the mess. Flashing back, we see Lime place his blade against the mysterious man's throat, ordering the man to not move, having barely been able to sense the man sneak up to him. Before Lime can interrogate the man utters that he's given up on reincarnation, suddenly releasing his powerful aura, forcing Lime to leap back. The man spots Lime holding a powerful sword, but Lime notes how the man is acting strange, reasoning he should contact Tomo or Makoto, but the man suddenly reveals a ring, sacrificing the ring and preventing Lime from telepathically contacting anyone. As the man slowly approaches Lime reasons he should end the fight quickly, stepping in close to strike the man down, but sadly the man nonchalantly blocks Lime's strike, following up by knocking Lime back. No longer holding his sword, Lime watches as the man disappears, alluding to some mysterious figures that will arrive soon. Fearing what is to come, Lime quickly gets up, suddenly spotting a figure in the distance, revealed to be Eva. At that moment, several figures cry that a test subject had gone missing, ultimately resulting in Lime's and Eva's capture, which Eva mentions she regrets even trying to save Lime. To lighten up the mood, Lime mentions how he knows Eva as the Academy's librarian, mentioning how he works for Makoto, as an employee of Kuzunoa Trading Company. Eva deduces that Lime is more of a fighter type, prompting Lime to wonder how powerful their capturers are, able to set up a base on Academy grounds. Eva wonders how they'll be able to escape, especially with the monster that defeated Lime, but Lime states that he's currently tracking the whereabouts of that man, having left a mark on him when he struck the man. Hearing this, Eva asks Lime to help her escape as well, and in exchange Eva promises to give Makoto some valuable information, and if Makoto is able to dismantle the enemy organization entirely, Eva promises to give an even greater reward. Curious about the offer, Lime accepts, unveiling his hidden wrist blade, Kazuguruma, a magic item Lime reveals only some know about. Easily carving open the cell bars, Lime warns Eva that they'll see something interesting ahead, both heading through the facility. Upon entering a lit room, both are horrified to see several demi-humans and humans kidnapped and used as experimentations, most of them drugged with the goal of enhancing combat and magical abilities. Lime reveals that he's still unable to communicate with the outside world, but suddenly unsheathes his blade, reasoning that he should put the test subjects out of their misery and destroy all the disgusting devices and materials. Cutting to Shiki and Makoto, they have made it to the last known location of Lime, where Shiki senses a dragon nearby, strange as Shiki is sure that Rona wasn't acquainted with any dragons. Hearing this, Makoto believes that it must be Mitsurugi and Sophia, which gets Shiki excited, wanting to slaughter the people that dare harm Makoto. Seeing as Lime missing makes the situation an emergency, Shiki gets pumped up, able to use Lime missing as an excuse to run wild, but suddenly Lime appears. With Shiki sad that he doesn't get to do anything, Lime apologizes to Makoto for being captured, surprising Makoto when he reveals Eva is with him. As Makoto returns to his shop, he reads the report Lime had given him regarding the underground facility, attempting to figure out who that monster of a man was that defeated Lime. Just then, Shiki interrupts, telling Makoto that Eva wishes to speak with him, and in the meantime Shiki will interrogate Rona for further details. Speaking privately with Eva, Eva says she'll give Makoto the information she promised Lime, but as for the special reward, Makoto must first eradicate the enemy. Getting serious, Eva reveals that when she saw Makoto's parents, she recognized them, surprising Makoto. Apparently, Makoto's father was a high-ranking noble and his mother was a priestess, both being married in a small state called Kalanion, located in the ruined kingdom of Elysian. Apparently, most Kalanion citizens were forced to flee the kingdom of Elysian, due to the demon war 10 years ago that ultimately favored the demons. Wondering why Eva knows all of this, Makoto is shocked to hear that Eva and her sister Luria are also from Kalanion, but Eva knows that only her and her sister were the only ones that managed to escape town. Unfortunately, Luria and Eva were deemed cowards, even wondering if they should take their own lives, but Eva reasoned that they should strive to take back the land of Kalanion, or at least the land that belonged to their family of Ainsland. Eva adds that she had approached the evil people, known for opposing the goddess and known for creating technology that made them thrive against the goddess. Eva reveals that she had quietly continued to investigate the evil people, until she spotted Lime and wanted to help him, but ultimately wound up captured as well. That night, Makoto wonders if the evil people are strong enough to wage war against the demons themselves. Just then, Makoto detects an enemy entering his Kai domain, which Lime rushes to report to Makoto as well. Before Lime and Makoto head out, Tomo and Mio appear from a mist gate, stating that they believe their enemy is quite formidable, prompting Lime to leave fearing he'll get in the way. As the man appears, everyone is shocked, hearing the man is actually the guildmaster for the Adventurers Guild, and apologizes for hurting Lime. With the guild master and Makoto sitting down, the guild master convinces Mio to leave, heading to prepare some fruit and tea. Annoyed, Makoto demands to know why the guild master is here, but the guild master asks Makoto to be more casual, threatening to reveal Makoto's whereabouts to the goddess of this world. The guild master asks Makoto to speak, amazed to finally hear Makoto's voice, but Makoto demands to know who the guildmaster is. Apologizing for the late introduction, the guildmaster attempts to introduce himself, but Tomo cuts him off, stating that the guildmaster is Ludo, also known as the Greater Dragon of Myriad Colors, Banshoku. Shocked that Ludo is still undefeated, Makoto remembers that the well-known Greater Dragons are Mitsurugi, Bakufu, Sazanami, Akari and Yamatoi. Ludo gets annoyed at Tomo intervening with his private chat with Makoto, promising to not play any more tricks, but Tomo unsheathes her blade, demanding to know when Ludo became a man. Apparently 300 years ago Ludo got bored of being a female, having had relations with a man and enjoyed it, wondering if Makoto would like to spend a night with him. With Mio returning with some fruit, she gets pissed learning that Ludo was trying to seduce Makoto, prompting Tomo, Mio and Makoto to prepare to slaughter Ludo, but Ludo diffuses the situation, stating that he would like to discuss the guild. Cutting to Rona and Shiki. Shiki has managed to convince Rona to investigate something, but Rona states that although she has accomplished her original goal, she'll at least get to see what Makoto is truly capable of. Back with Ludo, Ludo reveals that he created the guild around 1,000 years ago, having learned about the idea from his first master that was apparently from another world. Hearing this, Makoto realizes that he and the two other heroes aren't the first to be transported to this world. But Ludo also mentions how the whole guild leveling system was made to ensure the people transported from Makoto's world would have no problem following Ludo's guild system. Tomo asks what was the true reason behind the system, which Ludo states that it was a way to govern everyone, as adventurers would want to pursue a higher and higher level, but this desire is what thins out the overpopulated guild, ultimately achieving a balance in the world. As an Easter egg, Ludo mentions that the highest level in the guild was 65,535. Which Makoto recognizes was the highest possible number for a 16-bit computing device. But Makoto realizes that 1,000 years ago, technology in his world hadn't advanced far enough for computing devices. Ludo reveals that the elapsed time on Makoto's planet and their current planet doesn't actually sync up, creating almost a time travel phenomenon. But Makoto asks Ludo what are the chances of Makoto returning home. Ludo calculates that Makoto has a 1 in 10 million chance of reaching his home, suggesting that Makoto spend a little more time in this current world instead. As Tomo escorts Ludo home, Ludo asks what Tomo is thinking about, prompting Tomo to ask if people in Makoto's world only live for 100 years. Ludo sadly states that it's true, which Tomo reveals that she doesn't want to see Makoto leave them, only to live for 100 years. Luto mentions how he had been observing Makoto's extraordinary life up until now, revealing that the other heroes of this world have chosen to stay in this world, curious what catalyst will inspire Makoto's future, hinting that traveling between other worlds is possible. As Luto leaves, Mio appears, voicing that she too will follow Makoto wherever he goes, prompting Tomo to ask Mio to set her straight if she were to ever betray Makoto. As Shiki returns to report his interrogations of Rona, Shiki apologizes as Rona was able to avoid Shiki's questioning, by replying with threats, deception and seduction. Apparently Rona wanted to reveal Shiki's investigations, but Makoto wishes that Shiki would just get along, but Shiki states that he refuses to be friends with someone as troublesome and untrustable as Rona. Makoto mentions how Rona is actually quite useful, able to deliver what she promises, but hearing this, Aqua and Aris ask Makoto to reward them with some more bananas. With everyone weary of Rona's seduction, Makoto notes how people are growing skeptical of trusting other humans along with Rona. Lime points out that he hates working with hot-headed people. Shiki reiterates he'll never share a meal with Rona, and both Aqua and Aris agree that Rona relies on exposing her skin for seduction and that Rona would never appreciate bananas like them. Later that day, Makoto sits down for a meal with Rona, surprised to hear that Rona intends to drop out of school, having already accomplished her goal. Rona apologizes for leaving the rest of the investigations to Makoto, revealing that Karen Force's death will be announced after Rona leaves school, which Makoto knows will be a big shock for everyone at school. Rona mentions how the Fusk Royal Academy already knows of Karen's passing, thanking Rona for the intel. Rona commends Makoto for surrounding himself around good-willed people, but warns Makoto that sometimes rash actions must be taken to accomplish one's goals. Rona mentions how Makoto is a unique type of human that doesn't discriminate, offering to introduce the Demon King to Makoto, but Makoto declines. As a final piece of advice, Rona warns Makoto to remove the demi-humans with brown skin along with Shiki, but this piques Makoto's interest, demanding for Rona to elaborate. Rona reminds Makoto that Aqua and Aris are forest ogres that are quite strong and violent, revealing that they were offered a position to serve the Demon King, but had refused. Rona suspects that Aqua and Aris will eventually betray Makoto, but Makoto knows that he can keep the two in check, as long as he continues to give them bananas. As for Shiki, Rona reiterates that Shiki is a lich, commonly referred to as a larvas by the demons. Rona mentions how liches used to fight alongside demons, but eventually turned against the demons, warning Makoto of Shiki's eventual betrayal, but Makoto brushes it off, stating that the two would probably just get along. As a final goodbye, Rona hands Makoto a piece of paper, instructing Makoto to communicate telepathically with her if she ever needs her help. Reading the paper, Makoto realizes something, but Rona disappears before Makoto can ask her any questions. That night, Makoto consults Mio and Tomo, to which Tomo believes that the thing on the paper is connected to the cursed ring that removes the goddess's protection. Tomo reminds Makoto that Rona is still a demon general, meaning this could be her strategy to get Makoto on the demon's side, but Makoto reveals that he has already considered that. Just then, Makoto realizes Lime was able to speak to him, demanding to know why a human can speak with someone who can't speak the human language. Tomo shyly reveals that she had gave Lime some of her blood, making Lime her servant and part dragon. Apologizing for turning Lime into her servant, Tomo notices Makoto getting serious, stating that he intends to deal with this mysterious organization as soon as possible. Makoto mentions how he's also worried about Luria and Eva, which makes Tomo and Mio offer to help whatever Makoto is planning, but Makoto says he'll deal with things himself. Seeing Makoto's cold glare, Tomo is reminded of Luto warning Tomo that Makoto may change in the future, but Tomo and Mio agree to give Makoto space. Cutting to later that day, we see Makoto has tied up Mr. Blight, telling Blight that he had underestimated Makoto's influence. Blight yells that he has comrades all around the world, but Makoto reveals that Blight is no longer useful to his organization, as the Assassin's Guild hasn't dispatched anyone to rescue Blight still. Terrified that Makoto knows so much, Blight demands to know what Makoto wants, prompting Makoto to ask why a human like Blight is working against the goddess of this world. Smirking, Blight cries that he knows there is only one goddess that governs their world, and that the single goddess has helped and abandoned people in the past, acting without a care in the world. Blight also mentions that the goddess has caused many disputes and conflicts, not caring for the human race nor demi-humans, but as Makoto hears Blight's speech, he wonders if they could work together to take out the goddess. Blight declares that the organization intends to overthrow the goddess, demanding to know if Makoto is on their side, reiterating that so many have suffered and had been forced to hide away their pain, simply because they couldn't face the goddess. Hearing all of this, Makoto asks why the organization chose demi-humans as test subjects for experimentation, but Blight simply puts on a disgusting grin, declaring that humans aren't meant to suffer, so the demi-humans must take their place as test subjects. Having heard enough, Makoto approaches Blight, placing his palm on Blight's face. A few days later, we see hundreds of students gathered around the academy, discussing heading home over the summer break. Just then, Yuno and Seif discuss their plans for the break as well, nonchalantly passing through the school, as hordes of terrified students make a path for the two girls. Off to the side, we see several students and a tired Illumined watching the Rembrandt sisters, chatting about how Yuno and Seif had apparently begun interrogating the girls that have been pursuing Makoto as a love interest due to his wealth and power. With Ilum's boys uttering that they heard Mr. Blight had resigned, the boys suddenly notice Ilum acting strange, slowly walking off, only to reach into his pockets, seemingly addicted to a mysterious substance. Cutting to Makoto's students, they all discuss how sad it is to hear that Karen had left the school, all moving on to discuss how they'll defeat Makoto's blue lizard summon. Makoto's students note how the blue lizard is able to maneuver flawlessly due to its tail, along with elemental affinities for water and wind. Excited with Seif and Yuno agreeing to help take down the lizard, the students begin discussing battle formations, all heading to Makoto's last class before the summer break. As the lesson begins, Makoto shocks everyone when he reveals a female blue lizard, both equally as strong as the male blue lizard. Even with 7 students, they were unable to defeat this new obstacle, ultimately defeated. With summer break finally arriving, we see Makoto and Shiki amazed that several students have decided to remain at the academy, hoping to train and get an edge on other students. Makoto mentions how Seif and Yuno chose not to head home, disappointing Patrick, as he wanted to see his 2 daughters. Just then, Makoto's students asked to have a private meeting with Makoto and Shiki, asking if Makoto could continue to train them over this summer break. With the students offering to pay Makoto, Makoto apologizes since his schedule will be packed, but Shiki corrects Makoto, uttering that Makoto can actually hold a class once a week. With Makoto unable to say no to his adorable students, but Makoto states that Seif and Yuno must head home during the latter half of summer break to visit their father. Cutting to Eva, we see her sifting through some books, dead set on repaying Makoto for saving her. Apparently, Eva had offered Makoto a part of her Ainsland family's land, once she has reclaimed her home country of Kalanion, but Makoto simply asks to be rewarded with Eva's favorite books. With Eva deciding on a book, we cut to Makoto's students, finally able to defeat the male blue lizard, which Shiki commends them for. Sadly, Shiki reveals that the blue lizard was holding back, prompting the blue lizard to suddenly radiate a powerful aura. Rushing in, Jin attempts to strike the lizard from above, but is easily blown back, forcing Izumo to catch him with a barrier. Before the other students can rush in, the blue lizard begins conjuring a dense smoke which surrounds the students, only for the lizard to instantly convert the smoke into ice, trapping the students in ice. At the same time, we see the remaining students fighting the female blue lizard, but as Mithra attempts to buy time for Seif to cast a spell, the female lizard simply kicks Mithra aside, dashing to evade Diana's dagger, only to knock out Mithra for good. With Seif able to pull off a powerful fire spell, she's sad to see the female lizard had evaded the blast zone, only to put Seif to sleep. Several minutes later, Makoto apologizes for allowing the blue lizards to go so hard on them, revealing that the blue lizards are actually stronger than lesser dragons. It was for their combat with the students that they only used 10% of their original power, shocking the students. With the students asking to give another go at their lizard partners, we cut to later that night where Makoto and Shiki had finished having a meal with all of the students. As the students leave for the night, Makoto asks what Shiki had taught them, surprised that Shiki had suggested the students level up by defeating lower-tier monsters first through the Adventurers Guild. As Makoto and Shiki head elsewhere, Makoto suddenly stops, asking Shiki if there are any more bananas at their shop. The next day, we see the students have already started grinding levels, impressed that Makoto and Shiki's training have been paying off, but at the same time, Abelia notes how she's falling deeper in love with Shiki, happy if she can be Shiki's second or third wife. As the students rest for the day, they encounter a Drake the next day, noting how their average party level of 75 is too weak, as normally a party of level 90 is needed. Before the students can get into formation, the Drake suddenly releases a howl, freezing everyone in place, only to slowly approach them. Out of nowhere, Eris appears, binding the Drake with her magic, only to begin berating everyone for their weaknesses. With a single wave of her wand, Eris flings the Drake into a nearby river, instantly impaling it with icicles, only to incinerate the Drake. As Eris disappears, the students wonder who that was. As Makoto students continue to train over the summer break, we cut to Makoto speaking with Ludo, shocking Ludo as Makoto's mana capacity surpasses Ludo's, yet Makoto still wants to increase his mana capacity. Ludo states that she's never heard of someone being able to increase their mana, warning Makoto to keep his forever expanding mana pool a secret, as many people would love to cut Makoto and experiment with this phenomenon. Makoto explains that whenever he draws his bow, he can feel his mana grow, but Ludo cuts Makoto off, handing him a notebook of techniques that may also help Makoto increase his mana. Ludo praises Makoto's curiosity, being able to master so many techniques, yet is willing to consider himself a student if he gets to learn something. Heading to visit Eva, Eva commends Makoto for staying over the summer break and teaching the students, revealing that most teachers have already left for summer break. Searching for the book Makoto asked for, Eva hands Makoto a book with theories on how to disrupt mana flow, noting that Makoto may learn some things from these unorthodox theories in the book. Thanking Eva for giving him a new goal, Makoto begins to work through the summer break, rotating between training and managing the demi-plane, sad to see that his 2 weeks break is almost over. On a particular day, Makoto and Emma both head to Makoto's next duty, with Emma stopping for a second to thank Makoto for being a great leader. Emma tells Makoto that the Winkins have been training with other species in the demi-plane, and have yet to be defeated. Seeing as it makes sense to test how far the Winkin have grown, Makoto learns his mock battle will begin shortly, prompting Makoto to begin wondering how he should approach the battle. With the duel beginning, Makoto spots the first wave of Winkins soaring into the sky, reasoning that he should start off with a light scattered fire spell, but Makoto is shocked when his first spell clears the entire first wave. With the second wave scattering into the sky's clouds, Makoto notes how the Winkin have never fought a formidable opponent like him before, instantly erecting his Kai barrier, only to once again wipe out the Winkins spotted by his Kai barrier. Next up, the chief of the Winkins, Cocoon, riding upon his transformed Lieutenant Shona appears. Firing the same fire spell once more, Makoto is impressed to see a barrier has been erected to stop his fire spell, only for Cocoon and Shona to encase themselves in a wind barrier along with casting and enhancement spells. Seeing the two dive head-on into him, Makoto nonchalantly stops Shona's dive, slamming her onto the ground, forcing Cocoon to leap back. Scolding Shona and Cocoon for using such predictable attacks, Makoto parries Cocoon's spear thrust, ultimately forcing Cocoon to admit defeat. Gathering all the Winkin, Makoto states that the Winkin rely too much on their ability to fly, and in no time the Highland Orcs and the other species will be able to defeat the Winkins. Additionally, Makoto warns the Winkins to avoid diving head first, as this allows enemies to predict their attack patterns, and instead should use their flight to their advantage and develop multiple attack patterns. Before Makoto leaves, Cocoon asks if they can join the demi-plane ranking as long with helping to develop and expand the demi-plane, which Makoto says they can join the demi-plane ranking whenever, but the Winkin are still too inexperienced to help expand the demi-plane. That night, Makoto continues to read through Eva's recommended book, collapsing due to the complex theories within the book, but ultimately chooses to head into the forest to test one of the theories. Instantly unleashing his mana, Makoto begins firing of repeated fireballs, all whilst allowing his mana to encase him, but Makoto suddenly begins to feel his mana limiter disappearing, seeing various bright lights suddenly consume him. Upon opening his eyes, Makoto notices Tomo and Mio calling out to him, scolding Makoto for falling asleep outside. Makoto notes how the sensation before he fell unconscious was the same as when he erased his presence to fire an arrow, suddenly thanking Mio and Tomo for all their help. As the three head to breakfast, Makoto praises Mio's new cooking, but Mio is distracted since she needs to keep Tomo from stealing Makoto's food. Tomo gets emotional, blaming Mio for making amazing dishes with her favorite fruit, the persimmons. Several days later, Makoto is seen continually firing off fireballs, whilst allowing his mana to surge, but he's gotten used to the feeling, able to stay awake now. Knowing that Eva's book mentions something about the mana itself manifesting after a certain point, Makoto erects his Kai barrier to conceal his mana output, only to read out a chant that was placed near the back of the book. Out of nowhere, an ooze of some sort surrounds Makoto, which Makoto confirms is the physical manifestation of mana itself. As Makoto fires several fireballs, Makoto watches as the ooze transforms to execute the spell, but this makes Makoto wonder how durable the ooze is. Running head first into a tree, only to easily topple it, impressing Makoto as he states that with this added barrier, Makoto will be able to defeat any dragon or enemy the goddess sends at him. With the final day of Makoto's summer break arriving, Makoto is brought before all the species of the demi-plane, learning that they all want to show off what they've learnt to Makoto over the summer break. Shiki reveals that he had dug up a boulder and cast a spell on it to help gauge how strong each species' attacks will be, but off to the side Mio only cares about the food. First off is the Highland, which Emma and Agaras have been chosen to represent. Emma is apparently the Highland Orc's most powerful mage, casting an enhancement spell on Agaras, only for Agaras to score a 78 on the boulder. With Makoto not too impressed, we see the Mist Lizards up next, but first the Mist Lizards show off their new aerial attacks, sending a warning to the Winkins, only to score a 68 on the boulder. Following up, the Elder Dwarves score a 70 with their enhanced gear, the Alks score a 65, the Gorgons score 0 for trying to petrify the boulder, and the Winkins, although they've changed their attack patterns, only score a 20. Up next surprisingly is the Forest Ogres, Eris and Aqua, who have dressed up, both beginning to channel an ice spell, Cocytus. Out of nowhere, the ice spell begins wrapping around the boulder, impressing Makoto as the spell destroys the attacker's weapons. Tomo reveals that she would have trouble breaking through, but when Makoto erects his Kai barrier to scan the spell, Makoto immediately disappears, surprising Eris and Aqua, having discovered a major weakness in this ice spell. As Makoto dispels the ice barrier, Aqua and Eris are seen scoring a 50, but up next Mio offers to demonstrate something of her own. Having been sifting through Makoto's memories, Mio unveils her new hero suit prototype, but the suit does nothing to the boulder. Finally, Shiki steps up to unveil what he's been working on, stepping up only to take a battle stance. Revealing his spell to have 13 steps, Shiki takes care of the first 3 steps, by offering his 3 rings. Next Shiki transforms his wand into a powerful sword, which Tomo acknowledges was especially crafted by the dwarves, given the title Dragon Slayer, which Maku wonders is for when Shiki takes on Mitsurugi. Leaping into the air, Shiki easily cuts the boulder in half, impressing Makoto, but Tomo can't help but feel jealous at Shiki's improvement. Seeing as he should show off a skill too, Makoto heads towards the boulder, stating that he will present his new discovery of mana. Taking a breath, Makoto unleashes a monstrous amount of mana, focusing hard, only to compress his mana into the ooze. With Tomo and Shiki terrified of what Makoto has achieved, Makoto states that the ooze enhances his physical and magical capabilities, dashing towards the boulder only to obliterate the boulder with a single punch. Several days later, we follow a Highland orc, running through the forest, seemingly running into a mysterious creature, believed to have been created due to Makoto owning the demi-plane. With Tomo and Mio reporting to Makoto that an orc had been attacked by a bear and a wolf. Makoto is happy to hear that the orc is being treated, but wants to know where these monsters are. Hearing that the monsters appeared in the north of the forest, Makoto wonders if it's due to the irregular weather again, wondering if he can change the weather by opening up another mist gate. With Tomo reporting that she's still investigating the mist gates and its relation to the weather in the demi-plane, Tomo suggests that they first deal with these monster attacks first, getting Mio excited as she gets to eat bear and wolf. Upon hearing this, Makoto states that bears and wolves were considered sacred creatures back in his world, stating that he'll first try to communicate with them. As Makoto begins to fantasize about making friends with these cool monsters, Tomo reminds Makoto that she herself is a very rare type of dragon, but Makoto simply ignores her attempts to seduce him. With Makoto reassuring Mio that spiders are cool too, it begins to rain, all whilst Makoto begins searching the forest. Upon spotting some bear markings on a nearby tree, Makoto turns to spot a bear, ready to attack Makoto. Immediately transforming his clothes to optimize speed, Makoto dashes behind the bear, cuddling it as its fur is so soft, but this throws the bear off. Enraged, the bear attempts to swipe at Makoto, but Makoto simply blocks the bear's attacks with his ooze, ordering the bear to stand down, all whilst calling out to the wolf that is nearby. Sensing the enemy approaching fast, Makoto covers himself in the ooze once more, watching as several wolves attempt to break through, but no luck. Getting a chance to talk, the wolves state that they sense an extraordinary amount of mana, confirming that it was indeed Makoto. Acknowledging Makoto as the ruler of this land, the wolves prepare to battle Makoto for the land, but Makoto diffuses the situation, revealing that he's come here to apologize for exploring the woods without the wolves' permission. Shocked that such a powerful being like Makoto is willing to share the land, the wolves demand to know what Makoto is plotting, but Makoto simply wants to coexist and befriend the wolves and the bears in the forest, and in exchanges asks the monsters to protect the forest like they've always have. Just then the rain begins to subside, prompting an even greater grizzly bear to appear, introducing itself as Brownie and accepting Makoto's proposal to coexist. With Brownies and the wolf leader acknowledging that Makoto is an interesting person, the wolf leader mentions a being in the sky that will disapprove, but Brownie states that they will deal with them when it comes to it. With the woods being deemed the wolf's woods, we cut to Makoto scolding Tomo and Kamui for picking too many persimmons. Makoto tells the two girls about leaving some persimmons on the tree as a sign of good luck. Spotting Tomo not listening, Makoto has to restrain Tomo from picking more persimmons, but suddenly they notice a massive bird flying above. Fearing that the monster will attack, Tomo prepares to cut it down, but the monster calls out that they're here to introduce themselves, being friends with the wolves. As the bird transforms to come greet Makoto, Tomo and Makoto note how massive their demi-plane is, thinking of what other surprises the demi-plane will bring. With the bird now shrunken down, the bird introduces itself as a boulder bird, ruler of the skies and mountains. Having only heard of rock and stone birds, Makoto is happy to have the boulder bird continue to protect the skies, but the boulder bird chooses to take Makoto's name for it, officially called Rock Bird. As Rock transforms and flies off, Makoto is happy to have gained more followers, but seeing Tomo jealous of all the attention others are getting, Makoto states that Tomo, Mio and Shiki are the most valuable to him, pleasing Tomo. With everyone heading back to town, Tomo tries to impress Makoto by carrying all the baskets, but at the same time, we cut to Jin, all dressed up, meeting up with Abelia. With both heading to a tavern to chat, Abelia gets jealous hearing Jin has been spending time with Shiki, asking what Shiki looks for in a girl. They both acknowledge that they've been busy recently, with Abelia commenting that scholarship students will get expelled if their grades fall. They both acknowledge that they felt more like rivals, but speaking up Jin states that he wants to defeat the demi-dragon they ran into, uttering that he felt they could have taken it down if they were more prepared. With Abelia agreeing, Jin states that they will defeat the creature before summer break ends, but they both return to some small talk. Abelia asks why Jin had come to the academy, prompting both to reveal that they were both scouted, but had not idea where to go in life until they met Makoto. Jin wonders why Abelia didn't head home for the summer break, but Abelia sadly reveals that her mother was her only family, and had sadly passed away during an epidemic. With Abelia asking Jin his reason for staying at school, Jin mentions how there was a powerful orphan girl by the name of Miranda in his old village, always tasked with fighting monsters and handling tough jobs, only to reveal she was his first love. Eventually Jin and Miranda went on adventures together, ordered by their village to investigate a nearby forbidden forest, stumbling onto an abandoned house in the forest. As the two snoop around the building, they suddenly hear a massive banging sound, spotting a terrifying chimera burst through some steel doors, only to break a hole in the abandoned house. With Jin injured and unable to fight, he helplessly watches as Miranda flawlessly dodges and slashes at the monster, making her way towards the creature's face, first blinding it, only to begin carving the creature apart. With Miranda displaying a gleeful smile upon defeating the monster, Jin couldn't help but call Miranda a monster, but sadly that was the last time Jin saw Amanda. As Jin and Abelia walk home, Jin states that his goal ever since that day was to grow stronger and eventually apologize to Miranda, but first they must defeat the demi-dragon to prove their growth. Cutting to Makoto, he learns from Aris that his students want to face the demi-dragon again, but remembers that the Rembrandt sisters already went home. Shiki corrects Makoto, as Lime had been training them whilst they were back home, and have since returned to Rotskirt and have been training with the other students. Seeing as his students have grown so much, Makoto asks Aris to not interfere this time, but Aris reveals that a pack of demi-dragons have appeared near the previous demi-dragon's location. Finding it strange that dragons are appearing near that location, Shiki states that he'll look into the strange occurrence, promising to leave one behind for the students. Seeing as everyone is busy, Makoto says he'll personally deal with dragons, wanting to test out his mana manipulation, but the next morning we cut to Shiki visiting the location of the demi-dragon sightings. Sensing an aura nearby, Shiki is amazed to see a ritual, the sacred treasure of Elysian, the Scepter of Dragons. Believing that these items were lost long ago, Shiki immediately contacts Makoto, who reports that he too has spotted a dragon ritual, both deducing that this is the work of the demons. With Shiki continuing to investigate, Makoto heads towards the dragons, choosing to keep one of the dragons safe, only to surround himself in his ooze. Conjuring a platform with his ooze, Makoto jogs above the dragons, only to leap into the center of the dragon pact, prompting all the dragons to unleash their dragon's breath onto Makoto. With the ooze completely nullifying all damage, we cut to Shiki, who has stumbled onto a lair filled with demons, all declaring that they're working against the Demon Lord's will. With Shiki still unable to piece together the demon's scheme, we cut back to Makoto, who has defeated all the dragons, choosing to store some of the meat for Mio. At the same time, we see that the dragon Makoto stored has appeared in front of his students, who are all preparing to take it down. With everyone getting into positions, we see the front-line students rushing in with enhancement spells from Abelia and Izumo, starting with Dana drawing the dragon's attention, only for Mithra, Jin and Yuno to land strikes on the monster. Seeing the dragon conjure its breath, the front line manage to erect barriers, but seeing as the dragon's breath is too powerful, Mithra activates an enhancement spell, simultaneously absorbing the dragon's breath and igniting his blade. Inspired, Dana unveils his blade, casting fire, water, wind and earth enchantments, leaping forward only to land several slashes on the dragon. Following up, Izumo traps the dragon in a wind barrier, allowing Mithra and Abelia to land clean blows. Having finished chanting her most powerful spell, Sif announces that her next attack is made of spirit and elemental magic, working together with Izumo to trap the dragon, guaranteeing Sif's spell lands. With the smoke clearing, the students celebrate their win over their first great encounter, but Jin knows that he must become much stronger if he wants to find Miranda again. Elsewhere, we follow Sophia and Mitsurugi visiting the destroyed building near Jin's hometown, but it's revealed that Sophia used to be Miranda. Sophia reveals that the chimera she defeated was protecting a workshop that belonged to Banshoku, also known as the Elder Dragon Ludo. Flashing back, Sophia had learned of her real name along with her being created by Ludo, wondering how Jin is doing, but brushes that thought aside, declaring that she will hunt down every greater dragon and consume them. With fall arriving, Makoto notes how it's almost time for the Academy Festival, being very popular, as people from all over flood the city, and as an event that takes place over a week. Shiki mentions how the festival also holds a competitive tournament, where guests are invited from Lemia and Gratonia, all in hopes of showing off their talent. Makoto realizes that the tournament is an opportunity for students to job hunt, but hopes that everything at the festival goes well. Later that day, Shiki asks if they can discuss the inventory for the festival, but just then Ludo appears, asking Makoto to spend time with him during the festival. Seeing as Mio and Tomo have plans for the festival as well, Makoto asks that Ludo go with the girls instead. As Ludo voices his disappointment, Makoto simply ignores him, telling Shiki that they can always ask the elder dwarves to man their store if things get too busy. Hearing this, Ludo teases Makoto for always being so nice to demi-humans, speculating that Makoto may actually hate humans. Annoyed, Makoto asks Ludo to leave, but seeing as he's actually quite busy, Ludo gleefully obliges. Makoto utters that he's shocked such a goofy man as the guildmaster, knowing that Ludo will have to meet some important people during the festival, hearing that Ludo uses the alias False. Shiki adds that he has heard that Ludo used to conduct experiments, wishing he could learn more about Ludo, but just then a strange guest appears. Introducing herself as Shinai, a temple priest, Shinai apologizes for the intrusion, learning that Makoto can only communicate through written speech. Getting down to the topic at hand, Shinai brings up the rumors regarding Makoto's very effective potions, even though they are priced very cheaply. Hearing this, Makoto is relieved that this has nothing to do with the goddess, but wonders if they are asking for a bribe. Makoto reasons if he needs to pay to prevent any unwanted attention, he'll gladly do it, but is shocked to hear Shinai offer for the temple to handle sales. Shinai asks that Makoto not read into his offer too much, stating that the temple will help clear any rumors but on the condition that Makoto reveal how he produces said potions. Getting serious, Makoto hears that Shinai intends to inspect said potions, swearing to never leak the method to other businesses. Makoto points out that the temple themselves could simply steal their methods and make similar products, but Shinai coldly remarks that it is something that is worth the trade. Annoyed, Makoto notes how several members of the temple were part of the humanoid experiments, with the previous bishop ultimately being assassinated by Rona. Calming down, Makoto admits that being on good terms with the temple would be beneficial, agreeing to disclose his production method if it means Makoto gets to meet the people at the temple. Makoto says he'll have his alchemist teach them, pleasing Shinai, as he promises to introduce Makoto to the temple people tomorrow. The next day, Makoto and Shiki appear before the temple, but seeing the massive building, Makoto gets annoyed that the goddess's worshippers believe the goddess to be a noble and good being. As Makoto braces for the worst, we cut to Makoto and Shiki bowing before the leader of the temple, hearing that the leader promises to clear up any rumors regarding Makoto's store. Additionally, the leader says she'll look into a cure for Makoto's inability to speak, but just then one helper informs the leader that they need to leave. Unable to hold himself back, Makoto watches as the leader leaves, realizing that no one else is looking up and still bowing. With Shinai scolding Makoto for being rude, Shinai asks how Makoto makes his potions, prompting Makoto to reveal the potions and ingredients he's brought to show the temple. Whilst Shiki teaches the temple their product productions, Shinai asks to speak with Makoto privately, asking how long Makoto has been a merchant. Makoto utters that he has been a merchant for less than 3 years, revealing that they have a store at Sieg and Rotskird, making Shinai curious as to whether Makoto has a backer. Makoto reveals that the Rembrandt Trading Company is an acquaintance, surprising Shinai, as he reveals that the Rembrandt Trading Company haven't been too friendly with them, but Makoto knows that the Rembrandt family stopped worshipping the goddess after the plague doctor cursed them. Shinai also mentions how Makoto is taking care of Patrick's 2 daughters, surprising Makoto as Shinai knows a lot, but answers that since Makoto and Patrick are friends, Makoto is simply taking care of Patrick's daughters. Hearing this, Shinai thanks Makoto for the chat, but as Makoto and Shiki leave, we see the leader confront Shinai. The leader knows that they're following Makoto and Shiki, but states that they failed to read Makoto's mind nor calculate his total mana, knowing that Makoto had purposely blocked their attempts. Knowing that they simply can't follow Makoto without being discovered, several other priestess reveal that the production methods that Makoto provided only yielded 50% success rates, plus the production and material cost would ultimately cost 100 times the price of the product, shocking Shinai. The leader states that she knows Makoto is hiding something, but wonders how she can use Makoto in the future. Cutting to Eris, we see Jin amazed to learn that Eris can defeat the blue lizard by herself, asking if Eris can teach him some ancient magic. As Aqua continues to work, she runs into Makoto and Shiki, scared to explain why Eris is not working. Seeing Eris slacking off, Makoto bribes Aqua with some banana milk, getting Aqua to reveal that Eris has been slacking off for 2 hours. As Eris and Jin continue to chat, Shiki and Makoto make their move, reprimanding Eris and threatening to send her back to boot camp. As Makoto leaves Shiki to deal with Eris, Makoto warns Jin to not cheat during their lessons, heading off to the festival. As Makoto heads through the festival, he suddenly erects his Kai barrier, sensing that several sources of bloodlust, reasoning that he should play dumb for now. Heading through a dark alley, several assassins suddenly surround Makoto, prompting Makoto to cover himself in the ooze. Instantly, Makoto fires fireballs at all the attackers, knocking all of them out, but seeing as a single assassin is left standing, Makoto realizes that they've met before. Taunting the assassin for being obsessed with him, Makoto spots the assassin has fixed his blade, learning that the blade is made from the scale of the greater dragon Mitsurugi. As the assassin attempts to break through Makoto's ooze, Makoto wonders if the assassin is out of his mind, reasoning he should end their battle quickly, swiftly knocking the lone assassin out. Not wanting any more trouble, Makoto makes use of a secret technique that creates a blinding light, only to leave the festival and fire some arrows to release some frustration. Just then Tomo appears, greeting Makoto, only to report her findings regarding the weather and the mist gates. Tomo states that she's found a mist gate location that will yield a 95% match with Japan's weather, but the both note how the location is part of the demon territory. Tomo reveals that there is a fortress near the location, asking for Makoto's permission to wipe out all the demons in the location. But Makoto asks for more time to think, not wanting to go to war with the demons. The next day, we see Tomo and Mio amazed at how lovely the festival is, with Mio drooling over all the delicious foods the stalls offer. But Tomo warns Mio to restrain herself. Cutting to Makoto, we see that he is deep asleep, suddenly waking up, hearing a large crowd of people downstairs. Makoto rushes into the store, apologizing for oversleeping, having been up preparing something, but spots Aris and Aqua being overwhelmed with customers. Makoto wonders where Lime and the new Elder Dwarf employee is, learning that Shiki had asked Lime and the Elder Dwarf to help organize traffic outside, so as to not impede on other stores. Shiki reports that they've almost hit their sales goal, impressing Makoto, as adventurers from around the country have been spreading word of Makoto's business. Shiki also mentions how if they run out of stock, they'll give the customers vouchers and tickets, apologizing for not telling Makoto sooner. But Shiki mentions how Mio and Tomo refuse to allow anyone to disrupt Makoto's slumber. With Makoto hearing that Tomo and Mio are exploring the festival with Luto, Makoto heads out to run some errands, spotting a group of people wondering why Makoto's store name is written in Laurel's secret script. Weirded out, Makoto also hears a customer mocking the Elder Dwarf for being a demi-human, forcing Makoto to ask the customer to leave. That night, we see Mio and Tomo discover the beauty of Hot Pot, followed by Aris begging Aqua to share her banana milk, and Lime promising to defeat anyone that mocks his Elder Dwarf friend. Just then, Shiki gets serious, wondering how more delicious he can make his creamy Hot Pot, but suddenly Luria arrives with another Hot Pot. Makoto is worried that Luria is being overwhelmed due to the festival, but Luria reassures Makoto that everyone is prepared for the rush, plus Eva is helping out by washing dishes. As Mio and Tomo praise the festival's various dishes, they mention how in Laurel people eat raw fish, surprising Makoto, but as Makoto invites the two girls to watch his students battle in the tournament, the girls waste no time indulging in more food. At the same time, we see some people from Laurel chatting with people from Lemia, asking what Laurel wants from them. Getting serious, the Luria representative asks that Lemia return their priestess, but Lemia's representative states that the priestess willingly chose to join the hero of Lemia's party. Seeing as they are getting nowhere, the Luria representatives leave, hoping to meet soon, but now alone. The Lemia representatives voice how annoying it is to have wasted time, when they could be preparing for their second attack against Fort Stella, blaming Luria's hero and princess. Cutting back to Makoto and the gang, they continue to enjoy their time during the festival, all stumbling through town as a group all whilst Makoto happily watches on. But at the same time, we see Lily spying on Makoto and his party from afar. On the second day of the festival, it's well known that a party is held to evaluate students' etiquette and mannerisms, but at the same time we see Makoto has reunited with the gleeful Patrick, all whilst Illumgand watches Makoto from afar. As Makoto and Patrick move elsewhere to chat, Patrick greets his gorgeous wife Lisa, who Makoto is happy to see as well. Lisa thanks Makoto for guarding Patrick along with training their daughters Shifu and Yuno, only to head off with Patrick elsewhere. Now alone, Makoto wonders if he should befriend more humans, but waves to his students as he's happy to see them having fun. Just then a lady and her bodyguard approaches Makoto, asking to speak with Makoto, but with a single glance, Makoto can detect the lady has demons as bodyguards. With Makoto wondering if the lady is dangerous, they all move into a separate room, deducing that the lady is too calm and clearly knows who Makoto is. The lady introduces herself as Sairitsu, an official of the Laurel Commonwealth who takes care of the priestess and Kamuro. Sairitsu asks if Makoto is familiar with who she is, but Makoto utters that he knows people worship the priestess and that Kamuro is a candidate that will one day become the priestess. Makoto notes that Laurel is the commonwealth of three great nations, therefore the priestess is someone that is a very high-ranking being, meaning information is kept tight within those nations, but interestingly their culture resembles Japanese culture. Sairitsu calls out Makoto's bluff, stating that Makoto knows more than he lets on, revealing that the two characters that Makoto uses on his Kuzunoa trading company sign is considered sage script, something only a few people from Laurel should know about. Sairitsu wonders if Makoto is a sage, but unfortunately Makoto admits that he isn't wise enough to be considered a sage. But Sairitsu reveals that sages are also known as people from other worlds. Makoto attempts to hide the fact that he is a sage, but Sairitsu shows how her name is written out, stating that it's very similar to how Makoto's name would be written. Sairitsu also calls out Makoto's unique face, stating that she and her people promise to protect and fight for sages in Laurel. But Makoto simply says he'll inform Sairitsu if he runs into any sages in the future. Seeing as Makoto is not budging, Sairitsu reveals that she suspects the two heroes brought to this world are sages as well, but keeping a stern face, Makoto simply says he can't be sure since he's never met the heroes. With nothing left, Sairitsu takes her leave, but wonders if the term Kuzu in Makoto's store name stands for medicine. But Makoto reveals that Kuzu is the name of a plant, impressing Sairitsu as Makoto is very knowledgeable in sage script. As Makoto voices his amazement that a country would be centered around protecting sages, we cut to Lily greeting Sairitsu, all whilst fearing that Tomoki's obsession with Tomo and Kuzunoa Trading Company may ruin her future plans. Sairitsu wonders what Lily was tracking her, but Lily simply asks what she was doing with Makoto, both acknowledging that they know Makoto's trading company produces highly valuable medicine, employs demi-humans and is even a teacher at the academy. Sairitsu dances around Lily's question, allowing Lily to deduce that Sairitsu is not close with Makoto whatsoever, wondering if she should buy some medicine of her own. Sairitsu cuts her off, offering to purchase anything Lily needs for her, which Lily recognizes as a tactic to keep her away from Makoto. Changing topics, Lily reveals that the Empire is developing new forms of technology, asking Sairitsu for a small favor, but Sairitsu notes how annoying it is already to have spies from the Empire in Laurel. Lily continues by asking Sairitsu for information regarding the use of gunpowder, surprising Sairitsu as gunpowder doesn't compare to magic, but Sairitsu chooses to give Lily what she needs. Lily reveals that she's aware Sairitsu is suspicious of her, but utters that the demons guarding Sairitsu have actually been charmed by Tomoki, leaving the rest to the demons. Elsewhere, we see Yuno and Shifu greet their mother, sad to see that Makoto seems very out of place at the party, but Lisa cuts the girls off, scolding the girls for acting so cocky and warning them to fix their reputations before they graduate. Later that night, Patrick and Lisa thank Makoto for today, asking Makoto what he thinks of Yuno and Shifu's dress, prompting Makoto to admit that the girls were indeed beautiful. Just then, Illumgand and several of his friends march up to Makoto, but Makoto scolds the students for being so casual with a teacher. Makoto admits that he doesn't know who Illumgand and his friends are, annoying Illumgand. But as Makoto asks the boys to leave, Illumgand states that he'll crush Makoto's students in the upcoming tournament. Seeing Patrick and Lisa worried, Makoto reassures the two that he won't allow anyone to hurt his students, but that night Shiki reminds Makoto who Illumgand and his friends are. Shiki promises to look into the boys tomorrow, since he will be accompanying Makoto's students to the tournament drawings, which Makoto notes sounds fun. The next day, Makoto heads to meet up with Mio, Tomo and Ludo, all drawing slots to pair up. Unfortunately, Makoto is paired up with Ludo, all whilst Mio and Tomo glare at Ludo for getting too close with Makoto. Taking the opportunity, Makoto asks Ludo about this sage script, something Ludo knows is similar to kanji in Japan. Ludo states that the sage script is very different from Japanese, being more vulgar and only a language used by scholars, but this makes Makoto wonder if these scholars can understand him if he speaks Japanese. Ludo scolds Makoto for making bold assumptions, as only the heroes would understand Japanese, but just then Mio butts in, offering Makoto a snack. As Makoto voices how delicious the fried chicken is, Mio promises to prepare some more for Makoto later on, shocking Makoto as Mio lists off Makoto's various favorite toppings as well. With Tomo trying to spend time with Makoto as well, Ludo reminds the girls that he gets Makoto for today, all heading through the school halls. With everyone wondering where Shiki is, Ludo suddenly spots Lily spying on them, making up an excuse only to head elsewhere. With Makoto, Mio and Tomo all knowing that Ludo is up to something, they finally head to greet Makoto's students. With Makoto's students honored to meet Tomo and Mio, they learn that although Shiki is impressive, Mio and Tomo are on another level, giving the students another goal to chase after. Seeing the fire in the students' eyes, Tomo acknowledges the students' spirits, but Mio states that the students are still too weak, forcing Makoto to break up the girls from fighting. Moving on, Shiki reports that he has discovered that Illumined is of Lemia nobility, meaning he belongs to a royal family. Makoto reminds his students that they'll be targeted by several other students, reminding his students that he can't help them, but upon seeing that his students are perfectly prepared for any challenge, Makoto reveals that he will be imposing restrictions to make things harder for his students. Completely shocked, Jin reveals that Makoto told him not to dual-wield blades. Abelia says she can't use the bow and must use a staff. Mithra says he can't use new skills. Dana can't use super enhancement spells. Azumo can't use mobility spells. Yuno can only use one type of weapon and Shifu can't mix multiple spells. Seeing everyone stressed, Shiki reveals that Makoto wants the students to begin considering hiding their trump cards, and if the students can hone and master their more generic abilities, Makoto promises to advance them all to the next level. At the same time, we see Ludo chatting with Lily, who seems very stressed having learnt that Ludo is hanging around Makoto. Getting serious, Lily demands to know if Ludo is working with Makoto, but Ludo reassures Lily that his Adventures Guild does not side with anyone. Changing topics, Lily mentions how Tomoki wants to make Tomo his, asking Ludo if she herself could defeat Tomo. Ludo blatantly says Tomo would destroy Lily, warning Lily that Makoto's trading company is on par with the entirety of the demon army, shocking Lily as this means Tomo isn't their only fighter. Ludo reminds Lily that she'll be starting a war soon, wondering why Lily is not spending more time on preparations, but Lily reassures Ludo that everything is going smoothly. Lily wonders why Ludo gave her information on Sophia's treachery and the demon rings, but Ludo simply says that everything will make sense in due time. Lily wonders if she should focus her power on retaking Fort Stella, but admits that she needs to find suitable candidates during this upcoming tournament, or else she'll have to return to the Empire. That night, Makoto voices how annoying it is that nobles have already started their attempts at poisoning and assassinating Makoto. Having made it through the night, Makoto learns from Patrick that Makoto has been summoned by the Merchants Guild. But luckily Patrick offers to go in Makoto's place, since Shifu and Yuno have their matches today. With the tournament starting, Makoto reads through the fighters list, seeing that for the warrior category, Dana is set to fight Yuno and Jin is set to fight Mithra. As for the mage category, Abelia fights Shifu and the winner will face Azumo, exciting both Tomo and Mio. Makoto is surprised that the Hopleys are able to influence the fighters and who they face, annoyed at how unfair the world is, but chooses to hold back his anger for now. With Dana and Yuno starting their duel, Dana and Yuno are well aware of each other's abilities, both parrying each other's blows, but when Dana ditches his blade to block Yuno's spear, Dana rushes in, knocking out Yuno and winning the duel. Next up, Jin and Mithra are set to face each other, with both being level 97. The judge announces that since the students are above level 90, they both are restricted to wooden swords, something Makoto knows is to handicap his students. The judge also announces that for safety reasons, dolls have been placed to substitute any damage dealt to students, and even if a single doll falls the duel is over. Additionally, 3 dolls are provided in case of dangerous amounts of damage, but before the duel starts, the judge reminds the students that only self-supporting spells are allowed and attacking and healing spells are forbidden. As the duel starts, Jin dashes forward, prompting Mithra to nonchalantly parry Jin's strikes, something the crowd finds boring. Tomo notes how Mithra's defensive abilities and positioning has improved, as his Mithra's fighting style is to defend and allow his opponents to tire themselves out. Sadly, Jin is aware of such facts, so he continues to barrage Mithra with strikes, but seeing as 10 minutes is up and both haven't fallen, Jin is deemed the victor, as he portrayed the personality of a true warrior. Hearing this, Mio states that she believes Mithra had won, which Makoto agrees with, as Mithra ended up using less energy to defend all of Jin's attacks. Next up is the mage category, with an ice and fire mage both accidentally knocking each other out, something Tomo and Mio note is very sloppy of them, but Makoto can't help but notice the students cheering them on. Next up is Abelia and Shifu, but as their duel starts, Makoto notes how the 2 girls' levels were relatively even before summer break. With Shifu initiating with a fire incantation, Abelia rushes in close, all whilst preparing a barrier spell. As Abelia predicts and blocks Shifu's fire spell, Abelia is caught off guard, being hit by a second fire spell Shifu had prepared, knowing that Abelia would block her first. Giving Abelis no second to think, Shifu follows up with Earth-binding spell, forcing Abelia to surrender, ending the duel in Shifu's favor. Up in the stands, one of the nobles accused Shifu of using her wealth to purchase expensive gear in order to claim victory. Butting in, Lily scolds the noble for such accusations, as it's apparent that Shifu worked hard and is trying new tactics to win the duel. The noble states that Shifu used such underhand tactics, but Lily cuts him off, asking if when the hero Tomoki uses his flight skill to attack demons that can't reach him, is considered pathetic. Piling on, the representative of Lemia states that on a battlefield, soldiers must do anything they can to gain the upper hand, silencing the nobles for good. With Pluto diffusing the situation, we cut to Izumo and Shifu starting their duel, but instantly Shifu conjures an earth barrier, blocking and regenerating from Izumo's wind magic. Shifu also begins firing fireballs behind her earth shield, something Izumo fails to defend against, making Shifu the winner. Next up is Jin and Dana for their match, both seemingly fired up as they evenly exchange blows, but having caught Dana off guard, Jin manages to win with an empowered strike to Dana's body, something Makoto praises Jin for. Cutting to Shifu, we see her up against an older mage student, someone that had been given offers to by the kingdom of Lemia. As their duel starts, the older student begins chanting a spell, but seeing it take too long, Shifu opens a hole beneath the student, trapping him. When the judge refuses to declare Shifu the winner, Shifu is forced to follow up with a powerful fire spell, ending the duel. Speaking with Jin, Shifu states that she only scared the senior a bit, since he'll probably be in Hopley's team tomorrow, but as Shifu holds back her anger against the tournament's judges, Jin heads up to make Makoto proud. Upon entering the arena, Jin is annoyed to see Ilum suited up with the finest of equipment, but holding back his disdain, Jin readies his wooden blade. As Illumgand insults Jin for taking Makoto's class, the judge announces that Jin and Ilum's duel is the finals in the warrior category, officially starting the duel. Making the first move, Ilum rushes towards Jin, but Jin embarrasses Ilum, disarming Ilum's rare blade. Crawling over to pick up his blade, Ilum casts an enhancement spell on himself, dashing towards Jin once more, but gets hit by Jin's blindingly fast strikes. Falling to the ground, Ilum cries for the judge to intervene, prompting the judge to give Jin a warning for being passive. Pissed, Jin goes on the offense, kicking and knocking Ilum back, but when the judge refuses to stop the duel, Jin glares at the judge, all whilst Jin brutalizes Ilum. Only when Ilum is knocked out, does the judge declare Jin the victor, but as the crowd goes silent, Makoto smirks, happy to see that Jin's skills easily overcame Ilum's cheap tricks. As Ilum heads back to his locker, he reiterates that his revenge isn't over yet, knowing that there will be a Tima tournament tomorrow, reaching for his secret serum. For the final duel of the day, Shifu is set to face Jin, a match both Tomo and Mio knows will end in Shifu's victory. When the match starts, Shifu instantly catches Jin off guard by melting the ground below him, following up with a fireball, that makes Shifu the ultimate victor. As Makoto's students rush to congratulate Shifu and Jin, we cut to later that night where Patrick apologizes, as the Merchant Guild insists on speaking with Makoto, something Patrick warns Makoto to be wary of. The next day marks the first day of the group tournament, but we cut to the students who are sad that Makoto can't watch their matches, but Abelia gets called out, pleased to hear that at least Shiki will be watching. The students also note how there is a special rule that restricts their total level to be 365, meaning that at max only 3 of them can be in a group. Luckily, as Lily watches on, she's amazed to see Makoto's 3-man team easily dismantle their enemies, someone Lily and the representative of Lemia knows is very valuable. Cutting to Makoto, he's seen in the presence of Zara Hardies, the leader of the Rotskerd Merchant Guild, but getting down to business, Zara accuses Makoto of working with the demons to run his trading company. Insulted, Makoto reassures he doesn't use underhand tactics, but Zara reveals that he had reached out to the temple, and know that Makoto is hiding how he obtains his raw goods, as there are no records of Makoto's shipments. Not wanting to reveal the mist gates or the demi-plane, Makoto states that he uses wagons and carts under the Rembrandt name, but Zara states that the items Makoto are selling are way below market price, meaning Makoto is intentionally giving away money. Makoto states that if he's being interrogated, he is more than happy to show Zara how he runs and creates things, but Zara calls Makoto naive, mocking Makoto's status and circumstance. Completely cornered, Makoto demands to know what Zara wants, prompting Zara to demand Makoto hand over his knowledge of transportation methods and any other secrets, but Makoto simply refuses. Hearing this, Zara states that Makoto isn't fit to be a merchant, deducing that Makoto is indeed keeping secrets, admitting that he had expected greater things from Makoto, but now knows Makoto is simply a spoiled child. Zara states that moving forward, Makoto will have to hand over 90% of profits to the guild, and only then will other merchants stop annoying Makoto, something Zara states is the only option. Getting more annoyed, Makoto accuses Zara and other merchants for not being honest, but Zara fires back by suggesting Makoto set up a shop elsewhere, and only sell to demi-humans, something Makoto knows isn't profitable. Zara reminds Makoto that he must stay in line, threatening to label Makoto and his trading company as allies with the demons, if Makoto chooses to resort to violence. Zara states that Makoto has no choice but to close down his store in Rotskerd and head back to Sieg, but Makoto finds it strange that Zara is acting awfully nice, shocked to learn that Zara was holding back, knowing that Patrick will now owe him a favor. As Makoto heads back to the store that evening, Makoto admits that he revealed his use of teleportation through one of his followers, but Makoto still hid the existence of the demi-plane. Hearing all of this, Mio offers to slay all those who oppose Makoto, but Tomo asks Mio to calm down. Mio wonders why Makoto is being treated unfairly, even though Makoto only cares about helping others, but Tomo calls Mio naive, stating that it's the sacrifice an honest man must endure. Tomo asks why Makoto doesn't just side with the demons, but suddenly remembering the land Tomo had found, Makoto states that he'll move to that land after the festival. Makoto declares that he wants to create a harmonious relationship with both demons and humans, reminding the others that Kalanion was once part of Elysian, the place where Makoto's parents met, became adventurers and traveled the world. Shiki remembers that Luria and Eva's hometown are from the same location, but Makoto states that he plans to ask the two something, impressing Mio, Tomo and Shiki. With everyone on board with Makoto's idea, Makoto utters that since the two heroes are fighting with the humans, Makoto plans to take advantage of the current situation. Flashing back, we follow a young Ilum and Luria sitting in a flower field somewhere in Kalanion, the domain of Ainsland. Ilum promises to strive for a less corrupt future with his noble status, promising to protect the weak, which impresses Luria, but in the present Ilum seems to have held onto that memory all whilst taking out a mysterious item. Following Makoto, we see him admit that he was too naive, especially when being grilled by Zara for not being qualified to be a merchant. Seeing as he plans to form a relationship with the demons, Makoto knows he can't stay in Rotskerd for too long, but seeing as he wants to do one last thing for his students, he chooses to contact Rona. Having been waiting, Rona asks how she can help Makoto, hearing that Makoto wants Rona to have the demons hiding in Rotskerd to leave by the end of the tournament. Curious as to why, Rona hears that Makoto is doing this for Jin and Abelia, hinting that things will simply be more difficult for his students later. With Rona gladly obliging, Makoto moves on to his course of action, asking to chat with Eva privately, all whilst Rona makes her move. As Makoto apologizes for summoning Eva so late, Eva secretly wonders if she can finally repay Makoto with her body, but first congratulates Makoto for his students being victorious. Eva mentions how everyone was wondering who taught the students, but Makoto states that the students deserve all the praise, getting down to business. With Eva mentally preparing herself, she is shocked to hear Makoto's true plan, promising to watch over Makoto's students until the very end. With the final match of the group combat arriving, Makoto asks Tomo and Mio how strong the students are, prompting the girls to state that the students still aren't strong enough to face Toa and her adventurer party, but Tomo does want to personally duel Mithra. At the same time, we see Mithra in the changing room, telling everyone about how Tomo had offered to train him, but reiterates that Tomo and Mio are around level 1500. Butting in, Shiki asks everyone to focus, stating that they'll have to battle each other to decide who gets to participate in the finals, firing everyone up. On the stage, Ilum stands out from his party, something Makoto and the girls know is due to side effects from using a strange form of enhancement magic to change his human composition. As Shiki joins Makoto and the girls, Shiki happily reports that the students decided who would participate via rock paper scissors, but Shiki and Makoto can't help but notice Ilum growing more agitated, especially with the mysterious amulet around his neck. Makoto says the amulet is meant to increase his magic resistance, but Shiki says it seems to be absorbing something, prompting both Tomo and Mio to sense something strange happening around the city. Making their entrance, Jin, Azumo and Yuno all agree to let loose, all whilst the remaining students regret not thinking twice before throwing. As Ilum gets more and more agitated, Makoto's students prepare to win even against all the disadvantages, but at the same time, Makoto can't shake off this weird feeling. Zooming out, we see Ilum watch the match from outside his body, cutting to a time when Ilum and Otonashi were having a friendly spar. Otonashi apologizes for not being able to train more, as Ilum ultimately had to go to school, both parting ways but promising to meet again soon. Ilum notes how as the hero of Lemia, Otonashi gave him hope. But suddenly remembering his encounter with Luria, Ilum had tried to remind Luria of the time they spent together in the fields of Augarist when they were younger, recognizing Luria's familiar bowtie, but just then Ilum's friends joined the conversation, stating that they thought citizens of Ainslands along with the entirety of Kalanion was believed to have been destroyed by demons. Hearing his friends say such insensitive things, Ilum orders his friends to be quiet, properly introducing Luria as a noble, only to wonder why a noble like Luria is in town. Luria apologizes if she's forgotten who Ilum was, stating that her family had sent her to safety before the demons could attack, something Ilum was shocked to hear, pissed that Luria doesn't remember their promise together. As Ilum's friends begin insulting Luria for abandoning her home for her own safety, Luria coldly remarks that they have no idea what death looks like, shocking Ilum. As the boys try to scold Luria for being so rude, Luria once again shuts them all up, attempting to leave, but out of nowhere Ilum shoves Luria aside, ultimately leading to Makoto and Shiki intervening to embarrassing Ilum and his friends. Ilum admits that he should have apologized and made up with Luria, revealing that he instead chose to accept a strange medicine offered to him by another student. Ilum was promised power to defeat Makoto and in turn reclaim Luria, but this ultimately led Ilum yearning for more of this mysterious medicine, something that Rona is revealed to have provided from Ilum, even giving him the mysterious amulet. With Ilum seemingly reaching his breaking point, the group battle is seen to be started, prompting Azumo and Yuno to dash past Ilum with speed enhancements, all whilst Jin deals with Ilum. As Jin blocks Ilum's first slash, he immediately senses abnormal strength from the slash, caught off guard as Ilum kicks Jin aside. Apologizing for underestimating Ilum, Jin prepares to take the fight more seriously, prompting the two to rush at each other. At the same time, Yuno initiates the 2 versus 6, tossing her spear at one of the students, following up by knocking down another 3, all whilst Azumo only manages to defeat 2. With Yuno bragging about defeating more students than Azumo, they both suddenly get jealous, seeing Jin dismantling Ilum's, having promised to defeat Ilum together. As Jin lands blow after blow, he manages to carve off parts of Ilum's armor, but Azumo finds it strange that none of Ilum's dolls have taken any damage. Out of nowhere, Ilum begins swinging maniacally, weirding out Jin and the onlookers, but when Jin asks if the referees want to stop the match, the referees simply ask them to continue fighting. Ilum continues to utter Makoto's name, but having heard enough, Jin orders Azumo and Yuno to help finish Ilum off for good. Thrusting his wooden sword at Ilum, Jin is shocked to see Ilum catch it with his mouth, but this leaves him wide open to be caught up in Azumo's wind spell, prompting Yuno to follow up with several combination strikes whilst in mid-air, impressing Makoto. Putting some distance between herself and Ilum, Yuno tosses her spear for the finishing blow, falling to the ground as Azumo and Jin rush to catch Yuno, but Yuno reveals her weak floating magic. As Ilum is seen falling to the ground, his dolls all blow up, marking the end of the duel. Both Mio and Tomo are impressed by the students' teamwork, but as Makoto heads off to congratulate his students and check up on Ilum, he suddenly spots Ilum twitching, something his students notice as well. Out of nowhere, Ilum's amulet begins releasing some dense mana, something Mio and Tomo know stems from his old emotions. Shiki utters that there is no hope for Ilum anymore, revealing that Ilum has begun to mutate, something Makoto learns is the work of Rona. Makoto wonders why Rona would do such a thing even after promising to help him out, but Shiki asks if Rona had promised to not do anything in Rotskirt, stating that demons are very deceiving. Makoto begins wondering if he should have trusted the demons at all, something Tomo and Mio gets pissed about, seeing as Makoto has been quite unlucky recently. Makoto reveals that he had told Eva that he plans on retaking Kalanion and hide his identity and his trading company there, but at the same time we see Rona excited to have the King of Lemia and Princess Lily witnessing what she is about to do. As Makoto's students stand guard, we hear Ilum apologize for his mistakes, admitting that he only wanted to see Luria again, but as this happens various other townsfolk become consumed by this dense mana, cutting back to Ilum who cries out for help. As Makoto demands to know what is happening, we see someone outside being affected by the dense mana as well, suddenly transform into a monster. As Ilum also begins to morph into a hideous creature, the crowd all flee from the stand, prompting Tomo and Mio to wonder if they should help Makoto's students. Makoto asks the girls to wait for a bit, suddenly spotting Eva and Luria rushing to report that there are several other monsters that have appeared across town, due to the demons scheming. With Luria and Eva suggesting that they all flee, Makoto knows that he could probably handle everything, but knows he must play his cards right. Asking Eva and Luria to relax a bit, Makoto asks once again if the girls would like to join Makoto in retaking their homeland, but as Luria and Eva agree they will sacrifice anything to retake their home, we see Ilum continue to transform further. Satisfied, Makoto asks the girls to hide for now, spotting Ilum howling as he has begun to drain the life force from his fellow students. As Abelia passes Jin a sword from Makoto, Mio notes how Ilum looks pretty disgusting to eat, all whilst Makoto asks Shiki if he has any way of reverting Ilum's transformation. Shiki states that it's not impossible, but Shiki admits that he doesn't even want to bother, prompting Makoto to ask everyone to survey the damage done to the town as a result of these monstrous transformations. Tomo says she'll summon Lime and a few others to help scout out the area, but suddenly Tomo gets excited, reasoning that in the films she watched, when the bad guys reveal the master plan, the good guys can finally show off their skills, telling Makoto he can gain the trust of the town. Shiki takes the opportunity to mention that the rival merchants will probably suffer as a result of the monster attacks, piquing Mio's interest as she suggests they use the commotion to take out Makoto's competition, but Tomo cuts Mio off, stating that they must remain honest merchant and play fairly throughout. Makoto applauds Tomo for being so reasonable, but Shiki wonders if they should even clean up the monsters in town, fearing that they damage any future relationships Makoto plans to establish with the demons. Makoto states that he still plans to partner with the demons, but as Makoto thinks about how Rona betrayed him, Makoto gets pissed, stating that he'll clean up this mess and avoid any confrontations with the demons. Cutting to Rona, we see Io wonder why Rona ignored their battle plan, wondering if Rona is becoming like Sophia, but Rona denies such things. Rona asks if preparations are done, smirking as she states she hasn't broken the promise she made with Makoto, impressing Io. Io states that they've finally finished up the ring, declaring that they'll use the rings to suppress the heroes blessed by the goddess and finally claim another nation. Back with Makoto, we see him order Eva and Luria to head towards his store, stating that they'll be led to a safer place. As the girls leave, Patrick and Lisa rush to speak with Makoto, shocked to hear Yuno and Shifu are dead set on slaying the monsters. Wondering what may happen to his sweet daughters, Patrick begins to panic, but Lisa cries for Patrick to calm down and trust in Makoto. Apologizing for overreacting, Patrick says he'll head over to check on the Merchants Guild, prompting Lisa to ask to join, revealing that herself and Zara used to run rivaling stores. As Patrick asks how Makoto's meeting with Zara was, Makoto says it didn't go well, learning that Zara can be kind at times, but Lisa says Patrick is far worse than Zara as he backstabs people. Seeing as Patrick and Lisa will begin heading off, Makoto says he'll assign them bodyguards, suddenly conjuring 2 misty gates, only to summon 2 mist lizards that will protect Patrick and Lisa. Now alone, Makoto turns to watch over his students who are completely in shock, having watched Ilum devour and consume his own friends. Rejoining the others, Makoto wonders why the academy hasn't reacted yet, suddenly spotting several cloaked mages appear, recognizing the purple coats as the most powerful fighter in the academy. As the mages prepare all 4 elemental spells, the mages fire and fuse their spells, all shocked to see Ilum has deflected 3 of the 4 magical affinities, choosing to absorb the water spell and is barely bruised by the fire spell. Following up, the 4 mages call for blessing from the goddess, but Makoto and the gang know that increasing their mana means nothing if the mages can't conjure a strong enough fire spell. As expected, Ilum simply absorbed the mages' spells once more, taking them all out in an instant, but just then Shiki reports his findings. Having telepathically communicated with the others, Shiki confirms around 50 monsters in town along with telepathic interference, shocking Makoto as it seems to be a planned attack. Makoto suddenly spots Ilum devouring the 4 purple-coated mages as well, leaving only Makoto's students, but sadly they seem terrified. Mio states that she is quite disappointed in Makoto's students, scolding Shiki for not being more harsh on Makoto's students. Makoto admits that he too needs to be more broad with how he fights, ordering Shiki and Mio to help guide his students to take down Ilum, but demands they only intervene if his students are on the brink of death. As for Tomo, Makoto is impressed hearing Tomo has figured out he plans to save the guests in order to have them indebted to Makoto. As the guests begin to panic, having seen the Academy's strongest fighters be defeated, Makoto and Tomo suddenly appear, spotting Lily, the bishop, Shinai, Sairitsu and Ludo. Out of nowhere, an older man storms up to Makoto and Tomo, demanding to know how they got into the private guest area, but Makoto recognizes the old man to be the headmaster of the academy. Makoto apologizes for appearing out of nowhere, but Makoto states that he'll help with evacuating everyone, confusing the headmaster as they may need more manpower to safely evacuate everyone. Tomo asks for the headmaster to think of a safe location, revealing that she can teleport everyone to said location, but this annoys the headmaster, having never heard of such powerful teleportation magic before. Stepping up, Ludo pretends to not know Tomo, offering to test Tomo's claims, which Lily is curious about as well. Opening up a mist gate, Ludo jumps through the mist gate, appearing on the other side of the arena, shocking everyone as Ludo and Tomo convince everyone that the mist gates are due to Tomo's swords, but Makoto notes how it's one of Tomo's abilities. With everyone sold on using Tomo's mist gates to escape, we follow the king of Lemia speaking with Ilum's father, both refusing to leave as they want to see things play out. As Tomo has gathered everyone, she passes Makoto one of her swords, teleporting everyone out, leaving Makoto to tend to the remaining Lemia members. Upon confirming that Makoto can conjure mist gates as well, the king asks Makoto to take everyone close to Ilum, stating that it's a disgrace a Lemia citizen is attacking the academy, hoping that Ilum will come to his senses when he hears his father's voice. At the same time, we see Ilum has begun to attack Makoto's students, but off to the side, Mio orders the students to target Ilum's weak points and Shiki cries for the back like to cast speed enhancement spells. As Ilum knocks back Dana and Mithra, we see Makoto has brought the king and the others closer to the stands, but as Ilum's father calls out Ilum's name, he's shocked to see how monstrous Ilum has become. As Ilum's father asks Makoto to cure his son, Makoto apologizes, having never seen such a mutation before. Just then, Dana and Mithra manage to sever one of Ilum's arms, but Ilum instantaneously regrows it, following up by attacking Makoto's students. Reacting fast enough, Mithra manages to block the strike, crying for the others to help out, but at the same time another mutation appears behind Makoto, weirding him out. As the Lemia knights prepare to face the monster, the creature bolts forward, tackling and biting the knights. Makoto telepathically orders Shiki to come heal the knights, whilst Mio remains guiding his students, but out of nowhere, the Lemia king's son dashes forward attempting to cut down the monster, but is completely outmatched. Instantly equipping his ooze, Makoto conceals his ooze's shape, knocking the creature away, only to catch the king's son. Shockingly, Makoto realizes the king's son is a girl, running away from Makoto, but seeing as the monster has recovered, Makoto equips his magical bow, infusing the strike with non-elemental magic, only to destroy the monster in one strike. As Shiki heals the wounded, Makoto wonders if the king's son will cause issues later on, but at the same time, we see Jin attempt to slash at Ilum, but Mio orders Jin to put in more effort. As Izumo tries to blind Ilum with wind magic, Mio reminds them that only fire magic will harm Ilum. Just then Ilum begins taking a breath, something Abelia recognizes as the drake's petrifying roar, reacting just in time to cast a quick barrier, but only manage to protect the backline. With the front line paralyzed, Abelia asks Shifu to infuse her arrows with fire and Izumo to support her. Seeing as there is nothing else they can do, Abelia states she wants to bet it all on this final strike and impress Shiki. As Abelia rushes forward, Azumo casts a fire spell to buy Abelia some time, leaping higher and higher into the air as she charges up her fire arrow. Seeing Ilum pick up and prepare to throw one of his severed arms at Abelia, Shifu conjures a earth spell, barely managing to throw off Ilum's toss, allowing Abelia to reach the peak of her fire arrow spell. Unleashing the arrow, Abelia collapses to the ground, but as the smoke clears, Ilum is seen finally defeated, as Makoto's students all gather around Abelia. Cutting over to Tomo and Ludo, we see Ludo ask about whether Makoto will finally step up, reminding Tomo that Makoto is far more capable than he believes himself to be. Tomo reveals that Makoto has his own morals, but notes how Makoto still hasn't discovered what he wants to pursue in this new world, something Ludo finds disappointing as both Tomo and Ludo know that even greater dragons will find it tough to scratch Makoto. As Ludo leaves, Ludo secretly wonders when Makoto will become strong enough to defeat this world's goddess. Back with Makoto, he's glad to see his students defeat Ilum all by themselves, surprised to see it was Abelia that landed the finishing blow. Heading over to the king of Lemia, Makoto says he wasn't able to save one of their knights nor Ilum, but the king reassures Makoto that there was nothing that could have been done, instead offering Makoto's students a job having seen them display such raw talent. Butting in, the king's son asks to speak with Makoto privately after everything has settled down, something Makoto knew was inevitable, especially after finding out the king's son is actually a girl. Changing topics, Makoto asks everyone to head to safety, whilst he evacuates everyone, but the king is curious as to why Makoto doesn't just wipe out all the monsters himself. Makoto states that since the academy is already working on extermination, Makoto will focus on protection and evacuation, but upon hearing this the king is reminded of a hero with similar morals. Turning to his son, the king orders Joshua to send their troops into Rotsgard, asking Makoto if he would teleport them to their desired location. With Makoto fulfilling the request, he returns to check on his students, spotting Shiki finishing up healing everyone. Mio and Makoto praise everyone for a job well done, but Jin admits that he wasn't able to land the finishing blow since he believed that Ilum could still be saved. Makoto tells his students that it's completely normal to hesitate when it comes to taking another human's life, asking his students to reflect and learn from such an experience, but to never forget their morals. That being said, Makoto asks his students to retreat and rest for now, reassuring Yuno and Shifu that their parents are being escorted, but seeing all his students still worked up from fighting, Makoto reasons he should tell them about the king's offer another time. Ordering Mio and Shiki to take the students to a safe place and guard them, Makoto heads out to survey the town, sad to see his shop has been destroyed. Although Makoto knows his inventory store sign was retrieved, Makoto can't help but wonder if this is a sign to give up the merchant's life, but suddenly Makoto hears a scream from the red light district. Rushing into one of the buildings, Makoto spots a massive octopus mutant terrorizing the workers, prompting Makoto to turn to one of the workers, asking her to take everyone to safety, but gets a little distracted. Shocked to see a kid here, the lady reassures Makoto that she used to be an adventurer herself, but Makoto reveals he's a teacher at the academy. As the mutant swings at Makoto, Makoto projects a barrier, buying the girl enough time to get everyone out of here, but now that Makoto is alone, he gets a little serious. As the mutant swings at Makoto, Makoto uses his ooze to block the initial strikes, retaliating with some fireballs, but seeing that the mutant has thick skin, Makoto adds more power to his fire spell, severing the creature's limbs and blowing it through the wall behind it. As Makoto approaches the mutant, it seems to have given up, but out of nowhere it self-destructs, ending the battle in Makoto's favor. As Makoto leaves to check up on the workers are impressed at Makoto's skills, but are instructed by Makoto to head to the slums where they'll be safer. The workers also learn Makoto owns the famous Kuzunoa store, prompting one of the girls to introduce herself as Estelle, but at the same time we see Shiki and Mio guiding Makoto's students to a nearby shelter. Out of nowhere, Mio suddenly stops, asking everyone to go on without her, turning only to head elsewhere. Having returned back to the academy arena, Mio reveals that since she is capable of regeneration herself, Mio was able to sense that Ilum's corpse had also begun helplessly regenerating. Ilum recognizes Mio as a follower of Makoto, surprising Mio as Ilum can speak. But as Ilum struggles to wonder what has become of him, Mio reveals that Ilum is only a pile of flesh that retains Ilum's memories. As Ilum begins attempting to reshape his body, He cries that he no longer will chase after Luria's approval. Instead, Ilum states that he'll learn to live with this new body and serve Otonashi. Hearing that Ilum knows Otonashi, Mio doesn't realize that the Otonashi she met is the hero of Lemia. Instead, Mio chooses to punish Ilum by severing a part of his body. As Ilum cries that he no longer wants to harm anyone, Mio states that it's too late to make amends, pissed that Ilum had insulted and made Makoto's job so difficult. As Mio fires a dark magic spell at Ilum, Mio is surprised that the spell didn't obliterate Ilum's body, following up with several more projectiles, only to completely erase Ilum for good. That night, Makoto reports that there are a total of 80 mutants in town, several teleportation gates, and that communication networks are still disabled, making telepathy almost impossible in town. Aris and Aqua also add that evacuation is quite congested due to the monsters roaming around, meaning the town has been cut off from the outside world, but at the same time Mio can't help but munch on some snacks. Shiki reports that he's discovered the device that has been jamming human telepathy, but Tomo reveals that they along with the demons can still use their own version of telepathy. As Makoto wonders how much the demons have put into this attack, Shiki reveals that the remaining Purple Coat members and several academy instructors have begun to form teams to take out the mutants, meaning that other nations will begin sending reinforcements as well. Hearing this, Tomo states that they must hurry and claim the glory of saving the town, but Makoto is curious as to whether people have asked Tomo to help teleport them around, relieved to learn that Tomo and Ludo had intentionally pinned the teleportation powers on Tomo's sword and had made up a limit on the amount of times Tomo could teleport. Shiki adds that the number of mutants are increasing the longer they wait, all because people have accepted medicine and accessories from the demons, but Lime adds that the demi-humans that were experimented on had the same drug injected into them as these mutants. Hearing that the demons might be connected to Mr. Blight's organization, Makoto racks his brain to figure out what the demons are truly after, but cutting to the next day, we see Makoto speaking to Bol. Bol notes how there isn't too much noise today, but Makoto reassures that everything will be settled smoothly, hoping the humans will be more friendly to demi-humans like Bol after everything has been resolved. As Makoto leaves, his feline friend, Aris and Aqua appear, reporting that there are no mutants nearby. Makoto states that they'll be meeting with the extermination forces, ordering the girls to contact him if anything happens, but as the girls leave, Makoto greets Estelle. With Estelle grateful to Makoto for saving her friends, Estelle promises to connect Makoto with her boss, something Makoto is grateful for, but wonders who this boss could be. As Makoto visits the headmaster begins rambling on about the lack of communication from the other cities, but Makoto and Tomo get annoyed hearing the old man demand so much from them. Joining the conversation, Lily and Sairitsu remind the headmaster that Makoto has already done so much for them, begging the headmaster to go more easy on Makoto. Unable to refuse, the headmaster puts Makoto in charge of the northeast section of town, allowing Makoto to do whatever to recapture it. As the headmaster leaves, Makoto thanks the two girls for stepping in, but Lily adds that their hero should be arriving to help soon, and Sairitsu also reveals that she's called for reinforcements as well, confirming Makoto's suspicions. Seeing as this is the perfect chance, Lily asks to speak with Makoto privately after everything has settled down, prompting Makoto to accept as long as Tomo can join them. As Makoto and Tomo head out, Makoto notes how he'll be in charge of saving the Merchants Guild located in the northeast of town, promising to act calm and leave a positive impression on the whole town. With Makoto and the gang heading inside to check on the students, Shiki reports that everyone is exhausted, but are all still paranoid that one of their peers may mutate. With a serious demeanor, Tomo states that they'll turn everything back to normal today, cutting to Makoto, who is happy to see that all his students are recovering well. Makoto reveals that the number of mutants have yet to decrease, and that support from other nations have yet to arrive, prompting Jin to ask for permission to help exterminate the mutants. With the students all agreeing with Jin, Makoto asks the students to calm down, mentioning how he's been ordered to head to the northeast of town, where the Merchants Guild reside, and that he is trusting his students to guard the academy. Knowing that they'll be the only ones to protect their peers, Makoto's students agree to stay and protect the surrounding area, but Makoto secretly assigns Aris and Aqua to look over his students. As Makoto and the gang begin making their way northeast, they run into several mutants, but within a second they decimate the monsters, continuing to their destination. Upon arriving at their destination, Tomo spots Makoto's blue lizards guarding the guild, deducing that Patrick is here as well, but before they enter, Makoto orders Mio not to harm the guild representative. With Mio brushing off Makoto's orders, Makoto greets Patrick, receiving a big hug from Patrick, asking if his daughters are okay. When Makoto reveals that he has some allies watching over Shifu and Yuno, Patrick thanks Makoto once more, but Zara takes the chance to make himself known, immediately prompting Makoto's slaves to glare at Zara. Makoto notes how he despises Zara the most after the goddess, but when Makoto hears that Zara is relieved that Makoto's employees and merchandise weren't harmed during the mutant attacks, Makoto gets confused at Zara's pleasant attitude. Patrick states that Zara is simply grateful for Makoto's blue lizard bodyguards, amazed that Makoto has such monstrous summons, but Patrick also adds that he may have told Zara what Makoto is capable of in order to help Makoto and Zara get along better. When Makoto asks if Zara knows the total damage the Merchants Guild has suffered, Zara coldly states that he doesn't, but Patrick reassures Makoto that Zara is stressed, prompting Zara to order Patrick to be silent. As Patrick stands next to Zara, he reveals that almost all the merchants have gone mad due to the attacks and loss of their goods, and that Zara, although seems normal, is still under a lot of stress. Understanding the situation, Makoto declares that he'll start exterminating the remaining mutants in the surrounding area and that the current dispatched forces can retreat now, shocking Zara when he learns Makoto and his party have already eliminated 15 on their way here. Shiki reports that there are 9 remaining mutants in the surrounding area, asking Zara and Patrick to help locate the accessories that caused the mutation, but Makoto makes sure to leave Tomo to help clear up any confusion as Makoto has noticed Mio glaring at Zara this entire time. With Zara surprisingly nicer than before, Makoto, Shiki and Mio head out, but Makoto proposes a bet between Shiki and Mio, promising to do whatever the person with more mutants slayed wants. As Mio and Shiki get fired up at the thought of having their master all to themselves, we cut to Zara in a cold sweat, completely confused as to who Makoto truly is. Zara states that it took 50 merchants to defeat 4 mutants in 3 days, whereas Makoto and his 3 members defeated 15 in mere hours. Smirking, Patrick states that Zara must learn his lesson, but Zara refuses to accept such a naive merchant like Makoto, berating Makoto for being so simplistic as Zara doesn't agree to sell goods for as cheap as possible. Patrick reminds Zara that they both thought the same when they first became merchants, but Zara corrects Patrick, as they soon forgot that motto and had to adapt to the harsh realities of being a merchant. When Patrick reveals that Makoto is almighty and powerful, Zara refuses to be persuaded by simple force, stating that the goddess wouldn't allow such a powerful being to go unpunished. With a calm expression, Patrick states that he has full faith in Makoto, even if it means going against the goddess herself, as Makoto is clearly striving to cure those less fortunate, reminding Zara of the expression, betraying anything for a golden egg. As the final point, Patrick reminds Zara that they've both lost so much to war, but Makoto seems like someone who could end a war and keep everyone safe, something that irritates Zara. Patrick asks that Zara visit Sieg one day, prompting Zara to get excited at the thought of speaking with Shifu, but this pisses Patrick off, annoyed that his best friend has eyes for his daughter. Back with Makoto and Shiki, they've cleared off a couple more mutants, spotting Tomo who has returned with the cursed accessories, and have provided food, water and blankets to the guild representatives. Tomo praises Makoto for such a genius proposal, as Zara will now be grateful to Makoto, but Tomo asks why Mio is in such a good mood, shocked to learn about Makoto's bet with Shiki and Mio, demanding to know how she can participate as well, especially since Mio has slayed 4 mutants to Shiki's 2. As Makoto continues to head deeper northeast, we cut to Mondo who has joined the fight, easily tackling and converting a mutant into a tree, impressing Lime as he reports Makoto and the others will be here soon. As Lime and Mondo wonder what the demons are truly after, they continue to hack away at the nearest mutant. We cut to the academy where the headmaster is ordering Makoto's students to head outside and exterminate the mutants. Having heard everything, Aris states that they'll protect the academy with their killer technique, managing to trick Aqua into lending her some mana, both conjuring their Cocytus ice barrier spell around the academy. Sadly, the girls realize that no one can leave now, cutting to Mondo who apologizes for Aqua and Aris's mistake, but Makoto reassures Mondo that it's better for the students to be safe behind the ice barrier, especially since they have food that'll last them several days. Sitting down, Makoto recounts their plans, stating that tomorrow they'll finish off any remaining mutants, whilst the other nation's reinforcements arrive. Shiki adds that the humans will also discover that this was all an attack from the demons, as Mio had made it sure all the blame is dealt onto the demons. And finally Tomo mentions, since they helped slay the mutants, they'll no longer be suspected of working with said demons. With Makoto grateful to have such reliable servants, Makoto heads inside the barrier, asking Aris and Aqua why they used their killer spell. With Makoto reassuring the girls he isn't mad, Aris utters that she had detected a device within the rich part of town that is drawing in more mutants. Grateful for the information, Makoto asks if the girls need help leaving the ice barrier, but is amused to see the girls are frightened to confront their master Mondo. With night falling, Makoto is seen heading somewhere, only to run into Sairitsu, who is acting very formal, revealing that herself and some others have learned of Makoto's otherworldly strength. Sairitsu asks if Makoto could restore everyone's telepathy, but before Makoto can give a response, we cut to Ludo, who is amazed at Aris and Aqua's ice barrier. Ludo asks Tomo what their plan is, impressed to hear Makoto plans to sort everything out by tomorrow, but Tomo does mention how they need to handle an additional thing they've kept from Makoto, revealing that Mio will be dealing with a spy that has been working with the demons. With Ludo a little frightened at how serious Tomo is, Tomo reassures Ludo that there is no way they could have let a demi-human that hated humans so much remain alive. As Tomo receives a message, notifying her that Makoto will be restoring the humans' telepathy, Tomo accuses Ludo of hiding something, but Ludo simply asks for Tomo to wait and see. Out of nowhere, a single arrow is fired into the sky, bursting like a firework, revealed to be a technique of Makoto's that was meant to disable all the demon devices that blocked the humans' telepathy. As Ludo sighs at how brilliant Makoto is, we cut to Lily, the king of Lemia, and Sairitsu having a chat, with Sairitsu learning that the royal capital and the empire are under attack by demons. When the Lemia king reveals that Otonashi and Shia will probably have to fight off the demons, Sairitsu gets stressed out, but Lily orders Sairitsu to remain calm. The three deduce that the demons had intentionally attacked Rotskerd, knowing that so many important figures would be present, only to attack the empire and the royal capital. The Lemia king and Lily state that since Makoto was willing to restore their telepathy, they confirm that Makoto is not working with the demons, but right as Makoto arrives, Lily and the Lemia king ask for Makoto's help. Sitting down with everyone, Makoto learns that the royal capital of Lemia, and the imperial capital of Gratonia, Ruinas, is being attacked as they speak. When Joshua, Lily and the king of Lemia wonder how the demons moved their armies without them realizing, Makoto notes how Sairitsu was able to disguise her demons' bodyguards as human, meaning Makoto should be wary, as the demons must also have influence in Laurel. With Joshua reporting that their Lemia army has been stuck in a neighboring city for a while, the king and Lily reason they should head back to their countries, asking Makoto to teleport them back to their countries. Sadly, Tomo interjects, revealing that her blade is reaching its limit for number of teleportations, prompting Lily and the king to beg and threaten Makoto to help. With Tomo giving Makoto the signal, Makoto puts on an act, stating that if it's to help out the empire and the kingdom, they'll gladly sacrifice the sword, prompting Tomo to open 2 mist gates. As for Joshua, the king orders Joshua to wait for the supporting army to arrive, only for the king and Lily to leave through the mist gates. Out of nowhere Tomo's blade shatters, signaling to the others that she can no longer create mist gates, but Tomo secretly commends herself for her beautiful acting, leaving to head back to the demi-plane. Cutting back several hours prior, Shiki and Makoto are seen walking around at night, only for Shiki to suspect that the demons are far more stronger than the humans think. Shiki adds that he believes that the demon's true target is the kingdom of Lemia, surprising Makoto as he knows the Lemia's hero has the ability to charm and forcefully rally together allies, whereas Gratonia's hero strengthens her own skills, encouraging allies to join her, making the Lemia hero a more dangerous threat overall. Although Makoto doesn't know the heroes personally, he notes how he should still help them out, but wonders how they'll be able to fight, now that they've convinced the humans they can't teleport anymore. Shiki proposes asking some of their denizens to fight for them, but Makoto scolds Shiki, not wanting his citizens to risk their lives for them. With Makoto racking his brain for a way to support the heroes secretly, we cut to Ludo, who praises Makoto for restoring the humans' telepathy at the right time, as Makoto has now gained the trust of all the elites of powerful nations, but out of nowhere Ludo suddenly spots the clouds opening. Back with Makoto and Shiki, they both realize that the goddess's light is consuming them, sucking them both up towards the heavens. But Makoto gets pissed, anchoring himself to the ground. Sadly, as the goddess's powers are still too strong, Makoto is forced to give in, cutting to Shiki and Makoto now standing in the goddess's throne room. Upon realizing that the goddess isn't present, Makoto begins to laugh maniacally, stating that he may get a chance to smack the goddess sooner than he expected, taking out his arrow, only to shatter an invisible wall concealing the goddess. With the goddess commending Makoto's ugly looks, the goddess asks why Makoto is causing her so much trouble, but Makoto reveals that Tsukiyomi had granted him permission to roam freely. Getting down to business, the goddess states that she'll be sending Makoto to help out against the demons in Lemia, but when Makoto refuses, the goddess calls Makoto out for being a child, threatening to erase Makoto here and now. Luckily, Makoto reminds the goddess that she had failed to kill him once already, as Makoto was able to overcome Sophia and Mitsurugi, annoying the goddess as Makoto declares the goddess isn't almighty. Smirking, the goddess glares at Shiki, preparing a powerful spell, but is suddenly interrupted by one of her followers, informing the goddess that she has a visitor from the original world. Upon hearing that the visitor is forcefully entering her throne room, the goddess tries to negotiate with Makoto, stating that if Makoto helps her out, she'll promise to allow Makoto to do whatever in the future, as long as he isn't opposing the humans. Still not satisfied, Makoto demands that he be rewarded, but Makoto can't think of any suitable rewards. Annoyed, the goddess prepares to send Makoto away without a reward, but Shiki intervenes, asking that the goddess grant Makoto the ability to speak human, something the goddess mocks Makoto for, as he should have learnt the language by now. Casting her spell, the goddess spell forces Makoto onto his knees, all whilst the goddess orders Makoto to eliminate the demons and retake Fort Stella. With Makoto all bloodied, he smirks at the goddess, prompting the goddess to open a hole beneath the two, sending them away. With Shiki terrified of the free fall, Makoto reassures Shiki that they are simply falling towards the kingdom of Lemia, asking Shiki to shield them in a dark magic barrier to hide their presence. With Makoto promising to protect Shiki, Makoto wonders why the goddess seems so stressed, but suddenly gets an idea. Contacting Mio and Tomo via telepathy, Makoto reassures the girls that he's fine, but most importantly orders the girls to rally together their most elite Highland orcs, mist lizards and any other volunteers to retake Kalanion. With both girls surprised, Makoto asks that the girls inform Eva and Luria as well, stating that he has high hopes for Mio and Tomo. As Makoto ends the telepathy, Tomo and Mio get excited, noting how this is the first time Makoto has ordered the girls to fight for him, promising to succeed. Immediately rallying together the Highland orcs and the mist lizards, Tomo declares that they'll be waging war against the demons in Makoto's name, ordering them all to fight and make Makoto proud. With a loud roar from the crowd, Tomo opens up a mist gate towards the demon territory Kalanion, only for Mio to immediately spread her webbing around the town to mark her targets. As Mio heads inside the fort, Tomo states that she'll go and secure the demi-plane gate, prompting Emma to step up, reporting that there are 2,000 demons compared to their 100 soldiers. Emma reassures everyone that Tomo will teleport them through the gates, firing everyone up, as this will be an uphill battle, but unable to wait any longer they make their move. On the castle walls, we see some demons watching the surrounding area, spotting enemies attacking, only to order their archers to lay waste to the attackers. Replying to the arrows, Emma nonchalantly conjures a massive barrier, allowing Agaras to reach the gates, easily smashing through the castle's fortified gate. As Emma and her army flood through the gates, the mist lizards immediately spring into action, decimating the demons with their mist breath, all whilst the orcs march through the demons. Cutting to the Mirage City, we see Akina and Haruna introduce Luria and Eva to their city, asking why the girls are here. When Eva and Luria state that they have promised to give Makoto everything they have once their home has been reclaimed, Haruna scolds the girls for being so simple-minded, revealing that since everyone but the girls have been slayed, Luria and Eva will be deemed the saviors once Kalanion has been reclaimed. Akina adds that Luria and Eva will need the skills to redevelop their nation, but reassures the girls that their denizens will help rebuild their nation. Cutting to Mio, we see she has infiltrated the kingdom, running into a soldier that directly serves the Demon King, introducing himself as Left the Mutant Mildy Dragon. With Mio amazed that Left is a mutated dragon, Left demands to know who Mio is, but Mio states that she isn't too sure what to call herself, but she does declare she'll be offering this land to Makoto. With Left accepting Mio's challenge, we cut to Makoto and Shiki almost reaching the royal capital, making Makoto curious, as he'll be finally meeting the two heroes of this world. Check out one of our other videos on the screen or in the info card above. Subscribe, like and comment.